A Princess of Roumania by Paul Park. DB 63874. Copyright 2005 by Paul Park. Read by Jill Fox. This book contains 368 pages. Approximate reading time 14 hours, 35 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the parts at Level 1 and to the chapters at Level 2. Library of Congress annotation. Teenager Miranda lives with her adoptive parents in Massachusetts, but she has inklings of her early years and relatives in Romania, an alternate magical world. She returns there, accompanied by friends Peter and Andromeda, to search for her true mother, prisoner of a sinister alchemist. For senior high readers, 2005. From the book jacket. Many girls daydream that they are princesses adopted by commoners. In Miranda Popescu's case, her dream is literally true. Adopted from an agency in Bucharest by an American couple and raised from infancy in a Massachusetts college town, at the same time she stands at the fulcrum of a deadly political and diplomatic battle between conjurers in an alternate world, a place of magic and intrigue where Romania is a great European power. Unaware of her past, hidden by her aunt in our comfortable world, she nevertheless has inklings of her own foreignness. This is the story of how she returns to her true home, accompanied by her best friends Peter and Andromeda. The three of them find themselves changed during the journey, and in their own ways they begin to decipher a new truth about themselves. This is a magical tale full of strangeness, terror, and wonder. The narrative is split between our world and Romania, where powerful forces are working to protect Miranda or to capture her. Her aunt, Aegypta, the Baroness Nicola Ceausescu in Bucharest, and the sinister alchemist who holds Miranda's true mother a prisoner in Germany. Miranda's story is a triumph of contemporary fantasy. It will be continued next year in The Tourmaline. About the author. Paul Park is the author of Sugar Rain and Celestis. He lives in North Adams, Massachusetts. Other books by Paul Park: Soldiers of Paradise, The Cult of Loving Kindness, The Gospel of Corax, Three Marys, If Lions Could Speak and Other Stories, No Traveler Returns. This book is for my friend, Jim Charbonnet, who is going to help me with the ending. Comment. Oh, life is a glorious cycle of song, a medley of extemporanea, and love is a thing that can never go wrong, and I am Marie of Romania. Dorothy Parker. 1. The Red Pig Comes to Berkshire County. 1. Peter. In early August, after her best friend Andromeda had gone to Europe, Miranda met a boy in the woods. She knew who he was. His name was Peter Gross. They had no friends in common, though their high school was a small one. Miranda was a good student, popular and well-liked. Peter Gross was none of those things. He had curly brown hair, crooked teeth, tanned skin. Because of a birth defect, he was missing his right hand, most of his right forearm. Miranda had been aware of him for years, but she spoke to him for the first time at the ice house, which was a ruined cottage next to a little stone dam and a few wooded acres between the college and the golf course. It was a place she visited occasionally, a small stone building half hidden in the oleander bushes. It had a wooden roof that had fallen in. She used to go there to read books, to be alone, and at first she was irritated when she saw him in her secret place. Almost she crept back to her bike and rode away. Then she thought she'd wait for him to leave. Then she got interested in watching him. He had built a weir under the dam with a piece of plywood to make a larger pool. He had made a sluice gate for the water to escape, and he squatted on the dam to catch minnows and frogs. His hand was quick in the water. She stood under the willow trees while he caught a frog and let it go. After a few minutes, she could tell by a kind of stiffness in his shoulders that he was aware she was watching him. Then she was too embarrassed not to go and sit beside him and scratch her sunburned legs. She thought he might be grateful for some companionship. He probably didn't know many people. but he was intent on the water and he scarcely looked up. "Hey," she said. "Hey." What did they talk about that first time? Later, she couldn't remember. Miranda had read in the newspaper about his mother's death maybe a year before. Andromeda had mentioned something about it, too. Peter's mother had been a secretary in the English department at the college, where everyone's parents worked, and where Stanley taught astronomy. Knowing about her death made Peter easier to talk to for some reason, although Miranda felt she had to tread lightly when she mentioned her own family. That summer, she was having some problems at home. One afternoon in the middle of the month, she showed up at the ice house a little late. Everything she ever did was wrong, she said, and there was no part of her life that Rachel didn't want to supervise. She had no privacy. She'd got home and her shoes were lined up under the bed, even though she'd asked Rachel not to go into her room. Worse than that, the computer was on, though she was almost sure she hadn't touched it. Maybe she had. It didn't matter. She'd have to change her passwords. Sitting on the dam, pulling at a loose piece of rubber on her sneaker, she said, "I feel as though my life isn't my life. My house isn't my house, and my parents aren't my parents, which they're not, of course." Peter was chewing on a long piece of grass, a habit of his. "What do you mean?" She sat cross-legged and examined a scratch on her knee. "I guess when Rachel and I fight, sometimes I look at her and think, you're not my real mother. My real mother is somewhere in Romania." "Why Romania?" "Because that's where she is." And then she told him about having been adopted from the orphanage in Constanta. She kicked her foot over the edge of the dam. "It's on the Black Sea. Have you heard of it?" Peter shrugged. The stream under the dam was almost dry. Not much wider than a snake, it slipped back and forth over a bed of dry mud. "I know a poem about Romania." His mind was full of scraps of poetry that his mother had taught him. Already he had given her some recitations. "Oh, life is a marvelous cycle of song," he now quoted, and then a few lines more. This was very annoying, even though she found herself smiling. "Hey, shut up," she said, because he wasn't taking her seriously. "Sometimes I feel like crying the whole time," she said, which was an exaggeration. Peter was looking up the slope on the other side of the stream, squinting, not paying attention, it seemed like. Now he turned toward her. He was interested in things like tears or anger, she thought. "Why?" he asked. "Sometimes it's just that word. Romania. It makes my stomach turn." She was deeper into the conversation than she wanted. She had only planned to tell him about some of these things, but now she felt she had to continue because of the stupid poem. "I was 3 years old. I have these pictures in my mind, but I can't tell what's real, what's made up. There's a woman I call my aunt. There's a journey on a train. There's a man, and he's talking to me, trying to make me do something I don't want. There's a cottage with a tin roof, and he's talking to me from the terrace above the beach. There's a stone castle with a steeple. It's like a postcard in my mind. There's a little room overlooking the sea." Rachel and Stanley had found her in Constanta. They'd told her how her family had disappeared during the uprising against Nicola Ceausescu, the dictator who had destroyed her country. But then who was the woman in the picture? She had coarse skin, gray hair, dark eyes. Her hair was pinned up on the top of her head, and she was dressed with great elegance in furs. It was winter time, and she looked cold, but the smile on her frosted lips was full of love. "God damn it," Miranda said. Peter had wedged the stem of grass between his 2 front teeth, and he was smiling. "Go on," he said. "God damn you," Miranda blushed. To her surprise, her face was hot, and some tears were moving down her cheeks. Was this a real emotion? She couldn't tell. Peter looked away. "I'm not sure I believe you," he said. "I think you're trying to make a fool of me." "What do you mean?" Everyone feels as if they're from some foreign place, or another planet. That doesn't mean they are. She scratched her nose. Yeah, she said, I guess you're right. A few minutes before, she had pretended to be angrier than she was, but now she was furious and she didn't show it. Who was Peter Gross to condescend to her? Though he was older, he'd never acted like it before. She looked down the stream, where it disappeared in a tangle of broken willows. She didn't look at him, though she could tell he was watching her. Then she stood up. I've got to go, she said. Rachel wants to take me shopping before school starts. He had a piece of grass stuck through his teeth. I'm sorry if I offended you, he said. Hey, no problem. You're right. Will you be here tomorrow? She shrugged. I've got some things to do. Though she stood for a while scuffing her feet, she was anxious to go, and when she bicycled away up the dirt road behind the grounds department shed, she wondered why she should ever come back, which made her sad. She didn't need to prove anything to Peter Gross. But maybe she did, because the next day she snuck into her parents' room and found the box of her Romanian things on the top shelf of the closet. In the afternoon, she loaded them into her leather backpack and rode out to the ice house. For a minute or so, she and Peter sat listening to a bunch of birds. Then, let's see, he said. She took her time. The house had a wide stone step, and the first thing she did was brush it clean with the edge of her palm. Then she opened her backpack and took out a fringed gray velvet shawl, which she unfolded and laid over the stone step. Next, she took out a manila envelope and a beaded black purse. The envelope contained a leather-bound book with gilt-edged pages, very thin, almost transparent. Onion skin, she told him. There'd been a time in her life when she'd looked at this stuff almost every day, but it was years now since she'd touched it. Still, she found she remembered everything as she opened the book. The mysterious foreign words, the penciled inscription opposite the frontispiece, a hand-colored photographic portrait of Carol I, King of Roumania. His hawk-faced, bearded profile was extremely clear. You could see the grizzled hair along his neck. It's called The Essential History, she said, but I can't read Romanian. Stanley says that when they found me in the orphanage, I could barely speak. I was still in a crib. When I go to college, I'll learn it all again. She placed the book carefully on the gray velvet. She allowed it to open to where the marker was, a ribbon maybe halfway through. Then she was drawing her things one by one out of the beaded purse. Most were wrapped in Kleenex, and she was uncovering them and laying them out according to her remembered ritual. First, a silver cigarette lighter, decorated and engraved with the initials FS under a small crown. Second, a silver locket on a silver chain. Opened, it revealed two sepia faces, a woman's and a child's. Third, fourth, fifth, and sixth were all coins. Big, solid, heavy, ancient, gold. And then a smaller silver one, which Stanley once had managed to identify in a book from the library. It was a Greek drachma, they decided, 2,000 years old, and stamped with the head of Alexander the Great. Romania had been conquered by the Romans in the 2nd century, but even before that, Constanta had been a Greek town. As Miranda unwrapped the last of her things, she caught a remnant of a fantasy from long ago when she was small, an image of herself as a princess standing on the shore of the Black Sea, the warm water lapping the toes of her riding boots. From the terrace of the castle she had walked down to the beach. Someone was above her on the parapet. Was it that man de Gratz? What was he afraid of? Why was he always watching her? As always, she had saved the best for last. Inside the nest of Kleenex was a bracelet of 11 gold beads, each in the shape of a tiger's head. And on the flat clasp was a circle of tiny letters, indecipherable even under the strongest magnifying glass which Stanley had brought back for her from the lab. She ran the beads through her fingers. Each one was different. She imagined they were even older than the silver coin. Once on a road trip to Washington, D.C., Rachel had taken her to a museum where they had seen an exhibition of Scythian ornaments from the Black Sea. There was a pair of gold earrings that had reminded them of her bracelet, though they were not as fine. Miranda looked up. Through the open door of the ice house, she could see the pit in the middle of the stone floor. Saplings grew from it. There were no bugs, no mosquitoes. There was no wind. The light fell down in spears through the still leaves. Miranda held the bracelet around her wrist. It glistened in the light. Peter smiled. He pulled the grass out of his teeth. "Oh, life is a marvelous cycle of song," he said, "of wonderful extemporanea, and love is a thing that can never go wrong, and I am the Queen of Roumania." He'd recited this the day before to tease her with the last line, but she realized now he wasn't making fun, and she knew the definition of extemporanea because she'd looked it up the night before. Unprepared, unrehearsed. Which didn't sound so wonderful to her. She was the kind of person who had nightmares about missed assignments and arriving at school in her underwear. The poem was by a woman named Dorothy Parker, he now claimed, when she accused him of having made it up. She knew how much his poems meant to him. He had learned them from his mother, which made them like the things in Miranda's pack, gifts from a vanished past. So in that way they were similar, she thought. Now he sat on the stone lip of the dam, squinting into the shafts of light. With his left hand he scratched the stump of his right forearm. It often seemed to itch. Though he was only a grade ahead, he was almost 2 years older than she. He'd never been friendly with her, even in elementary school. Rachel disliked him because he wasn't college material, as she said, a phrase that implied a lot without actually meaning anything. Now he got up. "Come on," he said. "Where?" "I want to show you something." He waited while she wrapped up her things and put them away. Then he turned and jumped onto the stone dam over the stream. He knew all the little paths through the woods and across people's properties. Those 2 weeks he'd shown her some of them. Some were deer paths, as he described them, and some, Miranda suspected, were maintained by him alone. Always they provided the fastest, most direct, most secret routes to anywhere. But when she got home from following him, she had to pick the burrs out of her clothes and hair. They climbed uphill through the woods, and then over the golf course. They crossed the road in front of the art museum, but then immediately took to the trees, circling around until they reached the parking lot. They climbed over the split-rail fence and down the hill into the deeper, scratchier woods. Most years there'd been a swamp back here. Now it was dry. "Look at this," said Peter. Under a bush, next to the rotted trunk of a tree, were the droppings of some animal. "Look here," said Peter, showing her where the bark of the tree had been rubbed away. "What do you think this is?" That summer there had been sightings of strange creatures in Berkshire County. People said it was because of the dry weather, because there was no water in the hills. Sometimes in the paper Miranda had seen grainy photographs of lynxes and bears. "Let's wait," said Peter, sitting down on the rotten log. He fished his harmonica out of his back pocket and rubbed it on his jeans. This was another habit of his. It looked so grown up and professional, the way he rubbed the battered metal till it shone. The first time she had watched him, she had hoped to be impressed. She would have been impressed by anything, even one song she recognized, no matter how lamely played. But always he just fooled around, and that was what he was doing now. He held the harmonica in his left hand, then cupped it in his right forearm where the stump ended in some strange small knobs. Vestigial fingers, she supposed. He breathed lightly into the aperture and made soft, papery noises. Miranda would be late for supper. The sun was going down. She stood with her backpack over her shoulder, and she was going to tell Peter that she really had to go, when he lifted his mouth from the harmonica and said, "This was my mother's favorite place on this hill. She used to come up here to gather cow flops for her garden. It's not much now, but you should see it in springtime. This whole place is carpeted in blue flowers." She looked around. Now, as if his mother had touched it, she could see it was a pretty place. a little dell in the middle of the bushes where some big trees grew up straight. Though she wasn't even angry anymore, she could tell he was trying to make amends and give her something. "I'm sorry about yesterday," he said. "What?" "Pretending not to believe you. Romania. It sounded so odd." "That's okay." He made a few more silly sounds from his harmonica. Then, "I want to know," he said. "Can you describe it?" "What?" "The postcard. The castle on the beach." She closed her eyes. "It's not really a castle," she said after a little while. "It's small. But the walls are made of stone, and the windows are narrow. The roofs are steep and a green color like old copper. There's a tower with a spire and a wide terrace along the sea. The water comes to the edge of the parapet at high tide. The terrace is made of red tiles, and there are chairs and tables with newspapers and magazines. That old woman sits there in the afternoons, drinking tea and writing letters. I used to play there with Juliana when my aunt wasn't home. We used to throw bricks into the ocean." She opened her eyes. "And the cottage?" he asked, but she shook her head. One picture was enough. Besides, he wasn't listening. He'd heard a noise, and now she heard it too. A rustling of leaves, then nothing. Peter held up the stump of his hand, gesturing for silence while he replaced his harmonica in his back pocket. Then he turned back toward her. "Are we still going to be friends?" he asked, "after school starts?" She didn't know, didn't say anything. After a minute, he pointed with his forefinger to a spherical white stone about as big as a human skull. It was half submerged in moss. "My mother showed me that years ago. What do you think?" Miranda knelt down to take a look. It was sort of a strange thing, and it did look very much like a skull carved out of stone. Even when she examined it closely, she wasn't sure whether she was looking at an artifact or just a piece of rock. Either way, it was a little creepy. She felt as if someone had touched her softly on the back. "Probably not," Miranda thought suddenly in answer to his question. Already she'd been asking herself the same thing. That night, she and Rachel had an argument. Rachel was a good cook, and she had made Miranda's favorite summer food, fried chicken and a fruit salad. It had been ready at 6:30, but Miranda didn't get home until after 8. When Rachel was angry, her voice got soft. She was a thin, light, small-boned woman. "First," she said, "I don't want you to go out without sunblock on your skin. Second, I already showed you that article. I want you home by 6 o'clock every evening and 6:30 on weekends." "Were you with that boy?" Rachel had planned to eat outside at the picnic table in the backyard, but when it got dark, she and Stanley had moved the food indoors onto the kitchen table, without tasting any of it, apparently. That made Miranda angry, too, because it seemed like a reproach. "You don't have to like him," she said. During periods of calm, Miranda and Rachel led separate lives. But when things were tense between them, Miranda sometimes found herself confiding in her adoptive mother, telling her secrets in an angry rush. Now she ardently regretted having mentioned Peter Gross. She and Rachel stood on opposite sides of the kitchen table. Stanley was in the living room drinking a beer. "I just want to know what his intentions are," Rachel said. "Do you know? You're a pretty girl, and he's older than you. I know he's been in trouble with the police. I don't want to forbid you from going where you want. I just want you to think about it. Is that so terrible? I just want you to use some common sense. Those things of yours are valuable. I have them in my closet for a reason. You can't just carry them around." "I can do what I like with them," Miranda said, "and I can choose my own friends. You might be too much of a snob to see it, but he's a nice guy." Rachel stood watching with her arms crossed over her chest. Then she turned away and stared out the window over the sink into the dark backyard. Miranda could see the reflection of her mother's lips. Furious, she stamped upstairs into her room. And she was furious with herself. It seemed hollow and hypocritical to be defending Peter now, because she had almost decided to stop seeing him. She was on her bed, lying on her stomach, leafing through the small translucent pages of the essential history, when Stanley knocked at the door and came in. The room was dark, but she had lit some candles. One burned on her headboard, one on the bedside table. They lived in the middle of town, in an old house Rachel had filled with antique furniture and art. Miranda's room was on the 3rd floor, set into a gable overlooking the backyard. The casement window was hooked back, and the candlelight trembled in the small current of air. Miranda's rocking chair, oak armoire, and dresser all loomed with shadows. Every time his in-laws visited from Colorado, they took Rachel out shopping for some new, big, dusty piece of furniture. The light flickered on the varnished floor and wainscoting. Stanley sat down beside the high oak bedpost and watched his daughter turn the pages of the book she couldn't read. He watched her move her lips, sounding out the strange Romanian words. When she was little, he had asked a friend to look at it, a bookseller and linguist who had been intrigued by the elegance of the binding, the beautiful small maps and portraits, the absence of any publisher's or author's name, any date or printer's information. His friend imagined the book to have been handmade by some Romanian monarchist in exile or in hiding. The descriptions of Ceausescu's government were full of bitterness. But otherwise the text was dry and full of facts. There was a good deal of rather basic natural history. There was a single section for every country in the world. He watched her for a moment. If she knew he was there, she gave no indication, even when he reached out and laid his hand on the small of her back. As always, when he looked at her, the straight, dark hair down her shoulders, kept out of her face by delicate, slightly protruding ears, his heart seemed stuffed with feelings that he couldn't identify. Happiness, he thought, although it didn't feel like happiness. Miranda lay on her stomach. One of her legs was bent at the knee, and one of her dirty, calloused, scratched, bare feet was poised near his shoulder. The other kicked at the summer quilt. Most of her toenail polish, an odd turquoise color, had scratched off. She closed the book on her pillow. Stanley followed her eyes, staring now at the carved headboard, the candle on its little shelf. "Tell me about Romania," she said, which surprised him. It had been a long time since she'd shown any curiosity about that. Her voice was not unfriendly, he thought, but there was a softness in it that he couldn't make out. "Your mother loves you very much," he said. But then he stopped, corrected by the slap of his daughter's foot against the quilt. He waited, and when the foot was quiet, he cleared his throat and told a version of the same story he had told her many times when she was little. Then he had tried to make it into a fairy story. But even then he'd ended up trying to describe truthfully what he'd felt when he'd seen her for the first time, standing in her metal crib, staring at him calmly out of her blue eyes in that ward of silent, disinfected children. She'd smiled and pointed at him with her tiny finger. He'd tried to describe the feelings and not the place, which had been horrifying. His little girl was gaunt, malnourished, and her head was shaved because of the lice. "You were my princess," he'd said when she was young, and she'd put her arms around his neck and her cheek against his chest, curled up contentedly to listen. But as she got older, she lost interest in Romania, except as an expression of discontent, which was why he supposed she was bringing it up now. Now he told the literal truth as he remembered. He had no gift or power to invent. "We flew to Bucharest and thought we'd come right home, but then we had to spend a few weeks. The laws were changing, and here were people in the new government who didn't like to see children adopted by foreigners, even from the orphanages, which at that time were very full. And Rachel thought it was important to see something of the country, though it was difficult. This was after the revolution against Ceausescu and his wife. They had been killed on Christmas Day. But nothing changed really afterward. The people who came in were all Ceausescu's men, the new president. There were demonstrations every day, people in the streets. Your mother and I had signed a contract to adopt a child in Bucharest, but that fell through at the last minute. We never found out why. But we were lucky, because then we flew to Constanta and found you. What was it like? We went during the fall, and it rained almost every day. The hotels were terrible, and there wasn't much to eat, just canned food, really. The countryside was beautiful, but in Bucharest, Ceausescu had knocked down most of the old neighborhoods. There were these terrible, gigantic concrete buildings. But people said it was like Paris at one time. None of this was what she wanted to hear, he thought. He waited for the sound of her whisper. He knew it would come. What did they say about me? He shrugged. Not much. They called you Miranda, which was odd because it's not really a Romanian name, as we found out. We asked about your family, but they couldn't tell us. Your family name was Popescu, but you know that's like Smith or Jones. They said it wasn't necessarily your real name. We heard your parents had been involved in the Timișoara riots that December. But that's the other side of the country, and no one said how you'd ended up where we found you. Did you see a castle in Romania? And Miranda described it to him, the long parapet along the beach. I think I saw a picture of something like that, he said. Where? Stanley shrugged. I think it's famous. Queen Marie lived there before World War II. Still, she hadn't looked at him. She lay on her stomach, staring at the candle flame. Your mother loves you, he began, and stopped. Then, I think things are better now in Romania. There's a different government. We could go back if you wanted. We could take a trip maybe next summer. Would you like that? She curled around on the bed and stared at him. She drew her hair out of her face and back behind her ear. He imagined she was trying to see if he was serious. Then she grabbed hold of his hand, so hard it almost hurt him. Expedite the inevitable, she said, which puzzled him, although he recognized the phrase with joy. It had been one of his father's maxims, and he had passed it on to her. Expedite the inevitable. No, she said. I'm happy here. He felt something sharp inside his heart. Your mother was worried, that's all. She wasn't trying to punish you. But she knows that boy has been suspected of breaking into college buildings. Miranda held her hand up, spread her fingers. What about my things? She asked. Deflected for a moment, Stanley paused. Then, well, that's a little peculiar. They were all things that were left with you by whoever it was, inside the pockets of a child's coat. One of the nurses gave it to us after we signed the papers, wadded up inside some paper bags. No, it was the next day. She came running up when we were standing on the steps of the hotel. Either she was extremely honest, or else she'd never really looked at what was there. Most of it we didn't even discover until we were back home. I'm sure they never would have let them out of the country if they'd known. The bracelet and the coins were sewn into the lining. The crucifix was wrapped in newspaper in an inside pocket. Besides the book, that was the only thing she actually showed us. She said it had belonged to your mother. In a moment, Miranda had twisted off the bed and gone to the armoire next to the open window. It was full of clothes she never wore, presents from Rachel's parents, girl clothes, as she disdainfully called them. But the coat was there, made of a dark green wool that Stanley associated with Austria. Its black velvet collar was threadbare and worn. Miranda sat cross-legged on her bed, smelling the old cloth, and then searching the torn lining, as if there might be something else they'd never found, a letter or a key. The coat was for a child, perhaps 8 years old. She ran her thumb along the inside of the lapel and found the pocket hidden underneath a flap of cloth. The cross was there, a tiny piece of ancient-looking steel hanging from a steel chain. Miranda slipped the chain over her neck. You never asked her anything about my mother? We were too surprised. To tell the truth, we didn't really recognize her from the orphanage. She spoke pretty good English, and I remember her green eyes. We didn't get her name. Now Miranda sat holding the cloth up to her nose again, as if trying to inhale whatever small trace of Romania still was there. A mystery, she whispered. Stanley smiled. A mystery. Later we wrote a letter to the orphanage, but we didn't get an answer. To tell the truth, he thought, but didn't say, Rachel hadn't wanted to know too much. Maybe that had been a mistake. Next summer we could go, he now repeated, though he imagined Rachel might forbid it. Miranda sat for a while with the coat in her lap, then picked up the book again. I don't remember any of the rest, she said, but I remember this. A woman gave this book to me. She pressed it into my hands. She was dressed in red furs, fox furs or something. I could see one of the heads hanging down. She had dark red lipstick and jeweled earrings. She stood on the platform, and I was on the carriage steps. It was after dark, and I could see the lines of evergreens along the track. There was a lamp post, and the light was shining on a circle of snow. Snow fell on my face. The man on the platform blew a whistle, and my aunt pressed this book into my hands as the train started to move. She told me to keep it safe until I heard from her. She'd send a messenger. Darling, you were 3 years old, said Stanley. In fact, they hadn't known how old she was. It had been the doctors and the dentists here who told them that. You were 3 years old, he repeated. Darling, don't you see how the mind plays tricks? Once, when she was 10, before she lost interest, she'd marched up to Weston Hall and asked Mark Pedraza to translate not the book itself, but a penciled inscription on the title page. She'd come back very excited. The old man had printed it out for her on the back of a file card, which was still stuck in the book. He reached for the card, and she allowed him to turn over the pages till it showed. And he read over her shoulder the old professor's patient, trembling letters, so different from the minuscule original. Dearest M, a hurried note to tell you once again to carry this with you and keep it safe. You know when the time will come to give it up. I'm sorry for so much. I promised your mother to provide you with a mother's love, but it's a pale version. A house on the seashore, a room in a stone tower for the white tiger. Maybe someday you will understand my difficulties, and maybe when you learn to read these words, it will be a sign you have prepared yourself. Now my enemies can hurt me, and not just the pig, but many others. I must break and run, or they will find you. It bruises my heart to leave you with this book and nothing else. Just a third-class ticket to Constanta, as if you were a servant. De Gratz and Prochenko will be with you, and you will trust them because they were your father's men. Rodica the gypsy will meet you at the station. If I've been too worried and oppressed to show the love I have for you, still God knows that everything I've done has been for you and great Roumania. God knows also I will miss you every day, and if God never grants me the sight of your face again, know your happiness and safety are the last concerns of your devoted aunt. After a moment, he went on. It's hard to think that message is not for you because of that stupid M. It's interesting, actually, how the mind grabs at things and makes them into memories. The train, the aunt, the fancy clothes. It's all there. And then you've made a picture of the rest. Believe me, when you go back, you'll find Romania is not like this. Her face was tear-stained when she looked up. But if it's not for me, what does it mean? He shrugged, hating for a moment the sound of his own reasonable voice. I guess it's just a mystery. Your mother and I had an argument about whether to show you any of this, or just to sell it and pay for college. In a way, I wish we had. If nothing had remained, it would be easier. Just this meaningless treasure. It's a little cruel. This was a rational explanation, but it was not true. In all time and space, there were only 2 copies of the essential history. One was in Miranda's hands that night, and the other was in the attic of a house on Saltpeter Street in Bucharest. These 2 copies were not identical. In Miranda's book, the frontispiece portrait was of King Carol I, reproduced from an official photograph of that monarch taken in 1881, the year of his coronation. But in Saltpeter Street, that name and date meant nothing. On the title page there was no scribbled note. The engraved portrait showed the malleable and sour features of Valeria IX, Empress of Roumania, which in those days stretched from the Black Sea to the Adriatic, from Hungary to Macedonia. Under the engraving was a line of text, missing from Miranda's book. The author hopes this squalid and pedantic fantasy will slip beneath your notice. But there was no author's name. Saltpeter Street was in the southwest quadrant near the Elysian Fields and the Field of Mars. In those days, Bucharest was called the Sapphire City because of the distinctive blue-tiled onion domes of its 1,000 temples to the old gods. It bore no resemblance to the place Stanley remembered, Nicola Ceausescu's gray and mediocre capital, which was also described in many sections of the essential history. These sections were of particular interest to the Baroness when, standing in a gypsy's pawnshop, rummaging through a painted leather footlocker, she'd first discovered the strange book. Later, she'd had Jean-Baptiste go fetch the entire trunk and drag it home. Inside there were other interesting papers, but this book was the most interesting, she decided as she sat perusing it in an armchair in her husband's attic laboratory. There were no windows, but the lamplight caught at her husband's signet ring, engraved with the symbol of his family, the red pig of Cluj. It looked out of place on her bitten and stained forefinger, which she ran rapidly over the onion skin. Fascinated, she read about the modern history of Romania, the alliance with Nazi Germany, Antonescu's dictatorship. Fascinated, she followed the invasion of the Soviet army, the communist victory, and finally, Ceausescu's despotic reign. Such a tangle of inventions, she thought. And for what? She glanced at other sections, too, especially the descriptions of North America. Then she was leafing back and forth until she found on the rear flyleaf of the book a penciled notation in impossibly small handwriting, which she recognized. In Miranda's copy, the page was blank. What would she have felt had she been able to read these words, in a language she didn't know, under the Baroness's impatient forefinger? You will deliver her to the Constanta orphanage. Follow the directions I have already given you. Americans will find her, will take her from that place. They will bring her to a town in Massachusetts, which is far from here. They will protect her from violence and give her everything they can. It will not be enough. The book she has cannot be taken from her. She must give it up. By herself, she will discover sadness, and it will not break her heart, I swear. 2. Andromeda. But that town in Massachusetts was already changing, as if from the pressure of the Baroness's finger and the smell of her cigarette-perfumed breath as she bent over the page. Miranda was busy with other things, other people, and she didn't go to the ice house for a few days. Only once before school started, she biked out to see if Peter was there, but he wasn't, so she didn't wait, even though she'd arrived earlier than the usual time. Peter's father was a nurse's aide in one of the local hospitals. His mother had been the one with the real job. Peter had stories about her, but he was vague about his father because they didn't always get along. Miranda had never seen their house, although she knew where it was, at the end of White Oak Road, 3 miles from town. Sometimes Miranda saw Peter's father driving down Water Street in a pickup truck. He was a fat man with a red face. His gray hair was tied back in a ponytail. Once Peter had mentioned that he used to smoke a lot of pot. It was news to Miranda that Peter had ever been arrested, and she wanted to ask him about it. But now that she'd shown him her Romanian things, she was embarrassed. She felt she'd shared too much, particularly if what Stanley said was true, and she'd invented all those memories. Besides, Rachel was right. If she spent any more time alone with Peter, he probably would start trying to kiss her or something, although he hadn't shown any signs of that so far. But it would be awkward. Part of her liked to spend time in the woods, following the secret paths, but there was another part. She found it hard to imagine him with the other people she knew. During the summer, it had been easy to keep him separate from them. He wasn't likely to show up at the pool or the tennis courts. He didn't ride a bike. With Andromeda in Europe, it had been good to indulge the part of her that felt misplaced and solitary. Even before she'd met Peter, she had spent time at the ice house reading the fantasy and science fiction books that otherwise made her feel a bit ashamed. Peter himself at first had seemed like a character from one of those imaginary worlds. But when school started, it was different. Those first few days when she saw him at lunch or in the halls, usually sitting or walking by himself, it seemed to her that he must feel as awkward as she did. But he didn't approach her or try to speak to her, so why should she make the first move? He looked at her without smiling, which made her unhappy and a little angry. So then she took the further step of passing him in the hall without saying hi. She knew she was handling things badly, but this was the kind of thing that happened all the time, didn't it? People spent some time together, and then they stopped. If they didn't fit into each other's lives, then it was just too bad. And she stopped thinking about it when Andromeda came back, fashionably late for the beginning of school. Her father had taken her to Greece and Turkey, where they obviously had a lot of sunshine. She looked amazing, her nose freckled and peeled, her blonde hair almost white, pulled back so you could see the 4 new silver rings on the ridge of her left ear. When she knocked at the screen door, when she burst into the kitchen, as they hugged, Miranda was aware of physical sensations. The smell of Andromeda's sweat, the strength of her arms and shoulders, all that. Then and later, she realized how much she had missed being Andromeda's friend, the attention paid to both of them at school or as they walked together down the street. She'd missed the way Andromeda so effortlessly divided what was cool from what was stupid. Always you had to find a way to share her self-assurance, or else you'd find yourself left behind. There was something about her that made Miranda eager to fit in, to accept what she was, an ordinary American girl. When she was with Andromeda, she tended not to give a damn about any of the things she'd talked about with Peter. All that, her foreignness, her adoption, she now resented having talked about. She told herself that Peter had dragged it out of her so she could share his sense of isolation. One night, though, at volleyball practice, when they were waiting for the court to clear, she told Andromeda about Stanley's offer to take her to Constanta the next summer. This was part of the longer story about her fight with her mother about privacy. At first, she thought she could tell the entire thing without mentioning Peter's name, but it turned out she couldn't. To tell the truth, it felt like a relief to talk about him, even though Andromeda wasn't exactly impressed. "You're kidding me," she said. "Wasn't he suspended twice last year?" "I don't know." Then, later, "I met some Romanians in Bochum," Andromeda said. "I tried to talk to them a couple of times, because of you, but I've got to say they were completely sleazy." They sat on the bleachers making fun of an old woman in a moth-eaten coat, taking Polaroid photographs of people playing basketball, of the roof of the gym, even of them. Andromeda waved and posed. The woman smiled. Andromeda wasn't such a great student, but people loved her. Later, when the game had started, Miranda was happy to see her on the volleyball court, yelling and cursing, spiking the ball down people's throats. Afterward, the girls took showers and walked home. Miranda was carrying the backpack with her Romanian things inside. Andromeda said, "You took that to the gym? I don't like to leave it home. I don't want Rachel to go through it. So it's safe in a locker? Miranda shrugged. You are so bizarre. Andromeda said, What do you care? The high school teams were holding tryouts in the town gym. Rachel had told Miranda to be home by 9 o'clock, but all rules tended to be forgotten or relaxed as long as she was with Andromeda. Adults were crazy about her, although it wasn't as if she never got in trouble. I know she'll look out for you, Rachel had once said, and Miranda wasn't about to argue. So they turned left across the campus and headed for Water Street to get some ice cream cones. I'm not surprised about Peter Gross, Andromeda said. He's had a crush on you for years. This wasn't what Miranda wanted to hear, so she said nothing. Don't you remember when we were kids? Andromeda went on. It was like in 3rd grade, when that kid Ricky Sheldon was harassing you. We didn't even go out on the playground for a few weeks until Peter Gross got in a fight with him. You probably didn't even notice. It was a humid night, and the streetlights were surrounded by swarms of gnats. Andromeda was carrying the volleyball. She was sweating, and her t-shirt was sticking to her freckled skin. What's with these lights? She said. Are they new? They put them up this summer. It's a security system. The college had installed a number of call boxes, too. One of them was up ahead at the bottom of Holden Court, a black cylinder with a red globe at the top. It stood in an open place between the science center and the chemistry lab under one of the new lamps. On an upper floor of the center, one light burned. Otherwise, the buildings were dark. As Miranda and Andromeda passed the call box, their footsteps clattered on the new surface, which was smoother and harder than the sidewalk. They paused under the lamp because there was something on the new tiles within the circle of the light. A picture of an animal 6 feet across, drawn in many colors of chalk. It had the eyes of a person and the snout of a pig, and its face and body were covered with red hair. But its body was more cat-like than anything else, its flanks both striped and spotted. The animal sat on its haunches against a background of red and purple clouds. Its tail was curled around its hooves. Cool, said Andromeda as she stepped over it. That's better than a stupid cow, the college mascot. They were looking toward the lights of Water Street across the empty quad. Sounds came from there, a shouted conversation too far away to understand. Miranda heard some laughter and the sound of a breaking bottle, and then some people were walking toward them out of the distant lights. For a moment they disappeared among the black massed college buildings, though the noises still remained. More shouting, clearer now. Then they moved into one of the cones of light that surrounded the new security posts. Too young for college students, Miranda thought. Come, she said, and climbed the wide stone steps to the porch of the chemistry building, an alcove of dark brick. Andromeda followed her more slowly, the volleyball still in her hand. There were 5 boys. Miranda studied their faces as they shuffled into another cone of light. She had never seen any of them before, which was odd in that small town. One of them was tall and angular, much taller than the others, with long, thin arms and legs, and he was dressed in a gray suit. The other 4, as they came closer, she imagined to be wearing some kind of uniform, sleeveless t-shirts, baggy shorts. They wore green baseball caps. They moved into the dark. And as they approached another lamp, Miranda thought she heard among their soft, slow voices a different laughter. When they came into the light again, she was surprised to see there were now 6 of them. A girl had joined them out of the dark, wearing the same short haircut, the same earrings, her bicep encircled by the same tattoos. Now they were coming down the sidewalk toward the call box and the red light outside the chemistry lab. Miranda imagined she and Andromeda were safe in the alcove as long as they didn't move. She glanced at her friend, worried suddenly that Andromeda might do something stupid, call out some kind of greeting, step out into the light. Whatever sense of menace Miranda felt, she didn't seem to share. She stood picking her nose with her big fingers, rolling the volleyball back and forth against her stomach. When the kids came out of the darkness onto the chalk-covered tiles surrounding the call box, Andromeda seemed ready to join them. But Miranda reached to put her hand around her friend's sweating, freckled forearm. She squeezed it, and Andromeda paused, and she and Miranda watched the strange kids moving around the box. One of them pressed the alarm button on the box, but nothing happened. One bent low to talk into the grill, but no sound came out. The boy in the suit found a long pole in the grass beside the wall of the chemistry lab, and he used it to poke at the red globe of the lamp above it. There was a spray of shattered glass, a pop that was like a small explosion, and the light went out. After a minute, when the kids had left and everything was quiet, Andromeda stepped down onto the empty tiles and walked over to the call box. "Come on," she said. "Don't be a scaredy cat." But it took a while for Miranda to join her, because in fact she was afraid of what she'd seen in the instant before the light went out. 6 faces looking up. One face in particular she had singled out, the girl's. In the flash of the breaking light there had been a transformation, or else Miranda had imagined a new face, changed in subtle ways, staring up into the reddish light. The eyes were a little wider, the cheeks a little flatter, the nose a little bigger and more pig-like. But then in the darkness, Miranda had heard the same ordinary laughter as the kids moved around the corner of the building, up Holden Court, out of the quad. What language was that? Miranda asked. In the mixture of voices, she had not been able to make a single phrase come clear. What do you mean? I mean, what was that girl saying? What girl? Miranda didn't push it. Andromeda was always hard to challenge. And then naturally a police car stopped and waited for them at the far side of the quad, where the lights went down the hill toward Water Street. An officer got out, an older man. He asked them some questions, then walked them lazily back to the alcove, where he shined his flashlight at the chalk drawing in broken glass. As they stood in silence, the grill below the call box gave out some scratchy static. "What a mess," said the policeman. He peered up toward the bottom of Holden Court. Everything was quiet now, and he couldn't see where the 6 of them, 5 boys and a girl, had crossed under the trees and then turned left onto South Street toward the Art Museum. Avoiding the streetlights, they walked in the shadows underneath the trees. They crossed the field behind Leake's Pond until they reached the back side of the museum. They skirted the parking lot and walked along the white marble wall. While the others went on toward the dark line of the woods, one paused. From the pocket of his gray suit jacket he produced a can of brown spray paint. He shook it, uncovered the nozzle, and then painted "Pork Rasu, Pig Red, Pork Rasu," in letters high as he could reach. For a moment he stood still under the light, a tall boy with a pale scar over each of his temples. He turned away, then hurried to catch up. They walked in single file. They didn't speak. Security lights were mounted on the wall above their heads, and they walked underneath them. But by the time they reached the path that led away from the parking lot up through the woods, the darkness was complete. Climbing in the middle of the line, Markasev could see nothing of the others. All of them had their instructions. Sometimes he could hear the shuffling of leaves, the crack of a stick, but even so it was as if he climbed alone. Soon even those small noises disappeared, and he imagined the others had spread out along the steep path, or else moved off through the trees, on errands he knew nothing of, except for one. The girl came running back with an animal she'd caught in one of her traps. She waved its fat, hairy body like a flag. "Look," she said, the only English word she knew. Then she was gone, and he climbed through the big oaks at the meadow's edge until the path moved up a gully and then met the old logging road. 3 paths came together here, and in an open place among the trees he saw the stone bench and the woman already waiting. He saw the glow of her cigarette from far away, and in its light, intermittently, the lower part of her face. She was curled against the stone arm of the bench, her back against the vertical stone slab. She was huddled in her ragged old coat, though it was a hot night. Moonlight drifted down through the clearing in a canopy of leaves. When he got close, Markasev could read the letters above the woman's head. In memory of Gregor Spla, 1882 to 1951. The old woman inhaled once more, and then ground out her cigarette on the bench's arm. But in the red glow, before it was extinguished, Markasev could see her clearly. Her yellow hair was braided and tied behind her head in an old-fashioned bun. Her face was bloodless, the lines sharp as a bird's. "Where have you been?" she said. "I'm very tired," she complained as he sat down. "I still feel the flight from last week. My plane had a layover in Stuttgart, and we didn't get into New York till 2 a.m. Then I must wait for 6 hours at the Port Authority bus station. You were there?" He shook his head. "Of course not. You came the next day. It is disgusting. Nothing but drunks and perverts. I don't like this country." She turned to face him. "Do you understand me?" He shrugged. "We could change to Romanian if you prefer." "Nu este necesar." There was air here, away from the closeness of the woods. A breeze cooled his face. They sat for a while in the dark, then she spoke. "We are moving from the motel. Today I took a house for all of us at Woodlawn Drive. In the morning you will go to school, but tonight I want you to carry a letter to the beautiful lady. When you wake up you won't remember, so let me give it to you." She handed him a sheet of paper and 2 photographs. The first showed some people playing volleyball. The second showed 2 girls sitting together on the bleachers. The one on the left, the dark-haired one, was circled in red ink. He glanced at the photographs for a moment, but when he started to slide them into the inside pocket of his suit, the old woman touched his hand. "No," she said. "Fold them into quarters." He shrugged. "Hold them in your mouth," she said. "Under your tongue." She was crumpling the piece of paper in her hand. But when he shook his head, she grabbed him underneath the jaw, her hand cold and strong. And maybe he could have shaken her off, but there was something in her touch that made him weak, and he felt his mouth pried open, the crumpled letter and the hard, slick squares of pasteboard forced inside. He was stricken with a kind of helplessness that seemed familiar. The old woman held his mouth, and with her other hand she touched his lips, his face, his eyes, his forehead, his neck, and he imagined he was drowning, suffocating, and he fell back against the stone arm of the bench. A flush of warmth overcame him, tingled on his skin. Even before he fell asleep, he thought that he was dreaming, and his dreams were taking him straight up into the air through the brown leaves of the oak trees, up into the dark sky. In Bucharest, in a different time, the Baroness Ceausescu unlocked the spare bedroom of her tall house in Saltpeter Street. She had come upstairs from a dinner party which she had given for some old friends from the Ambassador's Theatre. As often, she was dressed in men's clothing, the uniform of a colonel of the Wallachian Hussars. Ribbons hung from her chest. Pale and boylike, she glanced at herself in the gilt mirror by the door. The room, lit only by a candle on the bedside table, was almost dark after she closed the door behind her. Her face in the mirror was indistinct, hard to recognize almost. She smiled at it, pouted, took a few steps across the carpet, and then went down on one knee beside the bed. She touched her gloved fingertips together, then pulled down the coverlet and the silk sheet, revealing the sleeping boy. His hair was matted, his face dirty, and his body also streaked with dirt. She pulled the coverlet down to his hollow waist, then checked to see if the soft ropes around his wrists, around the brass spindles of the bed frame, were secure. She was keeping him here until his task was finished, and she could wake him entirely and reward him as he deserved. Her fingers hovered over the strange pale scars above his temples. What had caused them? He had stumbled into the courtyard of her house in Cluj. Nor could he say where he was from or who his parents were. She would have sent him to the orphanage, only he had touched her heart. And he had a terrible gift for hypnotic suggestion, which she found useful when she began to read the papers in the painted footlocker. Now he was here. It is a myth that evil people feel pleasure at the pain of others. Often the sympathy they feel is hard to bear. The Baroness moved her gloved fingers around the boy's body, almost touching him. Then she picked up the candle on its iron spike and drew it back and forth in front of his face. His eyelids were closed, but she could imagine his pupils moving underneath them, following the flame. With her left hand she pulled his head up by his hair, then bent down to whisper in his ear. She didn't even need him to speak. As he came awake, she could feel there was something choking him, hurting the inside of his mouth, some hard-edged thing. He spat it out, some slippery thing that seemed as if it had grown out of his mouth under his tongue. She had put the candle down onto the table. She released the boy's hair, too. Now she was wiping the old woman's letter on the bedclothes, smoothing it out, unfolding the Polaroid photographs. She touched them gingerly and spread them out on the boy's naked chest. He was shivering now. And yes, there she was in the photograph. A girl no older than he, dressed in short pants and a short-sleeved shirt, laughing at her yellow-haired friend who was posing for the camera with a ball in her hands. Yes, it was she, obviously. The broad forehead, the straight nose of her mother's family, the dark hair and protruding ears of her father's. Even in this ridiculous and inappropriate disguise, the proud lines of her face were visible, yes. And was it a blemish on the print? No, she was wearing her mother's crucifix around her neck. Triumphant, the Baroness ran her finger over the image of the girl. Though she was younger than expected, surely there was an explanation for that. And her aunt had not even bothered to change her name, which was how the old woman in Massachusetts had found her. She was sitting with her legs spread on a long, high wooden bench. Her black short pants were tied around her thighs. With one hand she touched the back of her long neck where the hair was gathered and pulled tight, an unbecoming style in the Baroness's opinion. How insignificant she looked, how thin and frail, her wrists and shoulders, her long fingers. Awkward, scarcely grown, without much of a chest under her yellow shirt. All that would come later, if she lived so long. Perhaps she might be beautiful someday. The Baroness had seen girls as maladroit and gangling as she come rapidly to flower. Inside her heart, the Baroness felt the first small trembling of the pain she was about to cause. Who could be sure? A war was coming, and this girl would be part of it. Clutching the photograph, she blew out the candle and stood for a moment in the remaining glow, the faraway streetlight diffused through gauze curtains. The window, triple-glazed, was opposite the bed. She looked down over the peaceful street. The boy was opening his eyes now, but she would leave him. She would send Jean-Baptiste to bring him water and wine. Outside in the hallway, she paused to read the old woman's letter. A cramped scrawl on the back of an advertisement, in English, for the Taconic Motel, whatever that was. Beautiful lady, I have followed the instructions you gave me in my crystal in Bucharest, getting a room for this boy and the others as you said. I have found clothes for him and a place to live. I have given him a name from America, which is Kevin, and I have used Markassev, which is my own surname because my father was from Odessa, as I told you. No one here speaks Romanian. No one knows about Romania. In just 1 week I teach this child English, which he learns with horrible rapidity, and I will send him to school. I tremble with the thought of what I've done. You have given them to me, but I am still afraid. Are they human creatures with human hearts? I have given them American names to comfort me. Henry, Dylan, Chuck, Brenda, etc. Now I bully them, tell them what to do as you have told me. But not much longer. They steal and break into shops. Soon, I tell you, the police will come. Please tell me what we do here, what I am to do. I want to help you, but I am afraid. The Baroness crumpled up the letter again and put her hand to her narrow chest. And at that moment, as it happened, Miranda was making much the same gesture. She stood with her leather backpack clutched against her heart in the middle of her mother's bright kitchen. She could feel against her body the outline of the book. She had brooded for a few hours in her room alone. Then, before dinner, she confronted Rachel. "You didn't believe me." Rachel wouldn't meet her eyes. "It's not that. It's just the way it sounded. A bunch of kids, none of whom you recognized. You say there were 6 of them, Andromeda says 5. You say they were dressed one way, she says another. You say they were speaking a language that sounded like Romanian. Was that a joke? I mean, what were we supposed to think? I'm just happy Andromeda was with you." That afternoon, when Miranda found out that her parents had agreed to split the cost of the broken lamp with Andromeda's mother, she'd felt betrayed. But now she had to admit the whole thing sounded peculiar. And it was true. The Romanian part had been a joke. But she wanted to be angry, and so she cursed under her breath at the hypocrisy of mothers, who yell at you when you do badly on a math test, but can't even raise their voices if they suspect you of vandalism and bald-faced lies. They won't even look you in the face. If she'd cared to, Miranda could have pointed out the obvious. Some bad things had begun to happen in Berkshire County. There was an outbreak of viral meningitis in Great Barrington. Then someone set a car on fire in the Price Chopper parking lot. Stanley had wanted to go look. It was just a car, but people were really upset, more than they had been about the sick kids, Miranda thought. Great Barrington was miles away. There was a fire in an old warehouse in Greenfield, but this was close to home. This was property. And when someone broke out all the windows of the shops on Water Street, there was another huge fuss, and letters to the paper about the breakdown of society. Also, if she'd cared to, Miranda could have pointed out to Rachel that a lot of new people had moved to town, and it wasn't so incredible for her to have failed to recognize the kids in the quad. In fact, she did recognize some of them as early as the next day. There were unfamiliar faces in her class. All these arguments were on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't want to rat anybody out for a little broken glass, and besides, it was too hard to explain. "You never believe me. Never trust me," she said, all the more bitterly because she wasn't feeling particularly trustworthy about this matter. And it was painful to watch her mother flinch. She went for a ride on her bike and came home late for dinner. One of the new faces in her class belonged to the tall boy she had seen crossing the campus that night. She'd noticed him the following morning. Like a lot of the new kids, he had missed the first weeks of school. His name was Kevin. He was from Russia or someplace, and he didn't speak much English, and either he liked her or hated her. He sat 2 seats in front of her in homeroom, and in the next few weeks she'd look and see him staring back at her, his face expressionless. In the halls, she felt as if he was always in her path, so that she had to walk around him. He said nothing in the classes they shared, but leaned back in his seat with his hands behind his head. Considering the fuss Rachel had made about Peter, this behavior was another reason not to tell her about Kevin Markosev. Andromeda identified his clothes as being both stylish and expensive, from Abercrombie & Fitch mostly. She was amused by the whole thing. "I swear he's stalking you," she said. "Pretty soon, he'll be camping out outside your house." Things had been awkward with Andromeda for a day or so. Miranda had been irritated with her for no good reason. Just because of what Rachel had said, "Thank God Andromeda was with you," which seemed so hypocritical and unfair, just because she'd been part of that thing with the police, who had driven them to Stanley's house and then asked questions. Miranda hated to be in any kind of official trouble. But Andromeda didn't care, didn't notice her bad mood. Besides, she was the only person who was able to see that Kevin Markosev really did have some kind of thing for her, or else really did seem to be following her around. Peter noticed, too, she guessed, though he had taken to ignoring her whenever he saw her in school. This hurt her, though she knew it was her fault. It was because she hadn't called him, hadn't looked for him, hadn't spoken to him, hadn't introduced him to any of her friends. Andromeda always knew everything about everybody, and it was she who first told her that Peter and Kevin Markosev had gotten into a fight. Peter had been suspended, Andromeda said. She never got tired of teasing. "Your admirers. I go to Europe for 5 weeks, and already you're hanging around with some one-armed delinquent." Sometimes that September, as the weather turned cool and the leaves started to change, Miranda got up early and walked to school. The way led over an abandoned logging road on Christmas Hill. You climbed up behind the art museum, either through the woods or else the high meadow, which in the early morning was always full of cows. The meadow rose up to the ridge where, looking back over the valley, you could see the spires of the churches and some of the larger college buildings poking up through the trees. You could see the gold dome of Schneider Hall. Sometimes she would walk home in the afternoons with Andromeda, or alone. The logging road led for a couple of miles through the woods, and then you came out suddenly onto the ridge. Then especially it was beautiful, the sun sinking westward down the valley, the long light shining on the yellow and red leaves of the sugar maples. One day in late September, she was walking home along the logging road. Closer to town sometimes, she saw cross-country runners from the college, but there was never anybody up at the end where the road came down toward Route 6, about a half a mile from the school. You reached it through some people's driveway, where it was blocked off with enormous boulders, and was, in any case, so rutted and uneven that no one could drive over it without special equipment. She climbed with her green book satchel over her shoulder. She had taken to leaving her backpack in her locker at school. The road followed the deep woods over the back of Christmas Hill. Sometimes she imagined there were dangers here, but the odd thing was how silent the woods were now that the weather had changed. She rarely saw a squirrel or a bird. It hadn't rained all summer, and it still didn't look as if it ever would. There was no wind, the sky was empty, all the streams and ponds were dry. No one could remember a more beautiful fall. The leaves had turned early, and as she climbed out of the pines, she found herself surrounded by beeches and aspens and maples and birch trees, all in their gaudiest colors. Even the oak leaves, which often were quite dingy in the fall, this year shone like polished brass. There wasn't a sound except for her own breath, the beat of her heart, the shuffle of her boots through the dead leaves. What was more, all the smells of the forest seemed to have gone away. Once at the ice house, Peter had told her to close her eyes, and then told her the colors of various smells. The green leaves and ferns, the dusty white stones, the black-brown mold, the yellow sand. Afterward, as she followed him through the woods, those colors seemed to wash over her in waves. Now she smelled nothing. There was something about the beauty of the trees that seemed artificial now, and sometimes she imagined that if there had been a wind, it would have stirred the leaves to clink against each other like shards of colored glass. She came out on the ridge above the town. She stood looking down the meadow at the white marble bulk of the art museum. She could see people standing among the marble columns. The closest way to home was down that way. The chance thought of Peter made her unhappy, but she often thought of him when she was walking in these woods. How could she not? She wanted to ask him about the fight with the new boy, because she thought she had to be involved somehow. She hated the thought of him getting into trouble. Halfway down the hill, she moved into the trees at the broken birch that Peter had once showed her. She followed Peter's deer path through the undergrowth. Bent almost double, she climbed down the hill into the deeper woods until she found the place, the wildflower dell and the rotted tree trunk, where he'd played the harmonica. She was looking for the skull-shaped rock when she heard the buzzing of a fly. She found the rock, sat down on the log beside it. She tried to imagine what it would be like to have a mother whose favorite place was a little dell in the woods, and not, for example, F.A.O. Schwartz or Saks Fifth Avenue. But, of course, Rachel wasn't her real mother, and despite what she'd told Peter, it was hard for Miranda to conjure up any coherent fantasy of her mother in Roumania. Any image in her mind was always superseded by the lady dressed in furs. A fly lit on her arm. She shook it off. Again, she was aware of the buzzing sound, and she looked for the source of it. A furry, purse-like body was nailed to the trunk of a birch tree 6 feet above the ground. Curious, Miranda got to her feet. It was a woodchuck, she thought, and now she could see how the small belly had been cut open and a piece of metal jutted out. She had a stick in her hand, and as she reached out, the animal dropped to the ground, the flies scattered away. In the copper-colored leaves, Miranda saw some plastic beads, some nails tied together with grass, and a coin, a 5 leu piece from Romania. She knelt down for a moment over this small, headless, hairy, desecrated thing. She poked it with a stick. Disgusted, she looked around, but there was no one. Maggots were in the carcass, and a Roumanian coin. She felt a sudden surge of fright, and she was hurrying through the birch trees down the slope. She crossed the golf course by the 17th tee. In 15 minutes, she stood out of breath on the stone dam beside the ice house, looking at the dried-up stream. As she was running, she had thought that Peter Gross was the only person who would properly appreciate the disgusting thing nailed up in his mother's favorite place. If he didn't know about it, she would tell him, would show him the body of the woodchuck and the Roumanian coin. He would tell her what he thought. Stupidly, she imagined he'd be waiting for her. But now, as she stood alone on the dam, she was glad Peter wasn't there. The silence of the place was a relief to her, and as she stood on the bridge, it occurred to her for the first time to be frightened of Peter Gross. She knew what Andromeda would say, what Rachel would say. Why had he picked a fight with that boy? What did he want? And wasn't it most likely that he had nailed up that thing? Who else went to that little dell in the woods? If she had said his name, he would have heard her. He was sitting cross-legged under some oleander bushes not far away. With the fingernails of his left hand, he scratched at the stump of his right forearm. He was dressed in a plaid shirt and dirty jeans. He had been sitting a long time. His harmonica lay in his lap. For a while he had been making what he called whisper music, but he had stopped before Miranda came. Now he waited for her to leave. Without making a sound, he moved his mouth in the shape of certain words, part of one of the last poems his mother had taught him. Let us be true to one another, for the world which seems to lie before us like a land of dreams, so various, so beautiful, so new, has really neither joy nor love nor light. He couldn't remember the last lines, though he had learned them from his mother's lips and knew them perfectly well. Ignorant armies, he thought. He watched Miranda standing on the parapet beside the ice house, then watched her take the path over the dry brook. He waited for a few minutes before he went the other way, behind the grounds department shed to the fieldstone gate at the bottom of Water Street. His father was waiting in the alley, leaning against the white clapboard wall. He wore a stained red t-shirt, tight over his big stomach, and was drinking a cup of water. When he saw Peter, he fished some wadded money from the pocket of his jeans and held it up. $3, enough for 2 chocolate ice cream cones that Peter went in to buy. The store was crowded and he had to stand in line. When he came out again into the alley, his father was already moving down the brick path. His way was blocked by college students. He pushed past them, then waited for Peter on the sidewalk of the larger street. "I hate this place," he said. He hated every place the students tended to cluster. Water Street was full of them. Expensive cars with out-of-state plates lined the curb. Peter held the 2 cones against the crook of his right elbow. His father plucked one out, and together they walked down to the lot at the bottom of the street. Peter's father had parked in the shade. Ordinarily, it was pleasant to sit in the front seat of the truck and eat ice cream while the breeze blew through the open windows. Anything you might want in the way of books, tapes, tools, maps, or magazines was underfoot. Ralph, his father's red-haired, dirty, gaunt old cat, was waiting for them too. He arched his knobby spine. "I just got back from talking to the guidance counselor," said Peter's father as they got in. "He had a lot to say. But I remember that guy, and he's no smarter than he was when I was in 10th grade. Everybody's had a couple of days to think about this and get their story straight. Fighting is a thing that's either stupid or bad. So now I'm asking you." They stared out the windshield at the trees. They ate their ice cream cones and stared straight ahead. Peter felt a surge of gratitude and uneasiness. His father shone in situations like this. His loyalties were clear. Outside the truck, the world was full of crooks and fools. Inside, there was no room for lies. So Peter wished this particular story didn't sound so dumb. For a long time, the bench seat in the cab had been wide enough for him to sleep with his head on his mother's lap when they'd gone on family trips, up to Maine, or every summer down to North Carolina. Later, his father had bolted a roof over the bed of the truck and made a nest for him back there. The sliding window between the bed and the cab was always open, and often he had lain awake listening to his parents' slow talk. Sometimes, late at night, the gap between a question and an answer had been miles wide. Now he laid the stump of his arm outside the passenger's side window. "I was trying to remember that part of Dover Beach," he said, "about the ignorant armies." His father raised his eyebrows. "This is relevant?" "Not really." A drip of ice cream had fallen onto his father's shirt, onto the bulge of his belly. He picked it off with his broad thumbnail, and then he held his hand out to Ralph the cat, who licked at it enthusiastically. "Your mother used to teach you more on a Saturday afternoon than those clowns did all week," he said. They finished their ice cream cones sitting side by side. There was no rush. The truck was in the back of the lot, pointed into the woods, and for a moment Peter imagined they were driving someplace through the trees, the bushes reaching for the windshield. "Here's what happened," he said finally, "and I can't explain it very well. I had a dream on Monday night. After I woke up, I could remember almost every part of it. There weren't any of the crazy things that usually happen in dreams." He paused, then went on. "It was winter, and I was standing in the snow next to the soccer field. And there was this new kid, Kevin, standing next to me. He's from the Ukraine, and he's living in a house on Woodlawn Drive. There's a bunch of kids up there, and his mother, I guess. Anyway, I could feel the cold and see his breath when he talked. He was clapping his gloves together, stamping a circle in the snow with his boots. The snow was deep and smooth as if we'd been dropped there by a bird. He was telling me I had to do something for him. We argued for a while. Then he said something about my arm, and I woke up." There wasn't much room between Peter's father's belly and the steering wheel, but Ralph the cat had climbed up in there and was licking his fingers, held out for the purpose. Peter said, "The next day when I saw him in line, he came over to talk to me, which he never does. I tried to walk away, and he grabbed hold of me. Then he said the same thing he had in the dream, the same thing about my arm. He's got a foreign accent, and it's a weird phrase, so I couldn't be wrong. So then "Yes, I know the rest," said his father. "You punched him in the stomach and ripped a hole in his shirt, and when he was down you kicked him in the ribs, which I don't like to hear. But let me ask you this. What did he say to you?" "You mean in the dream? I don't care about the dream." Peter shrugged, because he didn't want to repeat what Markasov had said. The whole thing sounded stupid to him now. But his father would not be put off. He would wait forever if he had to. "He called me a hurdy-gurdy boy." Peter's father pushed Ralph off his lap, then wiped his fingers on his red pocket handkerchief. For the first time he turned to look at his son. "Well, that's not the worst I've ever heard," he said. "No, sir." Peter was looking out the windshield at the trees. "Here's what I did," his father said after a little while. "I paid for that kid's shirt. We'll figure out a schedule and you can pay me back. You'll go to school tomorrow. I'll drive you in. We have a meeting in the office. No big deal." "Yes, sir." He reached out to touch Peter's hair, a brief and clumsy gesture he reserved for special occasions. "Don't be too hard on yourself," he said after a moment. "You've had a lot to overcome. Your mother and I—" He still talked about her as if she were alive. He rubbed his nose, then started up the truck and backed it out into the lot. Peter knew what he was referring to, and it wasn't just his arm. It wasn't even his mother's illness. But when he was about 5, he'd stopped talking for some reason for about 8 months. Obviously, it had made a big impression. "The longest year of my life," his mother had once said, though he wondered now if she would have included her last year, when she'd had to get all those transfusions, and those smelly sores were beginning to break out on her neck and shoulders. His father glanced at him as they turned onto Water Street. His eyes were fierce, though he was smiling. "That's the end of it," he said. But it wasn't quite the end, Peter thought. It was fine to say you didn't care about a dream, but there it was, as clear as something that had really happened. Kevin Markasev, standing in the snow, had asked him what Miranda kept in her leather pack. He had asked about the book, all kinds of specific details, and Peter had told him. There was another strange thing. Kevin Markasev was bigger than Peter, and he had 2 hands, but he had lain there and let Peter kick him in the side. 3. Miranda. "You won't guess where I found it," said the Baroness. "It was in the back of a jewelry shop in the old court. I was having some rings reset. I came early to pick them up, and I'm glad I did. I was poking around the back when I saw your painted locker, and I recognized the seal. Your book was in a leather case inside. When I touched the binding, I could feel an ache in my teeth and my fingertips. It was like an electric shock." "Really?" They spoke in French. "It must be hard for you to imagine your private documents for sale in a gypsy's shop, particularly something as important as this. I condescended to bargain with the old woman, and was able to purchase it for almost nothing." The Baroness wasn't doing herself justice. In the gypsy shop, she had pawned a platinum bracelet and a ruby ring, and would have pawned her husband's signet ring as well, if the old woman had shown any interest. If she had not, in fact, spat in the corner and made the sign of the evil eye. The footlocker of papers had been on a rubbish heap to be discarded, and the Baroness was lucky to have noticed it. She had cowed the old woman into giving it away, and when she thought how slim a chance that had been, she shuddered, a feeling again like an electric shock. Now she ran her gloved fingers along the cover of the book. "The Essential History of the World. You know, it's quite remarkable how this was done. It's like a magic box where the inside is larger than the outside. Or one of those decorated eggs, and when you peer in you can see a whole town." "I don't understand." "Please don't make a game. No one but you could have created such a thing." The book lay between them on the rough pine table. The Baroness Ceausescu sat shivering on a wooden stool while the princess served tea. She stood above the table in the single cold room, pouring tea into white porcelain cups that she must have inherited from her mother, for they carried the mark of the Brankovinu family, the same mark that the Baroness had noticed on the leather trunk, half obscured under layers of dirt. A ring of gold letters, so small they could not be deciphered. But the porcelain cups were true imperial ware. How was it that they had not been sold? How had they survived the wreck? Nicola Ceausescu had every reason to hate this old woman, she told herself. Over the years, she told herself, her hate had turned to pity, because the woman had lost so much. But because what she called pity still had so much hate in it, she found she had forgotten about the woman's self-possession, her dignity, or indeed any of her other qualities. Now she remembered. Even now, when she must have known the game was finished, Princess Aegypta was entirely calm. The Baroness wore her greatcoat over her riding clothes, and she was still cold. But Aegypta Schenk von Schenk had only a white linen shirt tucked into leather hunting trousers. She had been walking along the snow-dusted path with her shotgun broken over her arm, and the Baroness had had to turn her horse to pass her again before she recognized her. She'd last seen her at one of the Empress's receptions years before, dressed in a purple Chinese jacket, surrounded by her court. Of all the Brankovinu land she had inherited from her mother, there remained only these few acres of worthless forest, only this thatched one-room house in which the Baroness sat shivering. Impatient, she had ordered her own men to bring in wood and build up the fire now that the kettle had been taken off. It was a sign of the old woman's condescension that she did not sit, that she poured the tea out like a servant. Angry and ashamed, the Baroness pointed to the book again. "How dare you?" she said. "How dare you use my name? This foul animal, this pig," she said, meaning Nicola Ceausescu, the character in the book, the son of peasants, the leader of the Communist Party of Romania, who had murdered so many, destroyed so much out of his capricious vanity. At other times, reading, she had been flattered and amused. Now she was angry. She put her gloved hand on the cover of the book and flipped it open to where the ribbon lay, a description of the party conference of 1977, a drawing of the dictator's disgusting face, in which nevertheless she could see her own, though she was only 34 years old and a beautiful woman, as everybody said. Now she was angry, especially when she thought she saw in the woman's eyes a hint of mockery. For a moment she imagined crushing the teacup in her hand or throwing it against the wall. Then she sat back, put it down. "This tea. Do you have something stronger?" Aegypta Shank turned to the shelf above the basin and pulled down a jug. Then from beside it she produced another beautiful object, a cut crystal goblet, decorated also with the ring of tiny letters. "It is raki," she said, pouring out the colorless liquid. The fire was roaring in the cast-iron stove, and the Baroness could feel its small warmth. She didn't touch the glass. Instead, she stood up, stripped off her glove, then carried the book to the middle of the cottage. She stepped over the rough-sawn, muddy planks. How astonishing to imagine the woman's life here in this single room. There was the straw mattress where she slept under those blankets, those rolled-up sheepskins. Along the far wall were the bins of turnips and potatoes, and above them stood shelf after shelf of jars and cans. There, on an overturned crate, was an altar to her obscure Jewish god. Bunches of onions and garlic hung from hooks in the rafters. All the work, the Baroness imagined, of Aegypta Shank's own hands. But there'd been a time when her brother had commanded armies. And on her mother's side, she was descended from Miranda Brankovinu and the Golden Kings. "Well," she said, "I thank you for returning it to me, though I fear it's not as important as you think. If you were hoping for a reward—" She shrugged, then gestured around the room. "But if you come to make amends, I'm glad of it, because what passed is past. There were some other papers, too." The Baroness suppressed a bark of irritated laughter. "Yes," she said, "forgive and forget. But tell me this. Why is your world so much more terrifying than the real one? Why isn't it a place of peace and understanding? Was all this necessary just to make a place of refuge for your niece? These wars, these names and dates, these fantastical theories, Copernicus, Darwin, Freud. Look at this section on the United States." Her fingers moved over a summary of the NASA space program, a description of the achievements of Apollo 11. "As if anything like this could come out of that wilderness." The woman shrugged. The ugliness of her face, the coarseness of her skin, gave her a kind of distinction, the Baroness thought, especially when contrasted with the beauty of her voice. "I had 90 scholars working for a decade. Those references to Ceausescu were not in the initial drafts." She hesitated, then went on. "The project was not finished when the Empress turned against me. At the end I was working by myself. Originally, of course, I had hoped to transform the world." How smug she was. The Baroness felt her hatred seeping back, her desire to wound. She opened the book to the last page and revealed the flyleaf, inscribed with the woman's own handwriting. She held up the book, then read out loud. "By herself she will discover sadness." Carefully she tore out the page, then crumpled it up. The stove had a small plate on top, which she pried off to reveal the fire. She dropped the sprig of paper and watched it burn. Suddenly she felt her heart was breaking as she imagined the woman's pain. Or no, when she looked up there was again the flicker of a smile. "You'll never find her," said the woman, a piece of bravado. The orphanage in Constanta had kept records, and the town in Massachusetts was a small one. "Alas," the Baroness murmured, and from elsewhere in the book she produced the battered photograph of Miranda Popescu. "You cannot hide an entire world," she said. Then, after a pause, "You must think I'm a fool, but you are the stupid one. Maybe I don't have the resources you once had. 90 scholars, but I can follow simple instructions. Yes, there were other papers in your trunk. Yes, I was able to decipher your pathetic code. There was a woman who told fortunes in your Bucharest. She gave lessons in the English language, and she had a shop. I spoke to her through my Ouija board. She answered through her ball of quartz. I gave her directions, sent her on a trip to Massachusetts. Is that right? What an absurd name. She posted me this photograph. You see? It's called a Polaroid. Color. The process doesn't exist here." She'd been examining the fire. Now she looked up, confident that the grief in Princess Aegypta's eyes would be as much as she could bear. But there was nothing like that, only a false look of puzzlement. "You're lying. Nothing can cross—" The woman caught herself, was silent, but the Baroness finished the sentence. "Unless what? Unless the book is destroyed." "You are wrong. I found a way." She was torn now between her desire to boast, to pretend she was as great an alchemist as her dead husband, and her desire to hurt. As always, boasting was a pallid sensation, second best. "You led me by the hand. I couldn't have done it without you." It wouldn't matter if she told her. The 2 soldiers she'd brought with her knew no French. They spoke nothing but Romanian. Besides, they'd been her husband's men when he was with the army. Now they stood in the doorway, bored by what they did not understand. "I sent 5 spirit children from the prison at Cluj," the Baroness went on. "They were what's the word? I read it in your book. They were my archetypes, and very crude. Then when I had read some more, I sent another one, a boy from my own house, whom I controlled more easily. The woman from Bucharest has kept them safe, though I haven't told her what I plan to do. It would be cruel to ask her to conspire against her own existence. I've sent the 5 to hunt Prochenko and de Gratz, though it's been scarcely worth the trouble. They have not been, what shall I say, effective guardians. Certainly they can't protect her from the boy, who will accomplish what I want. He'll get her book from her. Already he has put my mark on what you've made." Placid and calm, the princess looked at her. She was standing by the cistern pump, one big hand on the enamel trough, supported in an iron frame. Nicola Ceausescu was by the little stove, leafing through the pages of the book. "I don't understand," the princess said. "If you're not here to return my papers or sell them back, why are you here? I saw you looking at my teacups. Perhaps we can arrange a trade." The Baroness disliked questions that began with the word "why." She was here because of a great impulse, a tingling in her body and her hands, a sadness marred only by a wisp of anger as she caught a glimpse again of Nicola Ceausescu's pudgy face, this time in a chapter about détente. The dictator was shaking hands with Richard Nixon. Momentarily, she closed her eyes, because she did not want to feel her sadness overwhelmed. Tears were on her cheeks. She lived in the heart's chaotic realm, and this was not the moment to explain the obvious. Why should she trade these papers for a few pieces of china, when the girl in the Polaroid was worth millions of francs? Why should she deny herself a sensation of victory over an old enemy who had never given her an instant's consideration or politeness, even when the princess's brother had been alive? She shut the book and held it up. "The world is in two places, one false and one real," she said, dropping the book into the fire where it began to smoke. She picked up a pair of tongs, but before she could step back, Princess Aegypta had grabbed her shirt between the lapels of her coat, ripped it open with her coarse hands, thrown her to the floor. The Baroness had chosen an awkward moment for her triumph. Her men were outside the door, bringing in more sticks from the woodpile, leaving her defenseless. Now they dropped their logs with a clatter and seized hold of the woman, dragged her back. "Metropleta!" "Idiots," the Baroness snarled, then scrambled to her feet because the woman was loose again. She had twisted loose, and now had put her hand into the flames and snatched out the burning book, which was spitting fire, blazing like a torch. She held it up, and the Baroness scanned her ugly face, searching for a glimpse of real emotion, some real grief, and not this pretense of tranquility. She held her big nose high, and her lip was lifted in an expression of aristocratic disdain. Then, when she couldn't keep the book from burning her fingers, she let it drop to the raw wooden boards. "Take her outside," the Baroness commanded. "Please," she continued, as the soldiers looked at each other. She knew what they were thinking. This gray-haired lady had once been a champion of the poor, a patron of charity hospitals, and this was her own cottage after all. Surely, "I don't have to remind you," she continued, "of her brother's treachery." This wasn't much, was old news after all. Uncertain and ashamed, the soldiers wouldn't meet her eyes. "Please," she said again. She had recruited them in Cluj, where they'd retired from active service. Since then, she'd paid them badly and infrequently, and she now wondered if the princess opened her mouth, if she gave a command, whether the man would turn to her, help her extinguish the burning book, throw the Baroness out into the gathering snowy darkness as she deserved. But Aegypta Shank did nothing, merely stood with her hands clasped together, and then after a moment strode across the smoky room and out the door. And when the soldiers followed her, and the Baroness was alone, she breathed in the smoke as if it were incense on the altar of Cleopatra's temple. It was the smell of the narrow triumph she liked best, and without thinking, and because she had pictured for a moment the statue of Cleopatra in her mind, she started to move. Even in riding boots, her feet remembered the old paces of Cleopatra's dance, which she had performed on the boards of the Ambassador's Theatre when she was still a girl. The dance comes at the end of the opera's second act, and in it the goddess-queen destroys the synagogue of her enemies. Lithe and graceful, now the Baroness was stirring around the room, and with her flat-open hands was swatting at the strings of onions and garlic overhead, knocking away the crystal goblet and the teacups. They shattered on the floor. Then, after a minute, her movements still passionless and stylized, Nicola Ceausescu was pulling down the plain curtains and overturning the chairs. The book was smoking, and she smashed a kerosene lantern over it and upset the jug of liquor so it spilled into the rag carpet and flared up. In the opera, the dance had lasted several minutes, and had been always greeted not with applause, but with bewildered silence. She had been barefoot and half-clothed, her lips red and her eyes black with kohl. The applause had come later, and the howls of delight, and by the time she finished, now the room was on fire. She stood on the threshold. It was starting to snow. Princess Aegypta was on the walk, hands on her hips. The Baroness stepped down onto the slates and stood beside her, watching her and not the fire. She could hear the soldiers farther back muttering to each other, and the Baroness could feel their confusion and disapproval, as if a smaller fire burned behind her. They were wondering what they should do. Should they bring buckets from the cistern? And if the princess had begged them, if she had cried or cursed, they would have done what she wanted. They were soft-hearted men, not like the Baroness, who was already feeling the tickling of remorse. They would not have burned a defenseless woman out of her house, a princess of Roumania, whose brother was von Schenk, the traitor, but a hero before that. If she had shown any expression, doubtless they would have helped her. But it was Nicola Ceausescu who was buffeted with emotion. The princess's face was quiet as she watched the glow behind the dirty windows. After 15 minutes, they had to stand back from the heat. Snow fell on their heads. Aegypta Schenk von Schenk reached out to warm her hands. She needed nothing, the Baroness decided. There were many who would take her in near here. Her family had been well loved. Still, it was a cold night, and the Baroness always had to press a little farther. "Give her your coat," she said to the soldier who stood behind her, who was beckoning to them now to go. In 1966, 3 local districts had combined to build a new junior and senior high school in northern Berkshire County, on a hill above a dairy farm several miles from town. The building was made of glass, steel, cinder blocks, bricks, and consisted of 4 single-story corridors around a central courtyard, not the kind of building that would easily burn. But the fire set that night got into the walls and ceilings. Several classrooms were damaged on the west side of the building. Until it started to rain, 18 hours after the first alarm, the roof over the library was still smoking. Andromeda didn't hear about the fire before she went to bed, because she was talking to Miranda on the phone. On Tuesday morning, Andromeda's mother let her sleep late. After breakfast, there were a lot of phone calls to make, so she didn't hear from Miranda again until past 1 o'clock. Andromeda assumed she was calling about volleyball practice, but then it turned out there was something else, something hard to understand, because she was gulping and swallowing her words. Then she calmed down. Miranda had left her backpack in her locker at school. The bracelet, the old coins, the bag of strange items she had inexplicably lugged around for the past few weeks. Now she was afraid she'd lost them in the fire. That morning she'd made Stanley drive her out, but the police hadn't let them in the parking lot. She said she'd gotten out of the car and run over to the soccer field, where there were some other people standing around. "The whole west corridor was hidden in the smoke," she said. She didn't cry, but she sounded numb and stupid. "I would have stayed, but Stanley had to go to class," she said. "I promised Mom I wouldn't go out by myself. Now I'm here alone." She never called Rachel Mom. It was a bad sign. "So what are you doing?" "Watching TV." She never watched TV. Andromeda canceled some things and rode over Miranda's house, which was on the green in the center of town. She parked her mountain bike in the yard next to the fence. She went up the steps to the screen door, and sure enough, there was the sound of canned laughter inside the house. So she pounded on the open door until Miranda came out, and together they went bike riding in Petersburg Forest. It was a beautiful October day, the sky full of clouds, the trees orange and red and gold. "I can't think what would burn," Andromeda said once they'd stopped beside the stream. "I mean, the doors are wood, I guess." Then they rode out to the firehouse and watched the trucks come back. "They'll wait until it's safe and then go through," Andromeda said. "In the meantime, you should call the principal's office. There's probably a lot of valuable stuff left inside. Probably a lot of people lost something." But it couldn't be that simple. Something was obviously on Miranda's mind, but she wouldn't talk about it. At 6 o'clock, they went back to her house for supper. Rachel had prepared Mexican food, and Stanley was telling them about what he thought were some amazing developments in the Horsehead Nebula seen through the Hubble telescope. He was a professor of astronomy and a sweet man, though very thin. When he got excited, as now, Andromeda thought he was kind of cute, at least for a dad. After supper, upstairs, Miranda pulled back her windows to watch the rain falling in the backyard, the first rain for months, and a welcome sight. She'd hardly said a word all day, but now she was full of news, mostly about current events in Eastern Europe. This had never before been a subject of conversation. She turned on the computer and showed Andromeda some web pages from Romania. "What's this about? What is wrong with you?" "I had a dream last night, after we talked on the phone." "Great," said Andromeda, who was easily bored. Miranda often told her about her dreams, which tended to be complicated. Even so, they always managed to retain that special boring quality. Andromeda herself had never dreamt of anything that made sense, or that she remembered 30 seconds after she woke up. But now she found herself sitting cross-legged on the bed while Miranda spoke. "It was nighttime. I was in the woods. I was lost. I came into a ring of birch trees. There was a woman and she talked to me. It was in a foreign language, but I could understand. She was an old woman with a big nose. She said someone was trying to hurt me, and when I woke up, the first thing I heard was someone lit the school on fire. And the connection would be... Miranda rolled her eyes. She was sitting on the side of the bed, a candle in her hands. Outside, it was getting dark. "Life is not just about you," said Andromeda. But Miranda interrupted. She said she couldn't have spoken to me before, because then people would know. But now people knew anyway, and they would try to hurt me. They were sent by enemies of hers and mine. Do you remember the kids in the quad? She said I would know who my friends were. She told me not to turn away from my friends. She told me I had 2 friends I could trust, and who'd do anything for me. She said one of them would show me some kind of sign and talk to me about my own country. He'd show me something from my own country. He'd offer me something, and that's how I'd know to trust him. I can't believe it. I've been so unfair. "I don't know about anything," said Andromeda. "I don't know if I'd do anything for you. It was just a dream." Which turned out not to be the right thing to say. Miranda was staring at the candle flame, trembling in her trembling hands. It wasn't just a dream. It was more real than you. I saw the light on the birch trees, frost on the yellow leaves. I smelled the smoke. This woman grabbed hold of me, and I could feel her hands. She said she was my father's sister. Then she told me that my mother was in a place called Ratisbon, and she touched me on the forehead with her fingers. Andromeda sat watching the candle flame until Miranda blew it out. "I spoke to Peter Gross," she said. "He's going to meet me in the yard. We're going over Christmas Hill." Andromeda stared at her. "I'm missing something. You told me—" Miranda interrupted, shook her head. "Maybe I wanted to believe it because I hadn't called him. Maybe I wanted not to trust him. But he's got to be my other friend who's trying to protect me. That's why he got into that fight." "Well, come on. I don't think you should change your mind because of some dream. You said that animal was in the place where you'd last seen him, that dead woodchuck or whatever. You said you'd been talking to him about Romania. You said he probably stole one of your Romanian coins, that he was angry at you for dumping him. I didn't dump him. There was nothing to dump. This was a modern coin. Rachel kept a few from when they went. So maybe he broke into your house. Besides, how do you know your dream was about him? Maybe it was about that guy Kevin. He's the new kid. He's from Romania or someplace. He's the pretty one. Maybe Peter Gross is the bad guy, the one-armed bandit in the night." She wasn't serious, but Miranda was. "Don't you get it? Maybe he did nail that thing up, but that's the sign. The thing from my own country. It's not as if he hurt me. And besides, you're wrong. You don't even know him. He's a nice guy. How did he know I'd go back there?" "Yeah, well, suit yourself." After a moment, Miranda spoke. "I tried calling you this morning, but your phone was always busy, so I called him. He knew immediately why I had to go. I didn't have to explain it." To Andromeda, this felt like a rebuke. She decided to stop teasing. "You're walking to the school?" Miranda nodded. "Someone would see us on the road. Peter doesn't ride a bike." Because he was missing his hand, Andromeda thought. His right forearm ended a few inches past his elbow, and then there was an odd stump covered with scaly skin and what looked like warts. His clothes looked like his father shopped at Walmart. He wore sneakers to school, even in winter, and his teeth suggested bad nutrition. He lived in what was basically an old farmhouse out on White Oak Road, with a lot of garbage and broken-down trucks in the front yard. Andromeda had seen him mowing the lawn once, when she was going on a run. Actually, she had seen him more than once, as she often ran out that way, but once she'd stopped to watch him. Actually, she'd been impressed to see him work the power mower with his one hand. Miranda emptied the books out of her green satchel. Now she filled it with 2 hammers, 2 flashlights, and a coil of rope, which she took out from underneath her bed. She put on running shoes, black jeans, and a black sweatshirt. A ridiculous ensemble, Andromeda thought. "How about a gas mask and rubber gloves?" she said. "You're probably not even going to be able to get inside." "Probably not. I don't understand why we can't go by ourselves. It's nothing we can't do alone." Miranda shrugged. "Hey, I can drive you out there," Andromeda continued. "What can he do for you?" Later, she rode her bike home in the rain. She slipped in through the side door and stood in the dark kitchen, running her fingers through her wet hair. She was watching the light through the closed glass doors that led into the living room. She could hear her mother talking on the phone, and she supplied in her mind the words of another drunken call to California. Her mother talking on and on when there was nothing to talk about. Her father was a patient man. She took the keys to the Volvo from her mother's purse. After midnight, when the rain had stopped, she drove back into town. The brake and clutch felt good under her wet, bare feet. The risk made her happy, which was nice because she'd been depressed before. The fact was, she was curious about Peter Gross. She wanted to see him and Miranda together. Maybe she was jealous. She didn't have boys fighting over her, especially not older boys. They were waiting for her at the corner as they'd prearranged. They slipped into the back without a word. They sat together in the darkness, and Andromeda had to drive them like a chauffeur. The gear shift was a little rough. "Do you have a license?" Peter asked when they reached Field Park. A stupid question. How old did he think she was? She had learned to drive that summer, though, in Greece. In her mind, the car ride was the bribe she'd offered them to be included. She pulled onto Route 6 out of town, and in 5 minutes they saw the sign at the top of the hill. They drove into the school parking lot, which had a new white trailer in the middle of it. Lights were on in the trailer. Cars were parked outside. "Shh," Miranda said, and that was stupid too. Andromeda pulled into a space, turned off the lights, then killed the engine, and they sat for a while. No one came out of the trailer to yell at them, so they got out of the car just to see if they could take a look. Miranda hurried on ahead. Andromeda could see the beam of her flashlight when she and Peter passed the corner of the wall. Almost invisible in her black clothes, Miranda was waiting at the history department offices, and shined her light across the field, then back at the narrow panel of safety glass in one of the steel doors. It was starred and crumbled, kept in place by wire mesh. The door itself hung ajar, fastened to the other by a padlocked chain that ran through both doors' handles. "Let's be quick," Miranda said. She thrust the flashlight into Peter's hand and knelt to remove a hammer and a cold chisel from her bag. Then she was smashing at the padlock, obviously not caring about the noise, which was like the clanking of a bell. "Stop," whispered Andromeda. She'd rummaged for a piece of cloth in Miranda's bag and had come up with the second flashlight and a blue bandana, which now she wrapped around the lock. Peter put the light down in the wet grass and picked up a hammer. Andromeda held the chisel for him. In 6 strokes, the mechanism broke apart. "Wait here," Miranda said, but that was idiotic, so Andromeda followed her into the building, into the warren of small department offices. Some of the teachers' desks in the common room had been pushed against the wall. Books and papers were scattered on the floor. The carpeting was soggy, covered with black footprints. There was a wet, charred, rotten smell. That day at home, after Miranda's telephone call, Peter had imagined himself climbing through pits of charred rubble. He had imagined precarious ceilings and falling walls. Now, when they had passed the inner doors, he could see the line of blue lockers, which continued out of reach into the darkness. Things seemed disappointingly intact. Again, there was a mess of sooty footprints down the center of the floor. He was wandering around, shining his light through some of the open classroom doors, when Andromeda and Miranda returned, the leather backpack in Miranda's hand. Without a word, she led them back the way they'd come. Now it was almost an anticlimax how easy and uneventful this had been. There was no reason to be panicked or feel brave. The double doors stood open. But on the other side, of course, were 2 men waiting. Peter could scarcely see them in the bright, sudden light of their torches. He stood with Miranda on one side, Andromeda on the other, while the light played on their faces. And even that probably wouldn't have been so bad. They hadn't done anything terrible. The pack was Miranda's property. This wasn't the kind of thing that would have made his father angry. They hadn't stolen anything, and he was helping a friend. The best thing would have been to try to explain. But there was no time. The two men had barely opened their mouth before Miranda bolted away into the darkness, running as fast as she could for the shelter of the trees. Then there was nothing to do but run after her, while Andromeda scattered in another direction. Of course Miranda had left her green satchel outside by the door. Of course it had her name and address printed on the inside flap in black magic marker, and of course he himself was highly recognizable because of his arm. So that was that. He crossed through the woods behind the soccer field, then across Route 6 and up the Pollocks' driveway on the way to Christmas Hill. When he came up the slope, shivering and soaked, he was surprised to see Andromeda waiting for him, ghost-like, perched on one of the pale boulders. He was surprised she'd gotten there before him, but now here she was, hugging her long, wet legs. She wore no shoes. Had she always been barefoot? Now her feet were covered with white mud and bits of grass. "This is stupid," she said. "I can't believe this. My mother hates to be woken up." "Where's Miranda?" he asked after a pause. She cocked her head past him up the logging road, which led under a row of sugar maples. "Shit," Andromeda said. "She's got what she wanted. It's the two of us who are really screwed." She climbed down from the boulder and followed him onto the road. "Should we go back for the car?" he asked. She shrugged. "It's too late now." For years he'd known Andromeda's name, known where she lived, a big square modern house off Syndicate Road, but he'd never spoken to her before tonight. Now she walked beside him, breathing easily as they came up the steep part of the hill. She wore black bicycle pants and a gray t-shirt. She did not complain about the cold. He found himself catching sidelong glances of her when he thought she wasn't looking. The sky was clear now, and it was remarkable how much you could see by moonlight. Andromeda's skin was pale, dusted with liver-colored freckles. Her arms and legs were covered with fine white hair. He'd never been this close to her before. She reached up to push away a branch, releasing a spatter of wet drops. On the underside of her right wrist, she had a long, white, hook-shaped scar. He'd always found her intimidating. She was an inch or so taller than he was. Her eyes were a cold color, almost silver when she turned toward him. Her voice was hoarse and soft. "I'm so pissed off. I'm sorry, but it's good to get a chance to finally meet you." What did she mean by this? She could have met him any time. Though he was a grade ahead of her, it wasn't as if she'd never seen him. The town was too small for that. Once she'd stopped to watch him mow the lawn. She hadn't said a word or even waved. "Miranda told me about you," she continued. "How you looked out for her when I was gone away." Looked out for her? Is that what he'd done? She'd barely spoken to him for a month. Of course, he hadn't really expected that she would, after school started up. He'd learned not to expect much from girls, because of his arm. Sometimes just with one other person he could forget about it, and so could she. But that was always harder in a group. Peter hesitated. "Why do you think she called me today?" "She said she wanted to thank me for something I had done." "You should ask her." He had asked her. Then he'd asked again after he'd walked down to her house that night. But she'd been anxious, nervous about Andromeda's car, and he'd had some hurt feelings that still had to be pushed out of the way. He wouldn't have come at all except she'd sounded so upset. "Maybe she likes you," murmured Andromeda. Above the masses of black leaves broke up the moonlight. Was she teasing him? He couldn't tell. He knew better than to think she'd recognize him tomorrow, but just at that moment she seemed easy to get to know, and not just because they could talk about Miranda. Soon Andromeda had left that topic behind, and she was telling him about her plans to circumvent her mother's anger about the car, about how she would appeal directly to her father, a philosophy professor who was living in Berkeley, California, with a woman half his age. She had a brother whom she rarely saw. Why did your parents split up? He found himself asking, a question that related obscurely to his own mother. And her answer related obscurely to himself. I think I was a problem child, Andromeda said. Hell, I didn't even talk till I was 5. There seemed nothing to say to this. Was she just boasting? At first, Peter thought Miranda would wait for them at the gate in the wire fence. But when they got there, she was gone. They stopped for a moment, then moved on through the deeper forest. He could smell the oak trees, and the black night was all around. Andromeda was walking close to him, sometimes letting her right arm brush against his left arm. It wasn't his imagination. He could feel the soft white hair on her forearm, and sometimes their shoulders touched. They climbed along the spine of the hill. What was he doing here? What was he doing with these girls? He was going to read a book and go to bed. He hadn't asked for this. It wasn't just Andromeda. After tonight, he told himself, neither of them would speak to him again. He felt Andromeda's shoulder against his shoulder, her hand against his hand. He knew enough not to respond. He pictured his mother lying back against her pillows, sick from lung cancer, though she hadn't smoked for years. Let us be true to one another, she had murmured, not even a year before. Miranda went on ahead. She knew she was behaving like an idiot. Not wanting to face Andromeda or hear her accusations, she hurried over the muddy, rutted road. The leather pack had a weight and a solidity she knew by heart, but at that moment she was embarrassed to be carrying it. The panic she had felt on losing it, she couldn't reconstruct. The dream she'd had the night before had lost its urgency. What was it that the old woman said? That she'd recognize someone from her own country? When she got to the stone bench, she sat down to wait under the carved name of Gregor Spla, who had taught Romance languages at the college before the Second World War. Once Stanley had mentioned that when they were walking up this way, and she'd remarked on the strange name. Expedite the inevitable, Stanley had told her more than once, which was why she was waiting here now. She didn't worry about Peter, because it wasn't as if she and Peter had done anything really wrong. Maybe they'd get detention or something, but Peter was at least used to that. Andromeda must be furious, though. She'd known the whole idea was stupid from the beginning, and she was right, thought Miranda miserably. And Stanley was right, and the stuff in her backpack was just stuff. All the rest was dreams and wish fulfillment, and the scribbled note of someone's aunt. When she saw the 2 dark figures coming up behind her, squeezed together as they tried to negotiate a pair of mud puddles, she sat forward on the stone bench. I'm really sorry, she said to Andromeda as she came up. And for a moment she thought Andromeda would stalk by without a word. In front of them, at right angles to the road, lay the path down through the woods toward the upper meadow and the art museum. There was a wooden gate through the barbed wire, and Andromeda had her hand on the gatepost before she turned back. I'm glad you're sorry, she said, because this is a fucking disaster. You know I'm supposed to be starting driver's ed. Now I'll have to wait till I'm 16, even if my mother ever lends me the car again, which I totally doubt. She went on for a while more. Miranda had often heard this kind of rage turned on other people, and in a way that had felt good, as if Andromeda were protecting her by abusing others. Now it was as if she'd lost her special status. But she also knew that Andromeda sometimes said more than she meant, and it was good to let her blow off steam. Maybe she'd be over it by tomorrow, and she'd be able to admit that none of this was entirely Miranda's fault. I'm sorry, she said again. But Andromeda was gone, striding away through the tall trees, and then she disappeared beneath them in the dark. Peter Gross came to sit beside her and put his hand on her wrist. We did it, he said, words which filled her with a sudden gratitude. It's a beautiful night, he said. She looked up above their heads to where the canopy of trees gave out. Above her she could see the open sky, the clouds rushing past. There'll be some yelling, he said. There's always a little bit of yelling. She sat beside him with her backpack in her lap. She dug her hand down through the circle of leather laces that held it closed. She fumbled around until she found what she was looking for, an old pasteboard box from Aymanin's jewelry store in Bucharest. She could recognize the box just by the feel of it. She opened it without looking, without taking it out of the pack. Inside were 11 very small gold coins, thin as paper, the faces and numbers on them almost worn away. She pinched one of the coins between her fingers. It had been her intention to bring it out into the open air, to press it into Peter's palm, to reward him for his loyalty, especially after how she'd treated him for the past month. But what had her aunt said to her? Protect the book. Protect these memories, which always could be stolen or given away. So after a while, she closed the box and pushed it down again under the gray shawl into the bottom of the pack. Then she asked him about the dead animal she had found in the birch trees. "That's why I didn't call," she said, which was only partly true. "I was a little afraid. But now I want to know, did you leave that there for me? Were you trying to say something?" He was close to her on the stone bench, and she turned toward him. "Were you giving me something from my country?" But she could tell he had no idea what she was talking about. If only she could remember her aunt's words. But she couldn't make them clear, because they had been spoken in Romanian. "I don't go there very often," Peter said. "It was my mother's favorite place, so I wanted to show it to you, to see—" "What?" "Well, if you liked it too." That was very sweet. Later, when they walked down through the woods, she could feel he was walking too close to her. He kept on brushing up against her, bumping her with his shoulder. She believed him when he said he had nothing to do with the dead woodchuck, but instead of being relieved, now suddenly she resented him. And if he touched her with the stub of his arm, then she was sure she'd have to throw up. She moved away, walked faster, then slowed up again because she didn't want to go home. When they came out into the meadow, the moon was down behind the mountains and the gray clouds were drawing in. "What's that?" she said. He touched her on the shoulder when she stopped, but she pulled away. "What is that?" There was something in front of them in the path. She found her flashlight and flicked it on, revealing something in the beam. A small animal, a monkey. It sat on its haunches in the middle of the path, hugging itself with long, naked arms. "Look," she whispered. They stood without moving. The animal seemed to have no face until it twisted its head around. Then it opened 2 enormous, lidless eyes. And maybe she would have been frightened, except it was so small, so plainly terrified as soon as it saw them. It unwrapped itself and scuttled away out of the light, dragging its bottom along the grass. "A monkey," Peter said, but its arms and back and shoulders were as hairless as a child's. It couldn't move very fast over the hummocks of the meadow. She could see it was wounded. There was a long red cut on its pale belly. "Let it alone," Peter said. They stood and watched as it reached the shelter of the trees. "It's somebody's pet," Peter said. "Or maybe it escaped out of some lab. We can't just leave it." But they did. They watched until it disappeared, and they could no longer hear the rustle of dry leaves. She promised herself that she'd tell Stanley as soon as she got home. She was looking for something to think about, and so she pondered the animal until they reached the next small ridge. She held the picture of its small, scarred face inside her mind until it disappeared again, driven out by what she saw down at the crest of the hill overlooking the art museum. A bonfire. Shadows moved around it. Several paths crisscrossed over the open field, which had been stirred into uneven hummocks by the hooves of cows. Now they climbed down through the pale rocks and solitary birch trees of the meadow, and they could see Andromeda below them, waiting among the milkweed and goldenrod, where the fire threw back long shadows of the trees. Miranda was relieved to see her, even if Andromeda had stopped to yell at her some more. She deserved it, so it was best to get it over with. Besides, Peter was beginning to make her uncomfortable. Or else not Peter exactly, but the intimacy of walking together in the dark. Already she'd glanced forward to the time when he'd be saying goodbye to her in the yard of Stanley and Rachel's house. Surely he'd earned something from her. And she was grateful. What was she supposed to do? Kiss him? But it would be nice to have Andromeda there. Nicer still to be alone with her. Even now, if she wanted to go back and try to retrieve the car, Miranda would go with her, and it would be too much to ask Peter or allow him to come. He already had a long walk home from town. These thoughts moved quickly, and they kept her from seeing much beyond Andromeda's pale shape, and the shifting ragged line where the light gave out among the goldenrod. Andromeda faced away from them, perched between a boulder and a birch tree, her long legs crossed. She was looking down the pasture, and it wasn't until they had crept over to her and squatted down with her that Miranda recognized Kevin Markosef standing beside a bonfire 50 feet away. "There," whispered Andromeda. "I told you he was cute." He had his expensive clothes on, a soft shirt open at the neck, showing a silver chain. He hadn't shaved. He wore baggy pleated pants and leather boots. He was opening a bottle he had taken from a paper bag. Several empty bottles lay on the ground. A girl was with him. Miranda recognized her t-shirt, her baseball cap, her tattoos, but not her face, which was covered with pimples and red spots. "I could use a beer," Andromeda said. She wasn't looking at Miranda, and she didn't seem so angry anymore. Or maybe, Miranda thought, it was just that her anger had gone cold. She couldn't really be thinking of going down into the firelight. It would be easy to pass by without being seen. "No," Miranda whispered. And of course Peter was standing back beyond the light's reaching edge. But then Kevin Markosef raised his head and looked up toward where they were squatting near the birch tree in the dark. He had a concentrated expression on his face, as if he were smiling and frowning at the same time. It was obvious he knew someone was watching. For all Miranda knew, he could see them clearly. He gave a friendly waggle to the bottle in his hand. "What's the big deal?" Andromeda said. "It could be fun. Besides, my feet are freezing." "It's not a big deal. Only what?" She didn't really know. Only a sense of menace, left over from the night in the quad, and the way he behaved toward her in school, which could be a misunderstanding, or could even be her problem. Miranda often felt her own anxieties dissolved, or at least diluted in Andromeda's self-confidence. That was part of why they were friends. "Don't be such a worrywart," Miranda told herself. But what about Peter? He wasn't about to go down with them. And as if to emphasize that, Andromeda now leaned to her and said, loud enough for Peter to hear, loud enough maybe even for Kevin Markosef to hear, "Look at him. Which of these two guys would you rather spend your time with?" And before Miranda could respond, she stood up and walked downhill into the light. As she approached the fire, Miranda and Peter could hear the sound of her voice, but they couldn't understand what she was saying. The girl in the baseball cap took a pack of cigarettes out of the pocket of her jeans, shook one out, and gave it to Andromeda. But Kevin Markosef wasn't looking at her. He hadn't stopped looking uphill. "Is that you, Peter?" he said in his soft accent. "Please join us. I am sorry. The shirt was—" He made an odd dismissive sound, accompanied by a gesture of his left hand, as if he were throwing something away into the darkness. Peter was squatting behind Miranda, and a little to one side. Now he stood up and stepped back behind the birch tree. But Kevin Markosef didn't stop smiling. He turned his head, and Miranda could tell he'd shifted his attention to her. "Bună," he said. "Ce faci?" It took a while for this to sink in. When it did, Miranda got up. She rubbed the wet knees of her jeans. The girl in the cap had put some more sticks on the fire, and it had blazed up so the light was at Miranda's feet. Markosef smiled and shook his head as if to answer a question she had not yet asked. "Not far," he said. "From Ukraine, but close. So, of course—" He repeated the gesture with his left hand, as if he were throwing something away. "Here, you see," he continued. "Raki. Romanian homemade beverage. Not the best quality. Would you like?" "Oh," she murmured to herself. For a moment she remembered her dream. What was it that her aunt had said? But then she put that aside and didn't answer, cheered to see Andromeda by the fire, sitting now and talking with the girl in the cap, smoking a cigarette, holding her hand out. Kevin came a few steps toward her up the slope. "Te rog, este invitatul meu,"
he said. "No, you don't speak. Forgive me. My grandmother was from Constanta." "Ah, you know?"
"Come on," she said to Peter, but he made a face. And that was too bad, because Kevin obviously wanted to be friends, and not just with her. Besides, what did she know about the fight? For all she knew, it had been Peter's fault. When Markasev held a bottle out to her, she climbed down over the uneven grass. She examined the red Budweiser label as if it might contain some clue. She sniffed the top of the bottle and then took a sip of a bitter, fiery liquid that brought tears to her eyes.
"Come, sit," he said.
She looked behind her and saw Peter beside the birch tree. He came a few steps down the hill so that the firelight touched his face.
"Please, my friend,"
said Kevin Markasev, gesturing with his left hand up the hill.
"No, I am sorry. I apologize. These things are an understanding," he said, smiling.
But was he drunk? Miranda remembered the way he had spoken once in class, and it was not like this.
"There now, you see. Listen."
Now everything was expressed in single words and broken phrases.
"Listen," he repeated. "You know Constanta. Black Sea. Every summer. Train from Odessa."
These words were accompanied with many small sounds, grimaces, shrugs, and gestures. As long as she was looking at him, he was easy to understand.
"We go fish," he said. "Marsh swamp, I think. Houseboats, painted colors, you know. Red, green. Herons, storks, anchovies. All kinds. So many."
Andromeda sat cross-legged, smiling up at her. "This is Brenda," she said, indicating the girl in the cap, who didn't seem exactly friendly. When she smiled, the firelight glinted off the gold in her teeth. Miranda inspected the tattooed ring above her elbow as she squatted down beside Andromeda. She now identified it as a ring of numbers and unfamiliar letters. When the girl spoke, her accent was so thick that Miranda couldn't understand, though she inferred some kind of greeting. Maybe that's what the problem had been with Kevin Markasev. Some kind of language barrier or cultural misunderstanding, none of which made any difference to Andromeda. Miranda felt a comfort to be near her, a warmth that was greater than the warmth of the fire, and which had dispelled all sense of danger as she watched Kevin Markasev. Or maybe there was still a little thrill of risk, but that was part of anything fun, as Andromeda had often reminded her. Certainly there was no real danger. They were 3 against 2, and Peter had already beaten Markasev in a fight. But why was she even thinking about that? He seemed really nice, and she could see what Andromeda meant about his looks, his heavy eyebrows and dark eyes, his pale skin, and the hint of a beard. And he'd been to Roumania. Now Miranda listened to his story, which flowed easily as long as she supplied most of it, filling in the gaps between the words with mental pictures. An opossum, she thought. It must have been an opossum she saw. But the memory of that small creature on the hill was now supplanted by a multitude of other, more exotic animals and birds, native to the Danube River Delta in Romania. There, as it approaches the Black Sea, the stream of the great river breaks apart into a skein of tiny channels through the reeds, a marsh which covers hundreds of square miles. She had seen photographs. All the water birds of Europe stopped there on their annual migrations. She knew about this from the web, and books she'd taken out from the library.
"Train from Odessa,"
repeated Kevin Markasev.
"Beautiful city."
And in her mind, Miranda saw the domes and spires of the town beyond the railway yard, the great black locomotive bellowing gusts of steam. A photograph, she remembered, doubtless from an old book. She shook her head. What is wrong with me? She thought, taking another drink of raki. Is this the enemy her aunt had warned her about? Is this the friend? She sat and listened while Markasev told her how one summer, when he was 13, he had gone to Ismail with his cousin. They had borrowed a flat-bottomed boat and gone out fishing with a murderer named Jon Farting Breath. His teeth were full of gold. He had showed them a place where the stream came into a tidal estuary and the water was clean and cold. In the boat they had drifted over a sunken wall, part of an old castle that had belonged to the emperor. They had found a place where the water was 12 meters deep over a glass mosaic of a woman's face, the goddess of the sea inside the old temple of Neptune. There were no fish, no weeds, nothing except small flickers of light in the black water when the sun went down, which Jon Fartingbreath had told them were the sunken ghosts of dead animals, part of the Emperor's menagerie, destroyed in a great storm. Now they preyed on the bodies of dead sailors. The Emperor's mistress had preferred animals with stripes, tigers, zebras, kudus, and okapis, all of which had drowned. And it was true. As Kevin Markasev looked down, he had seen cages, manacles, chains. What emperor? Miranda thought. There hadn't been an emperor in that part of the world for 1,000 years. She took another sip of raki. Beside her, Andromeda had finished her cigarette. She was laughing at something Brenda said. Now she turned to Miranda. "Show him your backpack," she said, as if it was the most natural and normal thing in the world. And then to Markasev, "What's this? Romanian Old Home Week?" "You have—" This was going a little too fast, too far. Miranda shook her head. She tucked her backpack under her feet. Andromeda went on. "She has a book. That's where we were tonight. We went back to the school to get her book."
"Ah," said Brenda. "We also were there. We liked the fire."
She was easier to understand now. The light gleamed from her gold teeth. Miranda made a gesture with her hand, and then she turned around toward Peter, who looked uncomfortable and awkward sitting by the birch tree. Miranda beckoned to him, but he didn't move. Andromeda smiled. "I told you he might come in handy," she said. She was talking about Kevin. "Maybe he can help you with the translation. You know, that note from your aunt." Miranda didn't even remember telling her about that. Glancing back toward Peter, she shook her head. But why did she have to worry so much? Surely it wasn't such a big deal to take out her book and show it to Kevin Markasev, who understood about Romania. He stood above them, a smile on his handsome face, but he was frowning too. He reached out his white, long hand. When he spoke, it was to Andromeda.
"I know about these things, this book. These things are famous in my country. Your friend is from a famous family."
Miranda was conscious of her heartbeat. "You know about my family?" The boy made an elaborate shrug, raising his delicate thin shoulders.
"Who does not know? Miranda Popescu from Constanta on the Sea. When I was small, my grandmother told me stories, how she disappeared."
Was it her imagination, or was he speaking more coherently than even a few minutes before? This is all baloney, she thought, like the baloney about the Emperor. When she'd decided that, she felt both happy and relaxed. The boy seemed suddenly unthreatening. She had been squatting in an uncomfortable position, but now she stretched her feet toward the fire with the backpack on her lap. She turned to look at Peter, made another gesture for him to join them, but he did not come. The grass was wet under her seat. Brenda threw on some more gray sticks from a pile beside the rock, first snapping them with her big hands. Andromeda took a drink from another bottle of Budweiser. "Sure," she said. "It's not such a big mystery." Markasev stood above them, and Miranda could see the movement of his shoulders and thin arms. His green silk shirt was unbuttoned halfway down, and she could see the bones of his chest.
"Of course I would like to see the Brankovinu bracelet," he said in his sibilant, harsh accent. "The white tiger."
Miranda didn't hear the rest of what he was saying. It was a phrase from the penciled note at the beginning of the book.
"And I see you wear your mother's cross,"
the boy,
"made from the nails."
She clutched at the crucifix around her neck. Markasev laughed.
"It's not such a mystery, I say. Your mother is in Ratisbon, not so far. Your aunt is in Mogoșoaia, north of Bucharest, a little village about 14 kilometers. You can take a railway from the Gara de Nord."
"You know them?"
"Not at all. I know a lady who takes you to these places. I go for Thanksgiving holiday. I take a letter.
This is bullshit, thought Miranda. Almost to reassure herself, she put down her bottle and then started unlacing the leather strings of her pack. Glancing back, she saw Peter Gross had gotten to his feet. But then she was fumbling with the envelope in the folded shawl. She had to see the sentence about the white tiger, and something about surrendering the book and knowing when to do it. Was Kevin Markosev the person from her own country, the person who would give her something? Maybe that's what the Rocky was. She put the bottle down. Where was the card from that old professor? The book fell open to the frontispiece, the picture of the king. Markosev squatted down behind her so he could read over her shoulder. "A small history of the world," he said. "Ah, this is very interesting. This is the note to you?" "Yes. Dearest M." First, his long hand was over her shoulder, and he was running his finger over the words. Then the book was in his hands as he squatted above her. "Look at the inscription," said Miranda. She recited from memory. "A hurried note to tell you, but it doesn't say this." He'd stood up. Twisting around so she could see him behind her, Miranda could also see Peter Gross coming hesitantly down the hill. She shook her head. "No, where it says about the time will come, but it doesn't." Markosev was leafing through the book. He was caressing the leather binding, smelling the pages. "Small history. Romans, Turks, kings, queens, fascists, war, communists, Ceausescu, revolution, you and Constanta orphanage." He shrugged, then made a little squirting sound between his lips. "Future must come. Everything is here." He made a gesture that included the book, the hill, the sky, the fire, and all of them. "No, where it says Dearest M." Markosev squinted, shrugged. Now he was looking at some photographs she had placed inside the book. She and Stanley and her grandparents at Disneyland when she was 10 years old. Rachel holding a bouquet of flowers. "World is here," he said, "and not from father's sister. When you read this, you will know this book will be—" His index finger moved along the penciled words. How could he have known about the Constanta orphanage? "What did you say?" she asked, sick to her stomach from the Rocky, and then suddenly remembering dreams or visions or actual past times when the woman with the fur hat on the frozen train platform had told her to protect the book, protect it with her life, or else surrender it to a man from her own country. Was that it? The woman had clapped her woolen gloves together. When she spoke, Miranda had been able to see her breath. "Something precious will be given, something stripped away," she'd said. The same woman Miranda had dreamed about the night before. "Give it back," she said, reaching for the book. Markosev was standing before the fire. He was holding up a picture of her that he had found in the back pages, a posed portrait taken when she finally had her braces off. "How beautiful," he said. "Beautiful face, beautiful eyes, beautiful hair," he said, laughing. She knew he was making fun of her. Brenda threw some dry pine branches onto the fire, which spat and crackled and flared up. Then Markosev was squatting down again. He had his finger in the last chapter. "You have not read? But here you are, your father, mother, everything, every day. Here we are," he said, running his finger along the lines of the last page. "Here on this hillside, here." He was shrugging and grimacing, holding the book out toward her. "So," he said, "would you like to come to Bucharest?" She felt tears in her eyes, and suddenly it was as if part of her were rising up into the sky, looking down at the hillside, at the fire and the people grouped around it. From the shelter of the trees, a white-faced opossum looked toward her. Then Miranda moved up even farther into the cold air, and she could see spread out below her the town where she'd grown up, the art museum and the lights of Water Street, the old house on the green where Rachel and Stanley lay asleep, the flat roof of Andromeda's house on Syndicate Road. She saw the college buildings poking up below her through the trees. Cars drove slowly down Route 6, peering around corners as if looking for something. She watched a yellow dog run across the museum parking lot and then into the tangle of underbrush. After a moment, she forced herself to smile. "Yes," she said, "I would like that." And with a casual small gesture, Markasev let the book drop into the flames. Peter came down the hill. Shouting, he grabbed hold of Markasev's arm. Miranda was on her knees, snatching at the book with her bare hands, but it was horrible how quickly it erupted with fire, how quickly and completely it was consumed. There must have been something in the onion skin, the scented leather, that allowed it to explode before her eyes. Right before Markasev dropped the book, Andromeda realized something. She'd been talking with Brenda while Miranda was taking her stuff out of her backpack. She'd been trying to figure out what Brenda and Kevin Markasev were doing up here in the middle of the night. As Markasev told Miranda about Romania, Brenda was muttering in her thick, slow accent, and as she listened, Andromeda felt a shiver of alarm, a frisson, as her mother might have said, that started at her tailbone and climbed the length of her back.
"So, finally you are here. I am bored from waiting. Many nights this week we wait for you. Light fires, drink raki. Kevin says this time we have to smoke you out. He is clever. Here you are."
A line of gold caps shone along the left side of her jaw. Andromeda smiled, too. "I don't get it."
"Don't you? At school, Kevin says we have 2 chances. But we can't get into the West Corridor. Door's too strong. Kevin says, no problem. We do what we can."
"You were there tonight?"
"No, stupid. Last night."
Andromeda had made a big mistake. Kevin Markasev was squatting behind Miranda, leafing through her book. Miranda was staring up at him with an adoring expression. No, not that, but it was close to that. Sure, Andromeda had been pissed off about the car. Of course she was still irritated, so when she saw Kevin and Brenda at the bonfire, she had thought it was a good idea to bring them and Miranda together, partly because of the Romanian thing. If Miranda was going to obsess about it, she might as well have her nose pressed into it. Partly also, she couldn't stand the idea of Peter Gross and Miranda walking home together by themselves. Now she looked up toward Peter. He was running down the hill, alert as she was to the problem. Too late. Markasev dropped the book just as Andromeda lunged forward and stretched out her hand. And maybe she might even have caught in on the fly, except Brenda held her back, grabbed hold of her shirt, and held on even after Andromeda had given her a backhand slap across her ugly face. Too late. It was all too late. Miranda was poking at the embers with a stick, but the book was gone. Whimpering, she staggered up away from the circle of the bonfire. Andromeda got up to follow. She followed her toward where the woods began 100 yards away. But then she turned back when she heard Peter shout. He was having a harder time with Markasev this time, and Brenda was there too. It was difficult for Peter with his one hand, but he was quick and turned away, and then Markasev was sprawling backward on the ground. He stopped to let him up, which was stupid because Brenda was behind him, and there was something in her hand that she'd pulled out of her shirt, and Markasev was getting up. Andromeda paused to pull a stick up from the fire, and she was thinking Peter Gross and she could take care of these putzes, these neciopliti. Nothing was more sure than that. She was happy to do it, happier than she'd been all night. The stick was charred along its length except for where she held it. Its point was a mass of sparks that made a pattern in the air. A line of red followed the tip, and as she pulled back her hand, the line seemed to thicken and hold its shape as the air changed around her. Miranda staggered across the field into the shelter of the woods. She crawled into the shelter of the trees and pushed herself into the protruding roots of a big hickory tree. Shuddering and crying, she tried to vomit, tasting again the raki's bitter taste. She rubbed her forehead into the ragged bark, pressed it into the unyielding wood. At the moment when Andromeda's stick described a long gash of red, she fell asleep in the shelter of the hickory tree. Later, she would be surprised how, in a moment like that, she would be able to lose consciousness. But then she would imagine that it wasn't ordinary sleep, but rather a dazed trance in which the hickory tree was gone, and she saw standing in front of her a shadowy, enormous figure. Nor was there anything comforting about the embrace of those hard arms, and she was bruising her forehead against the front of the woman's rough coat. It was in winter-time, that's all she understood, a cold, dark winter-time, and the woman was speaking to her in a language she didn't know. "What's done cannot be changed. You must find Rodica and Gregor's Blah. Rodica the gypsy will tell you what to do. Go to the house by the dam. She is in the house by the dam. I've left you a letter, and a letter from your mother. The Graz and Prochenko will protect you now as they always have, so there is nothing to fear, nothing." And then something else which she was unable to grasp, because already she could feel herself waking up, could feel the dream receding just as it was taking shape. Just as she imagined she could see the woman's face, she found herself awake. The words that seemed so urgent hovered around her and then disappeared, because now she was awakened by the sound of screaming, a hoarse, constant, desperate screaming, and she recognized Peter's voice. Time had gone by, she knew. Gray shadows hung around her, and it was very cold. Morning was coming, and as she stood up, she saw the thin white trunks of the birch trees glowing in the mist. Her head hurt. Peter screamed, and she didn't know where she was. The sound was all around her. But then she stumbled out into the frozen meadow and saw him crouching underneath a barberry bush. She saw the bright red berries. He was holding out his arms, and she could see he had 2 hands. At first she could not take this in because it made no sense. In her dazed state, she noticed it but didn't understand it. Nor could she tell when she got close whether he was screaming in terror or in pain. She herself felt lightheaded, dizzy, stupid. De Graz and Prochenko, she thought, names from her dream, names that had haunted her throughout her life. Peter's hand had a mark on it, a raspberry-colored birthmark. She knelt in front of him on the white frozen ground and watched as he stretched out his hands, the left one small and familiar, the right one pale and huge, a man's hand on a boy's arm. Its fingernails were chipped and dirty, its knuckles thick and gnarled. The back of it was covered with black hair. The birthmark was below his thumb, in the shape of a bull's head. She thought she'd seen that mark before. "Does it hurt?" she asked stupidly, looking into his panicked face, his open mouth. For a moment she was surprised to see him look so young and vulnerable. His face was gray with terror, as if his skin had turned pale under his tan. His curly hair hung limp and damp. His eyes were dark and wide and big, and they were staring at her, and there was something about them that was both familiar and unfamiliar. It occurred to her that she had rarely looked into his face. One of them had always been looking away. His lips were thin, his teeth crooked with wide gaps between them. Why was she studying his face as if she were trying to memorize his features? She looked down at his hands again and grasped hold of his hands, clasping them in her own until his cries subsided to a kind of whimpering. Then, standing up, holding his left hand, she pulled him to his feet. The trees had lost their leaves. Snow was on the ground, though it had blown away in patches. Suddenly she remembered the book, the fire, Markasov. Where was Andromeda? "Come," she said, and pulled him away from the woods, out into the meadow. Where was her backpack, her bracelet, her Roumanian things? She pulled him to the crest of the hill, and for a moment she could not bring herself to look down through the mist over the bare arms of the trees. For a moment she held and captured in her mind the view that she had seen 1,000 times. Then timidly, but with a sense also of exhilaration, she stared out over the empty wooded valley, where she could not see the marble bulk of the art museum, or the brick library, or the gold dome, or the spire of the Congo church, or any building whatever. There were no street lights in that winter morning, no streets, no town, nor anything except the woods and mountains where they'd always been. From Peter she heard a quick, sobbing intake of breath. She held him by the hand, dragging him back to the cold, extinguished circle of the bonfire. Bottles lay scattered about, and a crumpled paper bag. The girl and Markasev were gone, but Miranda's backpack was there, thank God. And in the shelter of the boulder, curled around herself, slept a yellow animal, a big yellow dog, which at first they didn't recognize. 2. The essential history. 4. Nicola Ceausescu. The Baroness Ceausescu was not given to abstract thought, but on horseback sometimes, or to quiet her anxiety, she indulged herself, and since she'd read the papers of Aegypta Schenk, she'd had to question what she knew, what everybody knew. The universe spreads out from the center of the Earth. The planets turn around it in concentric spheres. First, the moon sphere, drawn by the moon's watery orbit. Second, the wall of fire, the orbit of the sun. Then there are 4 planets, Mercury, Mars, Venus, and Jupiter. Beyond them lies the sphere of light and ether, heaven itself, the galaxies and stars. But if this is so, how could there be another world that revolves around a star? The Earth itself sits motionless. Jupiter made it and molded it, but then stopped. Venus scratched with her thumbnail the line of the Danube River and its small tributary, the Dumbovica. But she did not draw the road that follows the riverbank, along which the Baroness Ceausescu spurred her horse upstream toward Bucharest on a February afternoon. She felt the heavy shifting muscle of the horse, the jarring trot as she slowed to join a wider way. Always, when she was in the saddle, she tried to isolate herself, pretend she was alone with her horse on a deserted road. As she came into the environs of the city, that proved more and more difficult. Flushed and sweating, she remembered her conversation with Aegypta Schenk. In these matters there was such uncertainty. Triumphant in the burning house, the Baroness had half expected the Popescu girl to appear out of the smoke once the book that held her was destroyed. That was why she had brought the soldiers, she told herself now. It wasn't because she was afraid of the old woman. Or perhaps the girl would just materialize in the cage in the Baron's laboratory. Or, at worst, in the North American forest, which was why she'd dispatched Raevsky at such expense. None of that had happened yet. No, the girl's book was the important one, and the book the Baroness had burned was just a decoy, a fishing lure that the old woman had not lifted a finger to protect. She was a powerful conjurer after all, and that was why she was so smug. She did not think the Baroness had yet discovered the book inside the book. No, the girl's book was the one to burn. Markasev would do it, or might do it with a little luck. It was frustrating to rely on others when everything was so unsure. Of course it was unsure. How could anything be imaginary and also real? The Baroness pondered this. Then, irritated, she suppressed her thoughts because she loved this part of her journey on this bright, unseasonably warm day. The wide wind, the thud of her mare's hooves on the rough road, the smell of sweat and leather, and the great city up ahead. In those days, nothing in Europe could rival the richness of the Sultan's court, or the palace in Alexandria where the pharaohs, brother and sister, husband and wife, sat on alabaster thrones side by side. Since the burning of Rome, nothing could rival the splendor of Meroe and Timbuktu, but of all northern cities, Bucharest was the proudest and most beautiful. That winter day, as the Baroness rode toward it through the outlying farms, it seemed to gather and rise around her out of the mist of the plain. She rode under the Vakaresti Arch and up the Boulevard of Martyrs, past white cliffs of public buildings, light-struck hills of palaces and apartment blocks. Ahead of her was the blue dome of the temple and the long machicolated wall. Formerly, the Ceausescu family had kept a stable at the city wall. That was in the days before the Baron had died, and there was still money. Now the Baroness rented horses as she needed them, from a public stable on the Tineret-Tului road. There she hung up her mud-stained riding coat, revealing underneath the gray jacket and tight trousers of an imperial cadet. She stood in the stone arch of the door for a moment, smoking a cigarette, which was not a constant habit. Then she slipped into the stream of people moving through the gate. Most, if they didn't look too closely at her face, took her as she appeared, an 18-year-old boy, narrow shoulders hunched, hands in his jacket pockets, whistling impudently as he sauntered through the crowd. And even those who looked carefully might have been fooled, so smooth her skin, so glossy her short chestnut hair. Others of her rank took cabs or private carriages, but for many years she had strolled like this through the cobblestone streets, even sometimes when her husband was alive. Sometimes she had left the old baron in bed to walk alone through the small ways. Now abruptly she came into the town on the other side of the Curtea Veche, the old court. She was near the gypsy pawnbroker where she had found the book. Her way meandered through the wooden houses and led gradually uphill. After a few minutes she passed through the iron fence and into the park that surrounded the Cleopatra Temple. The weather was mild and she had come early to her rendezvous, so she spent a quarter of an hour walking up and down the gravel paths, admiring the polled, naked branches of the pear trees under the red sky. But when the tower bell rang 6 o'clock, she walked up the steps of the church into the alcove. There was a stoop set into the wall. The Baroness moistened the tip of her gloved finger and drew the mark of the goddess onto her forehead. When an additional 5 minutes had passed and no one had joined her, she pushed through the swinging doors into the church itself. The lamps in the nave were lit, but instead she passed through the stone screen into the aisle on the right-hand side. Up ahead, candles decorated the shrine of the goddess, but it was dark where she was walking until the sun came from behind a cloud, and the last sunlight of the evening pressed through the long windows. It reddened the floor under her boots. Then, suddenly, both walls were lined with images from the life of Cleopatra, the stained glass on one side showing the painted statues on the other. The Baroness strolled from the beginning of the story toward the end. Though familiar, it was always poignant to her, a narrative that had kept her company throughout her life. She glanced up at the window that showed the presentation of the young princess, surrounded by the kneeling kings of Asia. But her crown was not secure, and after her father's death she had to fight for it against fools and rebels and her own brother. She bore a child to the god Julius, but returned to Egypt after he was murdered. There she ruled alone until she was betrayed. The Baroness was halfway down the aisle when the sun disappeared again. The images faded into darkness. In front of her was Cleopatra's shrine, where a single slender candle burned. The Baroness paused, deposited a 5-leu piece into the box, and lit another candle under the image of the queen, offering her breast to the snake, a furious expression on her face. The Baroness could scarcely afford even this small indulgence. Her husband had owned a farm outside the city, and she had just come from arranging the sale of it, a necessary payment to her creditors, regardless of how things turned out with the Popescu girl. When she'd arranged this meeting, she'd expected to have the girl in hand. But Markasov had been too slow. It couldn't be helped. "Sir," whispered the man behind her. She had been aware of him for several moments, but now he spoke. She turned and saw, as she'd expected, the charming and handsome junior attaché from the German embassy, Herr Gräuben, whose generosity helped pay the household bills. Once a month she met with him in some anonymous location and told him gossip from the various parties he had not been invited to. It was harmless, really, and the money was important. Things had been difficult since her husband's death 8 years before. Today was the feast of Caesarion, commemorating the birth of Cleopatra's son. Now in the belly of the temple, acolytes were preparing for a festival mass, while the Baroness and Herr Gräuben walked up and down the west aisle. As always, Gräuben was courteous and full of jokes. He was younger than the Baroness, and she was aware of a desire to please him. Aware also of her own tendency to act on impulse, to make things happen by predicting them. "And one more bit of news," she said. "There's a rumor that Miranda Popescu has been found." Gräuben turned to face her, and in the candlelight she caught a glimpse of something in his face. Then he smiled, urbane and civilized again, maybe a little embarrassed. But for a moment she had glimpsed a hidden part of him, something savage and mean, and she felt a shiver of recognition. All human souls have at the same time an animal nature that shows itself at moments. In Herr Gräuben, the Baroness recognized a small, fierce beast, a wolverine, perhaps. Now, instantly, she regretted what she'd said. It was too soon. Too soon. Always she acted without thinking. Her rashness would destroy her, and yet it was her strength as well. She might have known the Germans would be interested. They still held the girl's mother in the house at Ratisbon, if she wasn't dead. Once the Baroness possessed the girl, the white tiger, Miranda Popescu. Once she had caught her in the cage she'd built for her in her husband's laboratory. It would be time to weigh her choices. The obvious one was also the safest, to turn her over to the Empress in return for various considerations. But in this moment, with Romania so shaken by internal struggles, so menaced by foreign enemies, maybe the Empress. No, it was important to choose the winning side. The Empress was no friend of hers. Since the Baron's death, the Empress had spared no effort to impoverish and humiliate her. And there was always her son's future to consider.
"This information would be worth a great deal," said Herr Gräuben. She shrugged. "I will inquire." Now, suddenly, he seemed less congenial and less at ease, anxious, in fact, to leave her. Together they passed through the doors into the alcove, then onto the outer steps. Outside, the sky was dark. Gräuben put his hand on her sleeve, a familiar gesture. She tried to pull away, but for a moment he held tight. "There are German citizens in bondage here," he said. "The time is coming when my government will not ignore them. Then we will know our friends. Do you understand me?" he said, as if he were speaking to a servant. Angrily, she shook him off and turned away down the worn stone steps into the park. How could she have been so stupid? It had been foolish enough to boast to the girl's aunt, Aegypta, whose house had burned in that regrettable accident. But she had nowhere to go with the story, except to those who knew it already. Now the rumor would fly, and the Baroness was connected to it. She strode home, kicking at the stones. All her husband's land in Cluj had already been sold, and that autumn, finally, his ancestral home, though it had been so heavily mortgaged she had realized nothing. She had spent so much on Raevsky and his men. Now she had little left for emergencies. What a waste of money that had been. Aegypta Schenk had not even mentioned it or recommended it in her instructions. She'd implied that Markasev could bring the girl straight back to Bucharest. But the Baroness had thought it best to cover every last eventuality. Not that she had heard anything since she'd seen Raevsky off in the train to Bremershaven more than 3 months earlier. They should have had plenty of time to take the steamer to New York and to get into position, but it was all so damned uncertain. Everything in that continent of darkness, that blank wilderness. Only desperate people found their way across the sea, English speakers, trying to cut a new home out of the forest after the loss of their miserable islands. Failure was possible. Raevsky might already be dead. Time and space were not the same in the two worlds. But it was worth the money, worth the risk. She could not continue as she had, poorer and more insignificant each year. The goddess herself, Cleopatra or Fortuna, had put Aegypta Schenk's book into her hands. The goddess had given her this chance, and she would take it. Ordinarily, she would have chosen a more circuitous route, but now she hurried home through the dark streets, down the Calle Victoriae, through Elysian Fields, and down Saltpeter Street. Her house was tall and narrow in a block of tall, narrow brick houses. A cartouche of the red pig hung above the door, high on the wall where it could not be defaced. But there were some obscenities scrawled in chalk on the sidewalk in front of the steps, under the gaslight. While her husband was alive, she had been too powerful to insult. Jean-Baptiste, her steward, waited in the hall. She handed him her gloves. "The mail has come?" "Of course. There is your invitation to the winter keep tomorrow night."
She climbed the stairs to the suite on the 4th floor. From the landing, she went first into the boudoir, where the lamp was lit. Then in her dressing room she changed her clothes, kicking off the boots and throwing the jacket onto a chair. She chose a shirt from the long closet, and then went barefoot into what had once been her husband's bedroom and was now her own, a beautiful spare space lined with yellow wallpaper. She had to check on Markosov. Buttoning her shirt, she strode past the unmade bed and into the far corner of the room. A small door, its knob hidden by a secret panel, led to what had been her husband's laboratory, where he had engaged in alchemical research. It was a dark, windowless room with quilted walls. Much of his equipment, the alembics, karatakis, beakers, pipettes, and glass tubes, still gathered dust on the tables where he had labored to turn base metals into gold, a painstaking and prohibitively expensive process as it had turned out. Purify, always purify. Though he had not been successful with himself, the Empress's government, or even his young son. Light came from oil lamps set in sconces in the walls. In the middle of the floor, there was an iron cage 3 meters square. It was intended for Miranda Popescu, but Markosov now lay in it on his cold bed, a blanket wrapped around his naked legs. The Baroness cursed under her breath. Was it too much to ask for a little luck, for something to proceed as planned? As she came into the room, she had pictured in her mind what she wished to see, the boy and girl together, naked and cold, clinging to each other to keep warm, just stirring with a rose of color on their skin. According to von Schenk's instructions, she might expect some variant of that. But the boy lay unconscious, so he had not yet succeeded in finding the book. He had not yet succeeded in bringing the girl back. When he did, the Baroness would reward him as he deserved, would take him out of this cold cage and give him a room of his own, a room with windows. She would send him to school. Near him, 5 baby pigs slumbered in a wooden crate. One had a line of tattooed numbers on its foreleg. The Baroness could see the blue letters and numbers under the pink hair. As she watched, the pig began to stir. For his part, when he'd separated from Nicola Ceausescu on the temple steps, Hans Gräuben waited for a moment and then followed her, admiring even in the cadet's uniform her slim hips and waist. Those high boots, those trousers with their purple stripes, he told himself, concealed superlative long legs, superlative firm buttocks that he imagined pushing apart, marking with strong fingers. A brief fantasy. Then he turned away when they reached the Calle Victoriae, sauntering north through the evening crowds. On the boulevard there was a chilly wind, but he did not close his long black coat, nor did he turn off to the left when he reached the corner of the Strada Milo and the German embassy. Instead, he continued straight on to the Piazza Ionescu and the Athénée Palace Hotel, a building that irritated him with its decadent luxury. He himself could not afford to stay there. He could scarcely have afforded a drink at the bar. At the Malachite reception counter, he gave his name, and while the clerk telephoned ahead, he entered the brass cage of the elevator and rose to the 5th floor, where he found the elector's suite. The door was open. Light spilled from it across the rose medallion of the carpet, and he could hear the elector's soft and modulated voice call out to him before the cage had scarcely closed. "Dear chap, dear fellow." Friendly words in which Gräuben nevertheless detected a hint of condescension, though it was always welcome, he reminded himself, to hear German spoken in this nest of francophonic savages. "Dear chap, please." Always in the elector's presence, he had to steel himself to the man's ugliness. Now, as he crossed the threshold, he held out his hand. When the elector took it in his small, soft, effeminate fingers, could he feel how he made Gräuben's skin shiver and creep? Gräuben smiled. He did not think so. What was the use of diplomatic training if you could not hide such things? Even so, for a moment he hesitated before he looked into the elector's face. He let his gaze slide from the crimson cummerbund up the elegant shirt front and starched collar, out of which rose the elector's white neck and smallpox-ravaged face, a cratered mass of blotches and scars, out of which peered 2 enormous, penetrating eyes. Women's eyes, Gräuben thought, with long lashes and a kind of shimmering surface, as if, despite his evident good humor, the man was going at any moment to burst into tears.
You catch me just before I'm going out. One of these tiresome dinners of the German Friendship League. But come in for just a moment. I am glad to see you. You have something for me?" He was not about, Gräuben reflected, to offer him a drink, though an array of bottles and soda-water siphons lined the sideboard. He gave the impression of being in a hurry and having nothing but time, doubtless an aristocratic trait. He was, after all, the hereditary elector of Ratisbon, with an hereditary seat in the Reichstag. And though he held no official post here, he had the highest possible connections at the embassy, which did not keep him from making separate arrangements with a junior attaché. Now he closed the door behind them. Though it was hard to interpret the expressions of his small, ruined face, again Gräuben detected some impatience. So he said at once, "I have come from my monthly interview with the Baroness Ceausescu." The elector smiled, revealing his perfect teeth. "That disgusting whore," he said. "What did she want?" Then, after a moment, after reconsidering, he went on. "Not that she wasn't a brilliant artist once. 15 years ago, I can't remember, I saw her in Milan, in the production of Ariadne auf Naxos. My God! She was a magician." Here he raised his bunched fingers to his crimson lips. "What did she want, besides our money? She told me Miranda Popescu had been found." The elector's smile disappeared. He stepped across the carpet, and Gräuben found himself looking down at those limpid, eloquent eyes. Where? Gräuben could smell the elector's sweet breath, with a hint nevertheless of some astringent fragrance. Was it caraway? "She didn't tell me. She said it was a rumor. Yes, of course. But she is able to find out. She will make inquiries." "Ah!" As if he had only just noticed he was standing too close, the elector stepped backward to the middle of the floor. "The White Tiger of Roumania," he continued. "You understand why this is important?" Gräuben wondered if he did. Walking up from Cleopatra's temple, he had rehearsed this conversation because he wanted to avoid a certain subject. He wanted to dispense his information without reference to the elector's great defeat, his failure, without which he doubtless would have been Prime Minister of the German Republic, or at least Foreign Secretary, despite his ugliness. At the time of the change of government, when Valeria Dragonesti had been pushed onto the Romanian throne, the elector of Ratisbon had planned an invasion, a liberation of the German-speaking sections of the country. The excuse had been the murder of Prince Frederick Schenk von Schenk, a distant cousin on his father's side. The widow had taken refuge in Germany. He still held her in his schloss in Ratisbon. Naturally, Gräuben had thought he'd been interested in the daughter. A regiment of German cavalry had been cut to pieces at the border, at Kaposvar. Now Gräuben didn't mention to any of that. "A symbol of Romanian nationalism," he murmured. The elector seemed relieved. "Yes," he said. "Hans, yes, that's very good." He took another step backward and brought his small hands together. "A symbol of national aspiration," he went on. "Romania is divided now. The Empress is unpopular, and General Antonescu. We must not allow them to be supplanted by a more charismatic or inspiring figure in the people's mind. Not at this delicate moment when our interests—" His words trailed away. Halfway through this speech, he turned his back on Gräuben. He had wandered over to the window overlooking the city and stood mumbling there, his hands clasped behind his back. Now his voice came sharply, clearly, though he didn't turn around. "You will arrange for me to meet that creature, that gaudy prostitute, on the behalf of the German government. Doubtless she will have been invited to the Empress's reception. I myself cannot attend." There was no dear fellow now, no dear chap. After a few moments, Gräuben felt himself dismissed like a servant. He stood for a moment in silence before letting himself out.
When the door was closed, the Elector of Ratisbon put his hand on his forehead, feeling the first indication of a migraine headache, a small sound he could almost hear, like the cracking of an egg. He stood looking south across the piazza toward the north facade of the Empress's palace, the colonnade, and the massed bulk of the winter keep. Perhaps he himself should attend her reception the next evening. No. He could already tell his headache would be incapacitating, and he was not convinced he could control his feelings. The white tiger. He had had her once. 20 years before, he had let the mother into his house, let her take refuge there along with her thrice-cursed sister-in-law, Aegypta Schenk von Schenk, who had disgraced and befouled a proud German name. 2 women and a baby had thwarted him, and while he kept the mother on behalf of his government, he had let the aunt and the daughter slide through his fingers with the plans to his great project. 2 years in preparation, till it was betrayed by a superstitious and benighted woman who even now did not cease to thwart him and constrain him, and who, even now, could not see, half German as she was, that the future of Roumania lay with his country, with modern science and republican government, with land reform and technological innovation, and not with magic and barbaric superstition and empty genuflection on the altars of empty and non-existent gods. He had failed once. This time he would not fail. But where was the girl now? Where had Aegypta Schenk hidden her all these years? In what corner of Romania was she hiding? Or where was she abroad? 5. The attack at the ford. The dog lifted her yellow muzzle, sniffed at the cold morning air. She barked once, howled once, then pricked up her ears. Peter Gross held out his new dark hand. "You see?" he cried, pointing to the hook-shaped scar on her right foreleg. "You see?" he cried, catching at the silver rings along her ear until she growled and showed her teeth. Then he pulled back, raised his left hand. Afraid of getting bitten, Miranda thought. "It's her," he said. "You know it is. Look at her eyes." First things first. Stanley had once told her that the way you get through things is one at a time, or you'll be overwhelmed. Only morons see the big picture, he'd once said, something like that. So now Miranda rubbed her nose, then rummaged through her backpack, which she'd found on the frozen grass next to the extinguished fire. Pushing her fingers through the leather laces, she felt the shawl, the beaded purse, the empty, crumpled manila envelope where the book had been. But the bracelet was there and the rest of her Romanian things. Markosov had not robbed her, at least. But how stupid she was feeling, how dizzy and lightheaded. Still, first things first. There was a flashlight that might come in handy. She slung the backpack over her shoulder, then went down on one knee. She reached out her fingers, and the dog reached up to smell them and lick them as Miranda scratched her ears. "Hey," Miranda said. The dog lay curled in a nest of clothes, a gray Donna Karan t-shirt and black sports bra, red Victoria's Secret panties, and black bicycle pants. That combination was so Andromeda, Miranda thought. "Are you okay?" she asked. Almost she expected the dog to speak. Instead it whimpered, licked her wrist, then yawned. And she didn't seem injured, didn't start or yip when Miranda ran her hands down her legs, stripping the red underwear from around one of her back paws. Miranda would tease Andromeda about that when she saw her again. And she'd pack the clothes. Andromeda would thank her later. The t-shirt was frozen stiff. Miranda sucked in the cold air. Almost it made her weak, lightheaded, sick. She dug her hands into the rich fur of the dog's chest and neck, seeing each hair that curled along her muzzle, seeing her cold silver eyes, the surface of them dusted with some other colors, red and black and blue. Then she stood up. She was shivering, and her teeth were chattering. "We should go back," she said. "Yes," cried Peter. "I have to go home. My father." His eyes were bleary, his nose red. "Can we call my father from your house? I have to go to the hospital." What was he talking about? He was acting like a kid. But Miranda looked out over the familiar mountains. The meadow, the open crest of the hill, was smaller here, just a bare place among the trees. "Where do you think they are?" she asked, meaning Markasev and that girl Brenda, but Peter didn't answer. "Can you walk?" she said, and the dog got up, turned in a circle, limped a few steps, and then bounded away, which was encouraging. More than once Stanley had described the scientific process in his laboratory. Small victories. Narrow focus, step by step. "We'll go down," Miranda said. It was too cold in her sweatshirt and no gloves. And maybe Stanley was right, because right then, as if liberated by the decision to move, the words of the old woman or her aunt or whoever it was came back to her. The ice house. Gregor's Splah. "Come on," Miranda said, turning downhill. The dog went on down the slope, the frozen hillocks dusted with snow. Now she looked back with one paw raised. "Where are we?" Peter cried. He didn't understand, Miranda thought. He couldn't smell the difference in the air as they came down under trees that were ancient and immense, oak and white pine and shag hickory. And as they came off the hill, he stared around, as if expecting the walls of the art museum to come together suddenly among the trunks of the trees, or else their broken ruins. "We'll go to your house," he said. "Don't worry, my father can come pick me up. I'll call him at work. It doesn't matter. He'll find his way. He'll know." "We're not going home," she said. The flatness, the sureness in her own voice surprised her. And it wasn't true. She'd read a lot of books like this, where the girl wakes up and she's a beautiful princess in another world. But she always goes back again. She always goes home. "We're not going home," she heard herself repeat. Then in a little while she went on. "This is a different place, but it's connected. So we're not strangers here. A lot of what we know can help us." They stood beneath a hawthorn tree near where the barbed wire had been. A hawthorn. Stanley had been a nut for the names of trees. The dog came prancing back, and Miranda squatted down again. She dug her hands into the fur of the dog's throat and let her lick her wrists. Already the flesh around Andromeda's earrings was swollen and inflamed. So Miranda picked at the tiny clasps until the rings fell open. She slipped the tiny silver loops into the pocket of her black jeans, rubbed the sore place with her stiffened fingers, then bent down to bury her face in the dog's fur. Something will be stripped away. Now almost she felt the urge that Peter felt, to search among these trees for the exact place where her house had stood. But what was the use of that? That's not what her aunt had said. "Come on, we've got to find some shelter and some winter clothes. We've got to find the ice house. You know this place. See where the land slopes down? That will be Christmas Brook." She rose to her feet, and the dog jumped away. It was true. Peter knew this country like the back of his own hand. Looking at him now, she could see the surge of recognition as he looked around. "We're not wandering around until we freeze," she said. "We've got to have a plan. My aunt told me to find Gregor's Splah." Peter was examining his forearm, scratching at it. "That's good," he said, his voice brittle and shrill. "Only he's been dead for 50 years. "I don't think so," Miranda said. But she was reassured by his attempt at sarcasm, reassured by the dog's evident joy as she dug her muzzle into the new snow. Small victories. She said the house on the dam, but that must be the ice house. She said we'd find instructions there and people who would help us. Prochenko and de Gratz and someone blind. It was good to listen to instructions, good for both of them, and Miranda could hear the calming sound of purpose in her own voice. But at the same time, a bunch of doubts came back. Peter was right. Gregor's Splah was the name on the stone bench. These other names, this sense of recognition, Stanley had told her how the mind plays tricks. Often before, she'd had dreams that seemed real. She said, as if to reassure herself, "And if Gregor's Splah is alive here, and the ice house is here, then maybe there are other people too, people that we know. Now she saw in her mind's eye Rachel and Stanley in their old house on the green. She saw them going down to the kitchen, making coffee, sitting at the oak table with the lion's head feet, which she had decorated with blue nail polish when she was 6. She had seen them making English muffins and reading the Berkshire Eagle, then calling up to her. She sucked at the cold air to clear her head. "I know it's not much," she said, "but it's a start. If we can't find them, we'll figure out something else." Now Peter was staring at her with a puzzled expression, as if he were noticing her for the first time that morning. "What happened to you?" he said. "What's wrong with your face?" She put her hand up to her nose as if to brush away some smut. A beautiful princess, she'd thought. No, maybe an ugly princess. What was wrong with her face? What was he talking about? Why did he say that? "Look at yourself," he said. "You're different." Which maybe didn't sound so bad. She didn't feel any different. "Of course I am," she said. Something would be stripped away. Maybe Gregor Splah would have a mirror. First things first. In the meantime, she was right about Christmas Brook. After a few more steps downhill, she could hear the sound of water. Before, the stream had been a tiny seasonal affair, a dry rut most of the year, or else a muddy bog. Only at the ice house had it been visible year-round. But now she clambered down a small ravine, and there it was, rimmed at the edges by shelves of shattered ice, coiling through the trees at the bottom of the hill. The dog walked downstream a few paces and then looked back, her forepaw raised above the snow. Which was typical. Andromeda had always had a crummy sense of direction. "Where are you going?" Miranda asked. "It's this way." She wondered if the dog could understand her, wondering also what name she should give her now. Not Andromeda, surely. "Andromeda!" she called out, and the dog cocked her head, then dropped her muzzle to the snow. "Come on," Miranda said. "Let's find the ice house. Then we'll figure things out." And then to Peter, "Can you take us there?" Although she knew the way. They'd just have to follow the brook upstream. But she'd gotten Peter moving. Now there was a change in him, too, a childlike curiosity. He stood above her on the bank, an expression in his face she recognized. Always he had had a sense of purpose in these woods. He stood cradling his big right arm in his left hand. But maybe now he'd be interested in finding his way, interested in this larger landscape, which nevertheless was so familiar to them both. He took a few steps along the stream bed, and reached up tentatively with his right hand to push away a drooping branch. Where had she seen that mark before? That red birthmark below his thumb. Snow had sifted over the pine needles and dead leaves. The dog ran on ahead. Last in line, Miranda stole a glance behind them as they turned upstream. Then she hurried after Peter's retreating back. She wanted to get in front of him, but it was easy to be distracted and go slow. She felt she couldn't look at anything, because if she did, then she would stare at it forever. It was as if the ground had come to life. Even that simple landscape of black tree trunks, snow, and dead black leaves filled her with an excitement that was hard to bear. The stream sang in its bed. Above their heads, the cold light seemed to glow. "Sometimes you read a story," Miranda found herself saying. "You wake up from a nightmare and you're glad. Sometimes you wake up. It doesn't matter." "You can't," she said. The dog came prancing back. She jumped up, licked at Miranda's hands. "I'm sorry," Miranda said, lamely and absurdly. But the dog pulled her head away. Andromeda had never remembered or cared about her dreams. She was awake, scratching at the soft snow. Peter stood above them on a rock, and he'd gone back to cradling his new hand and arm as if the bones were broken and the flesh were dead. "I'm sorry," Miranda repeated, too softly for him to hear, because there was no way she was not responsible for what had happened, one way or another. Peter wanted to tell her something. "Look," he said.
Look there." Miranda saw a trail of footprints following the stream.
"What do you think?" she asked.
Again, Miranda wondered about Kevin Markasev and the girl. Where were they now? Where were they in these woods? She'd seen no footprints in the meadow up above, where the snow was blown away in patches. But these weren't their prints. These were the large nailed boots of a man walking alone, not long before, she thought.
"Come on," she said. "Let's hurry."
The dog went on ahead. Sometimes Miranda recognized a rock or a certain tree. Sometimes Peter pointed something out. "Look," he said, "that's the 17th green, where the stream crosses by the water hazard. That's all gone, but look there." He was pointing to a bare place in the trees and a ring of strange symmetrical hillocks where the traps had been. "My dad's a member," he said. "Every Tuesday. You didn't know that." If trees had grown up over, what was it called? The fairway? Maybe they had gone into the future. In which case, she'd read books about that, too. But how could there be no trace of anything, just these strange similarities? She pressed on, hurrying now, eager to see some kind of building or structure. "What makes you think the ice house will still be there?" Peter asked. "That's where the clubhouse was, by those big pines." She pressed past him, and the dog ran on ahead. Dreams didn't have to mean anything. They were coming toward the dam from the opposite direction from Water Street. They sank into a ravine with the stream at the bottom, and then came up suddenly through the trees. The land flattened out, and she was following the footprints and Andromeda's prints, too, until they reached the ice house, and there it was. They came out of the woods, and there it was, and she was relieved to see it. A small victory. The scale had changed, of course. The land was open, the hills larger and more gradual. The pool was bigger under its skin of ice. The house was bigger, too, and it wasn't staved in. On the contrary, it looked occupied, a wooden cottage trimmed with bark, with a thatched roof, diamond-paned windows, and smoke in the chimney. "You were right," said Peter Gross. On the slope above the house, under the shelter of the trees, 4 men stood watching. One stripped off his gauntlet to wipe his face. They'd had to run through the woods and the uneven snow, hoping to catch the girl before she reached the house. Captain Raevsky and his men had spent the night on the hill, waiting in the bitter cold. They'd tried a different place on every night. Plans that had been vague even in Bucharest were insufficient now, and if it weren't for the presence of the house, he might not have known for sure that he was even in the right locality. His men had taken shifts and been out every day and night. It was too much to expect that they should find the right clearing, and for a week now he'd been convinced he was on a wild donkey chase, until he'd heard the boy screaming. Even then the echoes had confused him, and he wasn't expecting a boy's voice, just a girl's. Now they were paying for his stupidity. He wiped his forehead with his sleeve. He was a bearded, grizzled, grim-faced man, worried now. He would be worried until the prize was safe, until they'd managed to cross out of this wood to Albany. It had been months since they'd left Bucharest for the steamship docks. They had come a long way through cold country just to make a mistake here at the end. If they had run a little faster, he could have taken Miranda Popescu before she reached the dam. He could not wait to see what happened at the house. He didn't want to go inside and fetch her. No one had said anything about a boy. But the girl could not be harmed, which made things difficult. He brought up his field glasses for a moment. A yellow dog was already on the shore of the ice pond. He could see the girl through the birch trees. She was older than he'd expected, older than the photograph the Baroness had shown him. Not a child at all, really. A young woman with the pale, narrow face and dark eyebrows of her father's family. And she looked older than the boy, who was holding his right arm. It was broken or swollen. But surely he recognized that boy. He tightened the focus, held him in the circle of his glasses. No, a chance resemblance to an older man. The day before, and on several occasions since they'd made their camp,
He had stood in this same place for several hours, hoping to catch a glimpse of the inhabitants of the little house. Toward evening, a woman had come out, carrying a bucket to a line of cages under the eaves. Rabbit hutches, he presumed. She'd opened one of the cages and took out something he couldn't see. As she did so, a man had crossed over the dam and gone inside without pausing or saying anything. The first time he'd seen the woman and the man, he had known they were enemies. He'd kept his men away, and they'd kept to themselves. Without a doubt, they were Romanians. He could tell just by the look of the place. The cottage could have stood in any mountain village between Cluj and Brașov. And they must have guns, the captain thought, to live here in the woods so far from any town. Worse, they must have some method of conjuring, for the woods here were full of savages and God knew what else. How had the boy and the girl come here after all, except through conjuring? Every night since they had left the Henry Hudson River and then paddled up the Hoosic into the deep wilderness, he kept watch over his men from midnight until dawn, looking out for wendigos and magic, his guide had told him. Men died in their blankets without a mark on them, claiming they'd seen wives or women who were far away. The boy and the girl were going straight to the house as if they knew about it. Now the captain rubbed his lips, wondering if someone had gotten word to them. Without a doubt, the inhabitants of this place were spies, sent on the same mission by an opposite power. Who was interested in the White Tiger? Anyone who hated Romania, and quite a few who loved it. Were these the Empress's people? Antonescu's? It was impossible to think they might be Germans. Turks, but if not, what were they doing here? If so, it was important to act quickly, before they were able to make plans. Raevski had left 4 men at the river camp, and the 3 he had here were not a lot, not in these woods. He touched his heart, and as he did so, he brushed with his fingers the embroidered emblem on his breast, his talisman, his lady's emblem, the red pig of Cluj. At the original ice house, where Miranda and Peter had first met, the spillway of the dam was made of stone, with a stone bridge across it. Here, most of that was wood. A simple wooden bridge crossed the stream over the mouth of the pond and led immediately to the door of the little house. Miranda came out of the trees and climbed the slope on the far side, across the stream from the house, and there the bridge ended in a wall of rough big stones about 2 feet high, which soon subsided into the rocky bank. Miranda climbed onto this wall, then walked along it to the wooden bridge across the top of the dam. Under her feet, the water flowed into the stream behind a broken column of ice. The dog had run ahead of them as they'd climbed the bare bank, had run out onto the ice over the middle of the pond. She was barking toward a slope of evergreens on the other side, perhaps 100 feet away. Miranda could see some men there, walking down through the trees. They were dressed in green uniforms and green woolen caps. One was bareheaded, and he raised his hand. "Miss Popescu!" he shouted. "Please!" Standing on the wall beside the bridge, Miranda felt another surge of relief. These people knew her, and the ice house was here, and these 4 men were probably Gregor Spla and the others her aunt had mentioned, de Gratz maybe, or Prochenko. "Oh, thank God!" she said. But when she turned toward Peter, she could see nothing in his face but confusion and concern. "It's all right," she said. "Now it's all right." But the dog was barking, Andromeda was barking, and the men paused on the bank. The one who'd spoken was a gray-bearded man, and his gray hair was clipped short. "Please," he repeated, "I have a message." He spoke English with an accent. He put his hand inside his coat and pulled out a yellow envelope, which he held above his head. When he tried to step down off the bank, Miranda could hear Andromeda snarling, see the thick fur rise along her back. "Oh," Miranda said. Her aunt had mentioned Gregor Spla would have a letter. But now the stupid dog was running across the ice, and when she came to the man, she leapt at him and knocked him down. 2 of the others pulled revolvers from their coats, but they hesitated when Miranda yelled, when she jumped down off the dam and came sliding toward them, following the dog's track. "Andromeda!" she called. "Andromeda, it's all right!" until the dog let go of the man's arm and came back to the middle of the pond where Miranda was waiting. No cracks appeared, but there were threatening noises as the ice settled under their weight. The man got to his feet. Miranda heard him cursing, and the others put their guns away, old-fashioned six-shooters, Miranda now noticed, with long octagonal muzzles. Rachel's father had a similar one in his collection of Civil War memorabilia. Still, the guns weren't a good sign. She went down on her knees on the ice and put her arms around the dog's neck. The gray-haired man had circled round a bit, trying to find a place where the ice was solid.
"Miss Popescu," he shouted with his gauntlet to his mouth, "I bring a letter from Romania."
Miranda listened to the dog's low growl. She felt the vibrations of it in her arms and chest. The dog's breath was sweet. Her teeth were white next to Miranda's ear.
"We come to fetch you, yes?" continued the gray-haired man. "We come to take you home."
"Gregor Spla!" Miranda shouted. "Gregor Spla! Is that you?"
"Please, miss," he called back. "No, I am Raevsky. Raevsky is my name."
He tried to step onto the ice again, except his boot went through and he jumped back.
"Please," he repeated. "Come see. I have a letter from the Empress. Also chocolate."
Raevsky wasn't a name she recognized. And the letter should be from her aunt. And these men had guns. And as the gray-haired man was talking, one of his soldiers circled around the pond toward the stone wall where Peter was standing. He was a yellow-haired man in a green cap, and there was nothing friendly about him, nothing friendly about his movements, nothing friendly about any of them, Miranda decided. And Andromeda had known. She was growling with her lips pulled back. Miranda turned and called to Peter, "Go to the house! Go knock on the door!" As she spoke, the door to the little house opened behind him on the other side of the bridge. A woman came out onto the step. Her red hair was streaked with white, and she spoke words Miranda couldn't hear. The yellow-haired soldier was moving faster now. He had climbed the bank and jumped onto the wall that led to Wooden Bridge. He was only a few steps from Peter and the old woman in back of him.
"Look!"
she yelled, and Miranda heard her. She was pointing with her finger toward the soldier on the wall.
"Red pig! Ceausescu!"
The gray-haired man, Raevsky, had found a little spit of shoreline that curved into the ice, and he was closer to Miranda now. He didn't have to shout.
"The Empress wants to meet the daughter of such famous parents," he said.
Andromeda growled. Miranda stood up. Raevsky was smiling as he held the letter out. So maybe it was all right after all. She took one slippery step forward, but the woman on the dam was yelling,
"Ceausescu! Ceausescu!"
which made her stop. The captain was still smiling as he watched her expression change. He tried to appear happy as he learned the worst. The girl knew enough to be frightened of the Baroness's name. She wouldn't come any closer. But maybe she was close enough. So he lurched forward off the bank and grabbed her by the wrist. The ice broke under his boots, but the water wasn't deep next to the shore. He floundered with the water around his shins, trying to drag the girl onto the bank where his man Carl was waiting with his arm outstretched, a revolver in his hand. There was no point in pretending now. The ice broke in a long crack, and the dog was coming at him, its claws scratching and slipping as it gathered itself to jump. But Carl had room. He fired, and the dog, poised in its leap, collapsed onto the ice a few meters from shore. The captain ducked down with his arms around Miranda's waist. She was shouting at him, batting at his face, and she was stronger than he'd expected. There was blood on the ice, though the dog still moved, still dragged itself toward him. Now there was another cry from the dam. He told his man Ferenc to circle round, but he hadn't meant him to go that far, especially if there was someone at the house. He should have kept to the trees, but there he was on the wall itself. The gypsy woman hadn't budged from her own step, but there was the boy with the swollen, broken arm. He didn't look like much of a threat. But where was the other man? Someone must have a gun inside that house.
"Ferenc!"
he called out. But then Miranda Popescu had shifted in his hands, was smacking him around the head again, and he had to find a way to pinion her arms. When he looked up again, he saw his man and the boy struggling together on the wall, and Ferenc had his gun out, and Raevski listened for the shot. "Come back!" he shouted. "I've got her now!" But he didn't have her. She was fighting him again, and when he looked up, his man had fallen on his back off of the wall, and the boy was still standing there. Karl and Alexandru circled round to help him, but now they stopped, confused by another gunshot, which was not from Ferenc's pistol. It came from a rifle, so it wasn't any of theirs. Raevski could tell by the sound. He knew there was another man in the house, not just the old woman who was standing there. But the sound hadn't come from that direction. For a moment, everything was still. The captain's ears were ringing from Karl's first shot at the dog, which had come too close to his head. The second, from the rifle, had a flat clapping sound, and the captain placed it somewhere on the hill behind and above them. Miranda Popescu had stopped resisting, and the captain stood with the water to his shins, his arms around her waist. He was waiting for the third shot. They all waited. When it came, it slashed across Karl's cheek and left a wound. Another centimeter, and it would have killed him. He dropped his gun and put his hand to his face, and the blood seeped through his fingers. Miranda Popescu whispered in Raevski's ear, "You let me go." After that, things happened fast. Alexandru was pulling Karl into the shelter of the woods. Then he came back to help Raevski. Not that it mattered. Though she was straining against him, he had the girl's arms pinned. Her face was near his own. The letter from the Empress drifted in the water. And he was safe at least. The girl was too close to him for anyone to risk a shot. But the dog struggled to its feet. Blood dripped from its side. And now the boy beside the dam took a step onto the ice. The red-haired woman from the house was bending over Ferenc on the shore. "Help him!" Raevski shouted to Alexandru. And at the same time, Miranda Popescu took the lobe of his ear between her teeth and bit on it until the flesh parted, while she twisted suddenly away. She waded out into the water to the broken edge of the ice. She broke through twice in the shallow water. Then she was clambering up where he knew he couldn't follow, where he knew the ice would break under his weight. And besides, he was exposed now to the man on the hill. Their own rifles were back at camp. But the man on the hill wasn't much of a shot. The fourth bullet passed close to his bleeding ear. Marksman or not, someone was trying to kill him, shoot him in the head. Karl and Alexandru were crouching on the bank, and he climbed up to join them among some rocks and bushes, out of sight of the little house. He gave his orders. After Karl was bandaged, he'd go back to camp so Gulka could bring up the long guns. Gulka was at the river with the pirogues and the others, 20 minutes through the woods. Raevski cursed his own stupidity. It had been his decision to leave the rifles behind. He hadn't wanted to scare off the girl, but he could have hidden them in some closer place. He and Alexandru would have to go after that idiot Ferenc. Alexandru was the captain's nephew, his sister's son, and Raevski kept his hand on his shoulder as they climbed out of the shelter of the rocks. Raevski wouldn't allow him to be hurt. Keeping to the trees, they climbed over the rise until they saw the house again, in the clearing on the far side of the frozen pond. The door was open. There was no one on the wall and no sign of his man. Miranda Popescu still knelt on the ice over the fallen dog. The boy was too heavy to add his weight to theirs. He was standing by the shore. He could hear the boy's voice but couldn't understand what he was saying. God, what a mess. With luck, the Baroness would never hear about it, though that would depend on what happened now. Where was Ferenc? Had the gypsy woman brought him inside? And the original problem remained. Miranda Popescu could not be harmed. He watched her struggle to her feet, hoisting the dog in her arms. He was surprised she could lift it. She stepped over a crack in the ice and then staggered toward shore, away from the triangle of muddy water where she'd bitten him and he had let her go. The envelope still floated there. The red-haired woman now appeared at the side of the house. That was where he'd seen her the day before, feeding her animals. Now she stopped at the line of cages. She opened the first one and pulled out a small bird, holding it in the nest of her hands for a moment before throwing it into the air. He watched it climbing steeply toward the sun, a gerfalcon or a kestrel. Then it was gone. Miranda Popescu walked unsteadily over the ice, carrying the big dog. She was 40 meters away, not more. Once she paused and looked toward him where he crouched in the shelter of a tree. Another bird rose into the air, larger this time. A traveler's eagle, he thought. Disoriented for a moment, it flew in circles around the pond. And as he watched Miranda carry the dog onto the bank, 2 more birds went up. Light came from the open door and from 2 kerosene lamps which had been burning when they came in. The inside of the cottage was dark, smelly, wonderfully hot. There was no furniture, but only piles of clothing and supplies. There was a stack of fishing traps against the wall. The soldier lay unconscious in the middle of the floor, a boy as young as Peter, or only a little older, with thick lips and stiff yellow hair. Peter himself stood beside the wood stove, pressing his hand into his armpit, staring at the raw boards under his feet. He tried to help her on the bank, but when he touched Andromeda, she'd snapped at him. Now Miranda held the dog's chest and haunches in the circle of her arms. The burden was too heavy. "Help," she said. The woman was coming up behind her through the door. She'd brought the soldier inside and then gone out again to fool around with her birds. Together they laid the dog next to the stove. Miranda's feet were freezing, soaked. She stripped off her socks and running shoes, then sat cross-legged and took the dog's head into her lap. She could feel the beating heart, steady and strong against her thigh. Good, and there wasn't a lot of blood. She dug her fingers into the thick fur, searching for the wound, while the woman squatted next to her. She was older than Rachel, perhaps 50, with a barrel-like body and fleshy arms. She wore a black wool skirt to the middle of her shins, under what Miranda decided was a smock, a loose shirt that left her neck and forearms bare. The dog was trembling and her eyes were closed. "Mustn't worry," said the old woman under her breath. "Mustn't worry, no," which was easy for her to say. Miranda didn't want to look. Instead, she ran her hand down Andromeda's smooth flank, searching for a wound. "Please," she said. "It's all right. We can—" But she stopped when she felt the dog stiffen, felt the rumble of a growl too soft to hear. "No," said the old woman, grasping her hand. "Don't touch. Wait now. Watch me. Dog is good." She got up. Now she was wandering around the house, gathering an assortment of objects from various boxes and piles. A hand mirror, a syringe, a comb, a drum, a hammer, a fan, a straight razor, a glass jar, a length of rubber tube. Miranda was not reassured, nor was she pleased to see the woman squat down over the wounded soldier. She made a pile of the things she'd gathered on the floor. "Ceausescu," she said, the name she'd spoken on the bridge outside. "Who is that?" Miranda said. Stanley had told her that her parents had been involved in the Timișoara riots, when President Ceausescu's soldiers fired on the crowd. But that was there, and this was here. "He is Ceausescu's man," she said, which didn't help. "The red pig," she said, pointing to a mark on his shirt. Though her voice was harsh, her hands were gentle, fat and spotted, as she rubbed the soldier's neck and cheeks. He opened his eyes. She unbuttoned his green coat, and with the razor she cut away his shirt and undershirt along the front of his body. His chest had a black mark on it. The woman made some clucking noises when she saw it, half laughter, half concern. "So," she said to Peter, "you have not lost skill. Not all." She held the mirror to the soldier's lips. By herself she must have dragged him across the bridge and into the house. But from the water, with Raevski's arms around her, Miranda had seen Peter knock the soldier down, as he had knocked down Kevin Markasev and even the kid in the playground. Miranda felt a surge of gratitude. The man's pistol lay in a corner of the room, next to the green cap. But what did the woman mean by losing skill? "Hey," she said, "where is Gregor Spla?" And there was another name, too, someone blind. Peter sat down now with the dog between them. He put his left hand into the fur above her tail, and Miranda heard her growl. "Stop that," she told him.
"One comes," said the old woman. "Must work fast. Dog must wait."
"She can't wait," Miranda said, but in spite of herself, she was fascinated to see the woman force the neck of the glass jar into the man's mouth. She forced the rubber tube so that it ran out the side of his mouth behind his teeth. He opened his eyes wider, but he seemed stunned or drugged. The woman clamped her hands around the neck of the jar, covering the man's nose until his feet and arms began to shake. Then, abruptly, she took her hands away. She dragged aside all of her equipment and let him breathe again.
"Not yet,"
she said. She was kneeling over his head, and now she sat back on her heels. She hugged her arms over her enormous chest and, closing her eyes, began to sing a small melody, a whisper of Romanian words. "Come on," Miranda said. How long had they been in this new place? An hour, 2? Already everything had gone wrong. She thought about what had happened on the ice, when she'd escaped from Raevski, the gray-haired man who'd called her by her name. He and the rest had run away. Guns had been fired. Thankfully, that phase of things seemed to be over. "Where is Gregor Spla?" she asked again, irritated. No one was talking to her, not the old woman or Peter either. Though she was out of her saturated socks, her legs and feet were still cold. No one was answering even her simplest questions, and Peter wouldn't even look at her. He was staring at the woman's hands. There was a movement at the door, which opened. Miranda saw the silhouette of a man in the white light. Then he was inside, crouching down below the window frame, a rifle in his hand. The door swung closed. The woman shook her head as her song came to an end.
"Great hunter," she said. "How can you miss so much?"
"Please, mother," he said. But she smiled at Miranda, winked. Her eyes were a bright shade of green.
"I am mother when he fails only. You see, it is my way now. If the Graz and Prochenko—"
Those were the other names. Miranda was relieved to hear them from her lips. She was about to say something when the man interrupted.
"We've got half an hour," he said.
He was dark-haired, hook-nosed, bearded, dressed in wool and buckskin leather. His cheeks were sunken, hollow. He spoke better English than the old woman.
"They will attack as soon as they can."
This was terrible news. Again, Miranda wanted to say something, but this time the woman interrupted.
"Is not attack. Not fight like this. Is my way now."
She turned, poised, as if listening.
"One comes."
The wounded soldier lay on the floor, breathing softly under her hand. His eyes were open.
"It's their captain,"
the man said at the window. He raised his gun, reached for the door.
"No."
The woman shook her head.
"You miss him at 10 meters. Let him talk."
Now there was no hesitating, and she took one end of the rubber tube between her lips. Again she put the neck of the jar into the man's mouth, while at the same time sucking on the tube that ran behind his teeth. As Miranda watched, his eyes glazed and hardened, and then she saw for a piece of a second a shape in the jar, as insubstantial as a hologram, a tiny hairy beast. Then it was gone.
"Have it,"
muttered the old woman. Miranda ran her hand down Andromeda's hairy flank. In the thick fur she encountered Peter's fingers, his left hand, and did not pull away. She glanced at him, but he was watching the jar. The woman rubbed it in her hands. Now from moment to moment Miranda could see the little animal nosing around the inside of the glass, appearing and disappearing, diaphanous, multi-hued, alive. The woman fitted a cork into the jar's mouth. Then, limber and light-footed in spite of her bulk, she stood up and made a little skipping dance across the floor. She had a flowered shawl tied around her waist in place of a belt, and she slid the bottle into it. Then she bent down in front of Peter and snapped her fingers under his nose.
"I say you can be your own son. A boy is looking so... Is this Prochenko here? Ha! There are big mistakes. Always this is true. In a dream I went to that place once, that terrible Romania, that terrible Constanta. Yes, when she was young."
And as Peter jerked back his face, the door opened and Raevsky stood there, unarmed, hands at his sides. The woman's skin was covered with moles. Her neck was fat and short. She had some gold teeth, and she smelled of liquor as she bent down over Miranda.
"Captain Raevsky," she said, "do you remember me?"
The captain blinked as he peered into the room. He said something in Romanian, but the woman stopped him.
"I was servant in the summer palace long before."
She partly blocked Miranda's view with her big body, but Miranda was comforted by her proximity. Her and Andromeda, and Peter on the other side. In any case, the captain was looking at the other man, whose gun was pointed at his stomach.
"I've come for him,"
he said, meaning the soldier stretched out on the floor. When no one said anything, he went on.
"I promised his father I would bury him."
The woman laughed.
"You must please yourself. Is no hurry. Is not dead."
As she was speaking, she took from inside her scarf a leather case, which contained a glass syringe. She chose a needle and screwed it on. Then she found a rubber-stoppered vial in her pocket, filled the syringe, and ran the needle into Andromeda's side. Almost immediately, Miranda felt the dog's heavy head subside into her lap. The old woman was still muttering.
"Prochenko, always some mistakes. With his yellow hair, nose in a pretty girl. So it does not change."
"Good," said Captain Raevsky.
"You are glad to know the other one will live. Hit in the face, as you know. There is no necessity for more blood."
Miranda was relieved to hear him say so. He went down on one knee over the sleeping soldier and put the back of his hand against his cheek. The other man followed his movements with the end of the long gun.
"What can you give us?" he said.
Raevsky frowned. He turned toward Miranda.
"Miss Popescu, we have gifts. Important messages. No harm will come. We are your friends. The man who hurt your dog, he is already punished."
Miranda looked at Peter and was surprised to see him shake his head. "I'll stay here," she murmured. It didn't seem like much of a choice. She felt secure here in this warm room, despite its strangeness. And Raevsky had grabbed her, put his hands on her. He might have killed the dog.
"No, that is not right," said Captain Raevsky. "Do not force these ones to defend you. Gypsies and Jews. Your place is not with them."
Gypsies and Jews? What kind of talk was that? Miranda would stay with the old woman. There was a silence in the crowded room. The man with the long gun ended it.
"That's enough," he said. "She's answered. As for this piece of garbage, he's our guest."
He nodded toward the sleeping soldier. The woman ran her hands over the dog's stomach.
"Listen to him. Piece of garbage. He's good. He's a brave man now. They call me Blind Rodica," she whispered. "That is Gregor Spla."
Miranda was happy to hear these names. "I'll stay," she said again. The captain gave her a disgusted look.
"You have no right to bring a danger to these people."
He stared at her, and she stared back defiantly. Why was he even talking to her? His men had shot Andromeda, and her wrists were still sore where he had grabbed her. He had a heavy chest and powerful arms, but his legs were thin.
"I have a letter,"
he said finally to Spla.
"May I give it?"
There was no answer, and so he reached inside his coat to produce the same soggy yellow envelope he had offered her before. He turned his back to Spla and stepped across the room in his wet boots. Miranda looked at him as he approached. She put Andromeda's head aside. Almost she cried out to Spla, because anyone could predict what Raevsky would do. He would grab her by the arm again, or he would turn and knock the barrel of Spla's gun aside. There was a red mark on his ear where she had bitten him. His face was stiff and tense. But then Blind Rodica stepped between them and took the envelope.
"I am with my lady in the summer palace," she said. Sophie's guest house, but you don't remember? I recognize your smell. You came with the Baron Ceausescu. Prince Frederick and the Chevalier de Gratz were there."
When Raevsky heard this name, his expression changed. Miranda watched him glance at Peter and then look again. Suddenly, there was no further chance he would attack them. There was no more stiffness in his shoulders and neck. In a moment, he seemed panicked, almost eager to be gone.
"We will wait 1 hour,"
he said as he stepped backward. And then, in a pleading voice,
"Please, miss, you must do what we say. You must not keep here with these people. They are not friends to you."
He stepped backward toward the door. He was fumbling behind him for the latch as he stared at Peter's face.
"In any way, you have no choice," he said. "I have men from Cluj, and better guns."
Then he was gone, and Splah closed the door behind him. Splah shrugged, dissatisfied, and nodded toward the soldier on the floor.
"He has 6 men and his guide from Albany. Tell me why I let him go." "It's better this way,"
said blind Rodica.
"He protects. He won't hurt the White Tiger. If he is dead or so, the rest don't wait."
Then she laughed.
"He's frightened of the Chevalier de Gratz. Is frightened anyway. His master was the most cruel alchemist in Great Romania, and now his lady too. But he is afraid of my small tricks."
"What is the White Tiger?" Miranda murmured, but Splah didn't hear. Miranda had taken Andromeda's head into her lap again, and she had spoken the question almost to herself, because she didn't want it to sound as if she didn't know anything. Maybe she'd learned something just by listening. Splah was by the window.
"They've got their guns. They won't risk," said blind Rodica. "They go around the house and wait for dark. He won't lose someone, and wounded will not be convenient. Is afraid. He should be. I could hit 3 or 4.
Rodica laughed, winked at Miranda.
"So you say. It's also possible he will wait more time. After some days, he thinks."
They spoke as if Miranda weren't there, but they spoke in English so that she could understand. "What is the White Tiger?" she repeated. Blind Rodica had knelt down over the dog again. Her hands were hidden in the yellow fur, and they were bloody when she drew them out. She found the envelope in the pouch of her scarf and drew out a single sheet of damp, expensive paper.
"In proper time," Rodica said. "There, a forging. Why will the Empress say these things to you? She will put you in a prison if she catches you."
This was useful information. "What does it say?" Miranda asked. She shrugged.
"I cannot read."
She crushed the paper between her hands and tossed it across the floor. Frustrated, Miranda put her hand on Andromeda's sleeping head. She would have been relieved to see Rodica shave the wound, or stitch it up, or bandage it, or merely wash it. But the woman had done none of these things since she'd given the injection, just rubbed and worried the dog's side with blood-stained hands. Now Rodica reached into the dog's mouth and seemed to produce from there a slug of lead the size of a pea.
"Not trying to kill."
"Ha ha," she said. And then her body was quivering as she started to laugh. She snapped her fingers and the bullet disappeared.
"Bounced from the bone. And you," she went on,
snapping her fingers in front of Peter's face,
"wake up."
Peter jerked his head back. And it was true. He did look a little dopey. He hadn't said anything in a long time. Gregor Splah was standing by the front window. Every minute or so, he walked across the room to the back of the house, where he looked out another small window on the opposite wall. There was a field out there, a wide, snowy expanse before the trees began. Miranda kept her hand on Andromeda's head. "I've got some questions," she said stubbornly, which made the woman laugh harder.
"I think you do. I think so."
She got up and, without washing her hands, she filled a kettle from the first of a line of buckets against the wall and put it on the stove. Now Andromeda and the soldier were asleep. Peter was sitting beside the stove. He sat cradling his arm, leaning back against a pile of blankets and pillows. As Miranda watched, he ran the fingers of his left hand along his big right forearm and was opening and closing his dark right fist. Spla walked back and forth between the windows, carrying his gun. Miranda cleared her throat, but blind Rodica interrupted her before she could speak.
"We are your servants, miss. Your Aunt Aegypta put us here to wait."
"Yes," Miranda persevered. "You've got some letters." "Not that one." She nodded toward the message from the Empress, unread, crumpled in a corner.
"Is not time," the woman said again. "White Tiger, what are these names to you? But your aunt keeps us here to protect you from those murderers. Spla was a stable boy, it's true. Now he is a big man with his gun, but we don't think so. Ha! We know him. I work in the nursery after you are born. 1 week after you come from Germany."
Miranda shrugged.
"Where? No, in Constanta, child. Romania. Where else? Your aunt brought you from Germany when you were 2 days old."
"And he's your son?" Miranda motioned with her head toward Gregor Spla. They were talking too softly for him to hear.
"No, child, but I take him. Romania has orphans in those days, and now still. Your aunt would not separate. He is just a boy when I come here."
Gregor Spla walked back and forth.
"Tell her the story."
But she was making food. She mixed the water with some meat stock from a greasy jar and put it in a pot on the stove. Then she sat beside Peter, slicing vegetables into a bowl, muttering and singing to herself. The walls were charred and stained with soot. Long soot-covered cobwebs hung from the rafters. They trembled in the draught Spla made as he walked underneath. The flame of one of the kerosene lamps trembled also, and cast flickering shadows.
"She's blind," Spla muttered. "She does everything by touch. Don't trust her pranks. That's all it is, make-believe. This boy," he went on, touching the soldier with his foot, "maybe she drugged him, but the rest is gypsy tricks. Not what we need now."
Rodica laughed when she heard this, winked her grass-green eyes. She was slicing pieces of smoked ham into the pot. And now she took from the pouch of her scarf what looked to Miranda like the same jar that had contained the little animal. She opened it, turned it upside down, shook out a pinch of what looked like salt. Still, how could she be blind? Later, she sat and rolled a cigarette with expert practiced movements.
"Stop that," she said to Gregor Spla. "They will hit through the window. I tell you, nothing happens before dark."
6. A second assault. The inside of the little house was full of distinct smells. Lying near the stove with her eyes closed, without moving her nose, Andromeda could separate them out. There were onions and garlic. There was deer meat and dried rabbit meat. There was a small stink of urine and 2 kinds of blood. There was salt and wood and smoke, which almost overpowered all the rest. There was dirt and sweat from the gypsy woman. There were Miranda, Peter, and there was Gregor Spla. She opened her eyes. In the afternoon, in the little house by the stone dam, Gregor Spla walked back and forth. Andromeda watched him from the floor. Her head, too heavy to lift, lay on her paws. It had been the shock of being wounded that had felled her on the ice, more than the seriousness of the wound itself. Now Andromeda lay waiting for the drug to wear away. Moving her eyes, moving her head in tiny increments, she could see Miranda and Peter Gross on the other side of the stove. Hugging his hand into his armpit, Peter had lain back against a strapped-up bedroll. He was asleep with his mouth open. His food, a wooden bowl of soup, lay untasted on the floor. Hands on her hips, old Rodica looked at him appraisingly.
"He's good," she said. "Rest now. We will need him."
She reached into her sash and produced a glass bottle of black pills. Now she squatted down to press the bottle into Miranda's hand.
"Just to sleep. Not now. 1 each night, no more. These next nights will be bad dreams for you."
Standing, she pried up the lid of the stove and fed it with chunks of wood. Andromeda could smell the dust and the powdered sap. Miranda was staring at the yellow-haired soldier whose body lay in a corner of the room. She slipped the bottle of pills into the pocket of her jeans. Gregor Sploss stood beside the diamond-paned front window, looking out. He had a long, narrow face, a high, hooked nose. His beard was long and soft, as if it never had been cut. It was tucked into his shirt. He was in his 20s, an ugly man picking his lips. He was nervous now. Andromeda could smell his sweat.
12 years, he said. We built this house, built the dam, cleared the field. Oh, we had lots of projects. Princess Aegypta never told us what to do. We haven't heard from her. 1 letter every year in Albany. Sometimes not even that. I didn't expect this. Ceausescu's soldiers. We were a contingency. But so easy to see, muttered blind Rodica.
Sploss stepped across the room to the rear window by the stovepipe.
I thought you'd live your life in that place your aunt prepared. Grow up, have children, die. I never thought you would depend on us. Great Romania has fallen, or will fall. Turks on one side and the Germans on the other, and the Tartars, and the Muscovies, and all the rest of them like cockroaches on a cake. It's a matter of time. Who are you? Just one girl. No time for this, grumbled Rodica. No, but your father took me in, an orphan in his house. I'll lay down my heart and life. Rodica, too. Don't worry about that. He's not worried. Raevsky will come at dark.
Tell me about my parents, said Miranda suddenly. Andromeda thought, what was different about her? Black hair the same, and her wide forehead, narrow cheeks.
Sploss said, Yes, your mother. That's the truth. It's been 12 years. It doesn't matter. Here, when Julius Caesar came back from his Romanian campaign, he brought a Dacian princess who was pregnant. When Brutus stabbed him on the Senate floor, chaos. The girl fled. She gave birth in the mountains, in Pietrosul. Is that what you want to know? It could not be true. But how can you explain the power of your family?
After a moment, he strode back to the window by the door.
You are hope to all our people, muttered Rodica.
Yes, agreed Spla.
A white tiger was prophesied, and the white tiger was found in the Carpathians. Your father was already dead, and your mother chose the name Popescu, the commonest name in all Romania. This isn't hurting you?
Go on, Miranda said. What was different about her? Her hair was the same length, kept in place behind her ears. Her dark eyebrows were the same, and her blue eyes. She was more solid somehow. Had she put on weight? Was she taller? No, but something had changed in the expression of her face. Her skin looked rougher, darker, older.
Baron Ceausescu was your father's friend, but he betrayed him, said Gregor Spla. He forged a letter from the German ambassador. Testified against him at the trial. It was a joke. No one believed. It didn't matter. They were looking for excuses. Your father was shot, they say, trying to escape. This was 5 months before you were born.
While Spla was talking, blind Rodica gathered a pile of gadgets and utensils on the floor below the stove, between Andromeda and the sleeping soldier. She had about her now a smell of wax and grease. She sniffed, rubbed her nose.
It's 20 years ago. Now, but tonight, no time for explanation. Must make plan. First. 12 years to think. Raevsky's men will come around the house. They will set the house on fire.
Miranda interrupted. Tell me about my parents.
Spla answered. Friedrich Schenk von Schenk. Half German, see? That makes things difficult. Your mother called him Freddy. His mother was a Brankovenu like her. They were cousins. How they met. He was at his grandparents' for the winter holidays, near Brasov. And she, of course, well, she...
Spla walked back across the room. Tell me.
The white tiger. Does this mean nothing to you? You take after your father, of course. But your mother held the story of the tiger in her bones. Your father couldn't use it because he was a German. Always foreign-born. Oh, but he was a great prince. You should have seen him ride his horse through Vulcan's Gate after he'd stopped the Turks at Hafsa. The whole city turned out to cheer him. He had the armistice in his hand. After his death, of course, the Sultan broke the line. He had all but beauty, agreed blind Rodica. Here's why they hated him, Ceausescu and the others. Why they killed him.
All this time, Rodica had been preparing an altar in the middle of the floor. The centerpiece was a small brass statue which Andromeda identified as representing the Hindu god Ganesh. Once her father had brought her a chalk drawing back from India. Why did she remember that? She never could remember dreams. "What are you doing?" Miranda said. The statue had 4 arms. It was elephant-headed, sitting on a rat. Around its feet lay all kinds of loose bric-a-brac, tiny bottles, tools, pieces of wire. Rodica lit some incense from a wooden match, then sat back on her heels.
Light won't last, she said.
Turning now, she reached inside the collar of Miranda's shirt and uncovered the steel crucifix on its chain.
Many times I saw this on your mother's neck, she said. Please let...
Miranda put her hand up to her neck, but the cross was already gone.
Permit me,
said blind Rodica, turning it between the pads of her finger and thumb.
You see, it's old, made from the nails.
Give it back. Miranda reached out her hand, but paused when Rodica hung the crucifix from one of Ganesh's outstretched arms.
Now gold,
said blind Rodica. She looked expectantly at Miranda's backpack, beside her on the floor. Miranda made a resigned gesture with her hand, and the old woman dug her hand into the laced-up top, then brought out a little pasteboard box. Miranda had shown it to Andromeda years before. It was from a jewelry shop in Bucharest. Rodica selected the 11 thin coins and arranged them in a circle around the altar. The sun was down behind the hills now, and darkness filled the middle of the room. Squinting along her nose, Andromeda could see that each coin had a letter stamped on it. Together they spelled out a word.
Sennacherib,
muttered blind Rodica.
Gypsy tricks, said Gregorsbla. Don't pay any attention to her.
But it was impossible not to pay attention. Miranda sat on the step, staring at the gypsy's hands. Spla was above her in a corner of the wall, smoothing out the Empress's damp letter, which was in English, apparently. He read it aloud. It gives me happiness to welcome you and commend you to the care of my trusted captain. What was my mother's name? Miranda interrupted. Wasn't there a letter from her? What did she say we should do?
So poor child, said blind Rodica. Your mother cannot help now. We will help. We will get you out. Maybe it would be different with Prochenko and the Graz. Great warriors. Heroes. Not so useful now. 1 a slave boy and 1 dog. And 1 stableman and 1 blind gypsy. We will help you. Everyone tries tricks. You don't forget. Valeria Dragonesti is your enemy. And Ceausescu. Antonescu above all. Do not forget these names if we are not here to help.
Shadows were gathering in the corners of the room.
They're lighting fires in the wood, murmured Gregorsbla. 4, no 5.
He stood at the back window.
Don't worry, said Rodica. Not worry. Sennacherib will come. He just needs... what? Coaxing.
Between these words, she was muttering something in a foreign language, gesturing in the incense, rocking back and forth.
There's no point to this, said Gregorsbla.
Then, in a little while,
it's starting to snow. Yes, yes,
muttered blind Rodica, and more words in the language that was neither English nor Romanian. From the scarf around her waist, she now produced a glass jar with a beast inside, a field mouse or a shrew, and she put the jar upright next to the burning stick of incense. The little animal nosed around the cork. Andromeda raised her head off her paws. Peter Gross was moving too, shaking his head, though he was still asleep. Andromeda had forgotten about him. But now she was looking at his black hairy hand and the red birthmark on the joint of his thumb. De Gratz's mark. So he had de Gratz's hand at least. No, more than that. Andromeda could see now in his brown curls and brown skin, his bent teeth and brooding heavy brow, a small version of a face she recognized. She pricked her ears. His smell also was a washed-out version of de Gratz's acrid sweat. He spoke, and Miranda gave a small cry of surprise. His eyes were still closed. Still, he lay against the bedroll. His mouth lolled open, and his voice, when the words came out, was empty and strange. There lay the rider distorted and pale, with dew on his brow, the rust on his mail. The tents were all silent, the banners alone, the lances unlifted. A poem, Andromeda thought. Yes, said blind Rodica. It's just... Then to Miranda. Your aunt sent 2 soldiers with you to protect you. Friends of your father's. Officers of the guard. What do you mean? They are not what they are, said blind Rodica. Peter's eyes, open now, stared down at the little altar. His voice was low and flat and halting. Though soft, it filled the room. Why have you spoken? Sennacherib, breathed blind Rodica. Seated by him, Miranda reached over to take hold of his left hand. What have I to do? He said. There is no sacrifice. No, but I have one, said blind Rodica. In Christ's name. I do not name him. Tell me what you want. I can see the men now, said Gregorsbla. I see them near the fire. Enemies have us in a ring, murmured blind Rodica. You are the protector of the weak. There was a silence, and then Peter spoke again. What is the sacrifice? The voice was distorted, low. Peter was slumped forward now. Here, said blind Rodica. Andromeda could see the mouse was motionless at the bottom of the jar. Release it. Rodica twisted the cork and put the jar on its side. After a moment the mouse came to itself. It nosed its way out of the jar, then ran across the floor in the direction of the sleeping soldier. On the way it fell into a seam of shadow and disappeared. But the soldier, who had been lying still, now rolled over onto his back. Oh, well, said blind Rodica. Is too poor a gift. What do you offer me? Whispered Peter. Death from death. Enough of this, said Gregorsbla. He paced across the room. They'll come in from all sides. Maybe I'll shoot 3 or 4. You have a chance. You be ready. What do you mean? Miranda asked. There's a coat and a pack of supplies. I dug a hiding place. Spla put down his gun and turned over a corner of the floor, a square of planks 3 feet on a side. She's right. We had 12 years to prepare. We'll go out, and in the dark they can't be sure. They follow us and you stay here. Then you join us. Run for the woods and then you'll meet us at the river, upstream to the Black Rock. They'll go downstream if they chase you. What if I give myself up? She asked. He'll shoot the rest of us and shoot you later, by a firing squad in Bucharest. This is a war. Andromeda had pulled herself onto her haunches. She lay with her muzzle between her paws. The soldier was awake now. He lay on his back, saying something in Romanian. There you see, blind Rodica still knelt before her altar. Do not listen to these plans. You will not do these things. My way is good. Raevsky knows. Spla threw down the trap door, leapt forward, but it was too late. The soldier had flung himself across the room to the front door, which crashed open before Splah could get his gun up. Miranda jumped to her feet. Lethargic and slow, Andromeda now staggered up. She stood looking at the gray, swirling snow through the open door. She heard 2 gunshots, both quite close. She smelled the powder. The soldier had rolled part way down the slope, then got to his feet, screaming and shouting, and disappeared into the half-light and the snow. Splah was cursing.
"What did you do? What did you do? Miss Popescu, please."
Blind Rodica was on her hands and knees. Now she got up, went to the door, and closed it. Another gunshot fired.
"It does not matter."
But Splah was in tears.
"Mother, how can you say that? Did you see him? Did you see him through the door?"
Rodica grimaced, smiled. Her hand was still on the wooden latch.
"Raevski knows. That boy will tell him, and then he will know. He didn't know. Why would he know? But he knows now. He will set the roof on fire. You see, my way is best after all. Unless they killed him as he ran out. What way? Gypsy nonsense!"
He had put his gun aside and was sobbing into his hands. For the first time, Andromeda realized that Rodica had been hurt. She staggered forward into the room, then flopped down on her knees. Andromeda could smell the new blood on her hands.
"Given,"
she said. And then Peter spoke.
"Yes." "What have you done?" Splah said. "What have you done?"
He and Miranda had their arms around the old woman now, and they supported her as she slumped onto the floor. Then she was sitting with her legs splayed out, hands on her stomach.
"You don't be stupid now,"
she murmured.
"You tell my lady what has happened. Here's a letter for my mother in her pawn shop in the old court, and package for my daughter in Constanta. You will see. Aegypta Shank will pay to her my wages. That is what I want. She can't be shamed for her old mother. Is married to a good man. God bless Romania. Jesus help me. Freely given, remember. Is freely given."
"Yes."
"You stupid gypsy fool," said Gregor Splah. 12 years. Oh, God, he said. "Does it hurt? Where is it?"
Now there was a lot of blood. Andromeda could smell it as it spread out from her hands.
"Oh, my friend," she said. "My son, we saw the white tiger. A sacrifice. We can do not more. You tell my lady."
Miranda had a stunned expression on her face. She had her arms around the gypsy's shoulders. There was a wind around the house. Andromeda could hear it in the stovepipe. Outside the window, the snow was falling thicker every minute.
"Lie down now, lie down," said Gregor Splah. "Let me."
But there was nothing to be done. Blind Rodica grabbed Miranda's hands and held them as they lay her down.
"You have trust," she said. "Trust in Sennacherib. If not trust, then you can fail. Raevski will be gone. Men will be gone. But you will go quickly. Take their boats. Find Ion Dreyfus in Albany. That is all. Oh, my son, brave boy, you can do this."
Her voice was weak. Gregor Splah was crying. Andromeda could smell his tears.
"Talk to her. Talk to her," he sobbed.
And Miranda did, telling her a story that Andromeda had heard before, which was about when Stanley took her hiking in the White Mountains, in a place called New Hampshire. Early in the morning she had gotten up to pick blueberries, and she had found a field with a bear doing the same thing, and she had sat in the same field as the bear, picking blueberries as the sun came up. Outside the cottage, the wind blew. It was peculiar, Raevski thought, because at first he could feel nothing on the ground. He stood at camp on a small promontory above the ice pond, watching the door of the house through his field glasses as the snow came and the light grew dim. But when he put down his glasses, in the trees beyond the house he could see movement in the bare high branches and the evergreens. A current of air ran through them, making them toss their heads. Around him the air was still. The snow fell in large flakes. Raevsky circled the pond to the next fire, where Gulka sat among the evergreens. Gulka was afraid that in the darkness and the snow someone might slip through the cordon. Raevsky had put his men in 5 protected positions around the house, each with clear sightlines and an open space in front. The darkness would help them more than the enemy, he explained. The snow would help them too. Gulka was the oldest of his men at 21 and a bit slow. The Baroness had not wanted to pay for soldiers, except for him, so he'd picked farm boys from Cluj and given them guns. He'd brought his own sister's son. They would have been enough to find Miranda Popescu in the woods and bring her home. They'd have been enough to snatch her from the gypsy and the Jew. Now Raevsky was less sure.
"I swear to you it must be his son," he said. "He'd be the right age. If he's like his father just a little bit, there could be a difficulty. So leave him to me. I was with the army when the Graz fought the Turkish campaign."
Gulka was a thin, nervous man with a weak beard and a spot on his face.
"When it is dark, we all move forward,"
Raevsky explained for the 3rd time.
"At 6 o'clock, we burn the rats out of their nest. When the fire is lit, we can see everything."
He spoke gruffly and confidently, though he was concerned. The problem then would be to recognize Miranda Popescu. With any luck, they wouldn't fire a shot. The old gypsy was a witch, that much was sure. Where had the girl come from, after all? And de Graz's son? Miranda Popescu must not be left in there, he told himself, to be turned into a vampire or a ghost. Now he understood what his lady had said, that they must rescue her, save her from her enemies. But he was sure this gypsy had some bad surprise for him. At 5:15, Ferenc got up from beside the fire. He was the one who'd escaped from the house. He'd come yelling across the bridge, and he was lucky no one hit him when they fired at the open door. Later, he sat covered in blankets next to the fire in the birch trees, and as the snow grew thick, he told the captain what he had seen. The guide had given him a cup of tea. Raevsky had just made the circuit and was headed back to the main camp by the promontory when he saw him. With his blanket over his head, Ferenc walked out into the open, down the slope, and onto the ice surface of the pond.
"What are you doing? Get back!"
Raevsky shouted, but the snow was thicker now. And then the wind came up, and his words were thrown into his face by the wind. He ran down to the edge of the pond. From where he stood he could see 4 of the 5 watchfires. But then he couldn't, and they disappeared, and he thought it must be a trick of the snow. Certainly it wasn't possible for all of them to be extinguished in a single moment, blown out like so many candles. He couldn't see the lights, yet it was not too dark to see the tops of the pines turn over as the wind passed through. Nor was the wind so strong that he couldn't hear noises in the trees, branches ripped down. He turned and ran back toward the camp in the birch trees. He called out for Alexandru, his sister's son. 5 minutes before, Raevsky had been with him. That camp was at the far side of the pond, guarding the house on the north side. As he ran, he expected to see the fire reappear, hidden by the trees or a trick of the snow. But when he got there, the fire was dead, the embers scattered, dead. The boy lay on his back, cold and scarcely breathing. The wind howled and tore at the trees. Shouting a charm his mother had taught him, Raevsky dragged him up, threw him over his shoulder, and staggered back through the trees. There was a sheltered place among the rocks that he'd chosen for an emergency position, and now he headed for it. An outcropping of rocks and a deposit of dry leaves. Before he went back for the others, he stripped his mother's amulet from around his neck and wound it around the boy's unresisting fingers. He gave the boy a hug, held him in his arms, tried to warm his cold body. Then, keeping in his mind the image of the Baroness Ceausescu's beautiful face, he plunged off again into the snow. In Bucharest, in the house on Saltpeter Street, in her cold upstairs room, the Baroness sat waiting. Markasev had returned. He lay naked in the cage under a horsehair blanket. For several minutes his eyes had been open. He had sat up, moved his arms, given some nonsensical responses to her questions. But then he had slipped back into unconsciousness like a swimmer desperate for air who had found his legs entangled in some wreckage and had sunk again below the surface. Something was wrong. The pigs in the crate had sighed and squealed. Now they no longer breathed. Jean-Baptiste would dispose of them. Something was wrong. Marcassif had failed, or something was the matter with the science, or else Aegypta's shank had tricked her, or else Marcassif had made a fool of her. In any case, the girl had not come with him. Jean-Baptiste had built this cage for her at some expense. The Baroness sat watching in her leather armchair. If Marcassif had brought back the girl, if he'd not disappointed her, then the Baroness would have helped him. She was a generous woman, and she'd been yearning to help him for many weeks. She'd imagined his gratitude. She would have found a home for him. But now this cage would be his home, at least until he explained himself. Now he tossed and struggled, and threw his head from side to side.
"No,"
he muttered.
"No. What will you do? Oh, Sennacherib."
A word that filled the Baroness with anxiety and rage. She didn't show it. She sat in her husband's armchair, her bare feet crossed on a stool. Nothing disturbed the smoothness of her face. From time to time she ran her big-knuckled fingers through her hair. But what was happening in America? What was happening in that place? All night, and now past noon, she had sat in the leather armchair chewing her nails. Now she kicked aside the footstool and stood up. Gathering her dressing gown around her, she stalked past the cage. Beyond it was a long ironwood table, in the center of which rose a crystal pyramid, 1 meter on a side. Flanking the pyramid stood a black mirror and a hanging pendulum. Most of her husband's laboratory equipment she had never touched. She was not interested, as he was, in chemical research or metallurgy or the quest for the Philosopher's Stone. If he had not died, he would have beggared them with his experiments, the ceaseless expiation of his guilt. But there was one area of knowledge where her interests coincided with his, one part of the room that she still used. She dragged this table away from the wall, and on it she had laid her husband's astrological charts, his books by Zosimus and others, and his divining instruments. Now she ran her stained, bleeding fingers along the polished wood. An enlarger was clamped to one end of the table, and beside it stood the big box camera with the Zeiss lens, which her husband had bought in Dresden. A chance imperfection in the lens had enabled him to capture not just faces and landscapes, but spirits and souls. Her husband had a book of black and white prints that he'd prepared himself. She leafed through it.
"Sennacherib,"
she said. And there he was, in a series of 3. The first was out of focus, a grinning, freckled child about 6 years old, taken at Lake Como on the beach. The second showed a bear in the snow, and the third was difficult to make out, a swirl of shadows around a glowing center. There were notes in her husband's handwriting, which was clear and precise. Nevertheless, the words were difficult to read. Often he used a kind of code, and finally she was too impatient. She consulted the chart tacked to the wall. Her husband was in the circle of brass. There are 7 spheres of life, 7 of death, and the Baron Ceausescu was in the 3rd of these. In a year or so, as he dropped downward, he would be harder to reach. But now she glanced at her watch, glanced at his plotted trajectory on the chart, and made some rapid mental calculations. He was always waiting for a transmission from his wife. She pressed the coordinates into the ansible, an iron box 50 centimeters long, ornately painted with a pattern of exploding stars. Typewriter keys protruded from one side, and her stained fingers played on them. Then she waited. Her husband didn't sleep now, didn't eat, didn't rest, so he was always at her service. From the back of the ansible rose a horn made of lacquered paper over a wooden frame, like the horn of a Victrola. The Baroness adjusted the lever, then stood alternately gnawing and examining the cuticle of her right thumb. She was waiting for a flicker of movement in the surface of the crystal pyramid. Now she saw it. Shortly after her husband's death, she had had carried into storage the various portraits of him that had decorated the house, all but one, because it hurt her to look at them, she'd said. It was the truth. She'd always been oppressed by his ugliness, his heavy, sagging features and bald head, his pig's eyes. Mercifully, all that was gone now, rotted to nothing inside the Ceausescu mausoleum. The image that now came to her out of the spirit world was of a young woman with a long throat, her golden hair tied up. There was no sign of the red pig. The image flickered and burned below the crystal surface of the pyramid. The girl's face was happy. She smiled when she caught sight of the Baroness and gave a small, shy wave. The Baroness studied her thumbnail. She was waiting for the sound of her husband's voice, unrecognizable and airy in the depths of the lacquer horn. First there was a sound of wind, the static of the spheres, and then a girlish whisper.
Nicola, oh, are you there?
The Baroness rolled her eyes. Of course. She typed into the machine.
I could bear 1,000 years of this if I could see your face. What are you wearing?
Death hadn't changed him. Show me the place, she typed in.
Nicola, don't make these mistakes.
Learn from me. The girlish voice was covered sometimes with a rushing sound, a swell of ions or of wind, but the intention was clear, and the Baroness ignored it. Always when he was alive, he had oppressed her with his opinions, his advice, and now it was the same. If it were up to him, she'd be a virgin in the temple, and she imagined he had many reasons for wishing so. What did he care now about money or her position in the world? What did he care about her son's future? She'd been 26 when he died, and he had left her with enormous debts and no one to rely on but herself. Please, she typed in, if you love me. He had never loved her. Only he had wanted to possess her, touch her body with his old hands. Now there was silence except for the ionic wind. The girl under the pyramid disappeared. The Baroness came closer and peered into the crystal surface, which now seemed opaque. Nothing was there. She brought the lamp closer and examined the reflection of her own face in the triangular glass. As always, the image of her face came as a surprise to her. She lived her life as a beautiful woman because that was the way people treated her. She herself couldn't see it. When she glimpsed herself in mirrors, she had the impression of an unattractive stranger. The pouting, small-featured woman who confronted her seemed as foreign as the girl inside the pyramid. She put her bitten fingers on the image of the woman's lips, then watched her face dissolve, though not before it had given her a haughty frown. Instead, a landscape seemed to form under her hand. She extinguished the lamp so that she could see more clearly into the pyramid's depths. The detail was minute. Now it was almost as if the sloping sides of the pyramid had disappeared. The tiny landscape seemed to spread across the surface of the table, and she peered into it as if she were a spirit or a god. It was almost too small to make out. But she saw the little house next to the pond, the wall and the wooden bridge. The hills were ghostly white. New snow had fallen. It didn't lie thick and uniform, but rather in blown drifts. Many trees also had blown down completely, or else the tops had been snapped off. There was no sign of movement, except now she saw a dog running on the surface of the pond where the snow had blown away to show the ice beneath. The door of the little house stood open, and 3 people came out, loaded with gear. The first, it enraged her to see, was Miranda Popescu, dressed in black trousers and a black coat, and carrying a bag over her shoulder. And the next boy seemed familiar, a youthful version of the Chevalier de Gratz, who had lived in Constanta after Prince Frederick's murder. And the last was a tall man with a long-barreled gun. The Baroness, who had a capacious memory, fumbled for a moment, and then recognized his face. Gregor Spla, an orphan whom the prince had hired in his stable. A gypsy had adopted him when he was on the street. Even in spite of her frustration and disappointment, she was conscious also of a sense of triumph. She'd been right to send Raevsky after all. She had been right to spend the money, even as a last contingency.
"Where's Raevsky?" she asked. "Can you see him? Was he there?"
But there was no sound from the ansible except the rushing of the wind.
"I thought Sennacherib was one of yours."
She heard her husband's coughing laugh, soft now, almost swallowed up in static.
"He belongs to no one, but every night Princess Aegypta prays to him on King Jesus' altar. He does not despise a broken heart."
She turned back to the tiny landscape. Almost she could feel the wind blowing out of it, see the glare of the sun on the snow. On the stone dam, Miranda squinted up into the morning light. She could feel the presence of a world above this one, beyond the dazzling arc of the sky. She shuddered, then buttoned the flaps of her new coat. It had been Blind Rodica's. Her fingers were clumsy in Blind Rodica's gloves. First things first, she told herself, because there was a lot she didn't want to think about. She had woken that morning and lain still for a moment, seeing in her mind's eye Rachel and Stanley in their old house. So a bad dream, she told herself savagely, even as she lay awake. But in that vanished town, every morning when she'd woken up in bed, she'd been able to remember every dream in every part. How could it be different now? With part of her mind she could not but imagine Andromeda's mother looking out into the empty driveway, and Peter's father alone in his little house, and people going up to search the hill, and the whole town going on without her. It would take more than waking to consume that dream, more than burning to unwrite that book. The night before she had not taken any of the black pills.
"Bad dreams,"
Rodica had said. So probably they were supposed to help her forget. What was the point of remembering? All that was finished, done, and yet she didn't quite believe it. No matter how real and true and right this new world seemed despite its terrors, still she would keep faith with Rachel and Stanley, especially Stanley. She would not stop imagining. At least it would take more than a pill. When Rachel's parents had visited from Colorado, on Sundays they'd all go to St. John's Church. Afterward, when Miranda had come out of the church vestibule and down into the street, always she had been astonished at the brightness and clarity of her real life. Now, as she came down from the little house into the morning, she felt the same astonishment, the sense of new minted value, even in the chaos of broken trees. But she wondered if, as time went on, she would no longer be as sensitive to it, as close to tears. Blinking, she looked down and found herself staring at the corpses of 4 men, dusted with snow, arranged below the wall. Blank-faced, frozen, they were laid out below the dam like the trophies of a cat. Raevsky was not one of them. Horrified, blinking again, she turned back toward the house. Through the open door she could see Blind Rodica's body, laid out with candles at her head and feet. That morning, with Rachel and Stanley in her mind, she had sat up and watched Gregor Splah light the candles. She'd sat in her nest of blankets, hugging her knees, as Splah talked, telling stories about the dead woman.
"She had a house in the Piazza Italiana, a seamstress's shop before the Baron signed the Gypsy Bill," Splah had said. "That's why she hates Ceausescu. The Empress confiscated most of those businesses. Rodica didn't want to go back. Her daughter was passing as a citizen. She didn't want to damage that, you understand?"
Not really, Miranda had muttered to herself. But she did understand a little bit. Listening, she was able to piece together a story of how a boy and a middle-aged woman had crossed the ocean, had lived in the woods for 12 years, seeing almost no one but each other, just to help Miranda now. It seemed impossible.
"She took me in when I had nothing," he said. "That was when your aunt could protect us in Romania."
Then he spoke to the dead woman, reminding her of how she'd saved his life when he was attacked by the panther. He reminded her of when he'd caught his leg in his own trap, and when he'd had the fever that wouldn't break. He told parts of jokes and stories, and sometimes whispered song in his cracked voice. Hugging her knees, Miranda listened. She was trying to gather shreds of another story, how a proud empire had been throttled by corruption and violence.
"Hundreds of years ago. We were there before," said Gregor Splah. "The Germans and the Turks and civil war. That was the first of the White Tigers, Miranda Brankovenu. Her son, Constantine, was the first of the Golden Kings. Later, 20 years ago, the generals put Valeria Dragonesti on the throne. Your father fought against him, why they hated him. Madame 12%, Spla called the Empress, which was her share of the Transylvanian oil field. And there was someone else, a general named Antonescu. He was 7 feet tall, weighed hundreds of pounds. Miranda imagined him striding across the countryside, reaching out to grab men and machines. Now she stood under an early morning sun so bright it made her want to sneeze. Spla was on the step of the house, strapping up his knapsack. He ducked into the house again and came out with a burning torch. He walked along the side of the house until he turned the corner of the wall. "They can't leave her for the wolves," he said. When he'd finished the circuit, the thatched roof of the house had started to smoke on the far side. He'd thrown away his torch and had a bird perched on his wrist, an eagle or a hawk. "Radhika let them go last night, but she came back. I was the one who trained her. She was in her cage, waiting for me." Miranda saw some rabbits running down the slope, away from the far side of the house. He must have freed them. Spla dug into his pocket and produced the little crucifix taken from the statue of Ganesh. There was a leather pouch hanging from the thigh of the immense bird, and Spla slipped the cross inside. Then he threw up his wrist. This time the eagle rose straight and sure into the sun. The Baroness saw it as a scratch appearing on the surface of the crystal wall. She turned away, distracted by a noise behind her. Markasev struggled underneath his blanket. She strode over the cage and put her hands on the bars. Now she found herself overcome with pity. He lay on his back, the blanket twisted around his waist, and his skin seemed bruised and flushed. Hectic spots stood on his forehead and his cheeks. She slipped the lock and took a step into the center of the cage. "Poor boy," she murmured. Then, in a moment, she had gone and returned, and she was kneeling over Markasev with a towel in her hands. Gently, she took him into her lap and dried his face. She put a corner of the towel into a bowl of water and used it to moisten his blistered lips. "Tell me," she murmured, for he was coming awake now. His eyelids fluttered open. His pupils, which had rolled back in his head, now seemed to look at her, but his eyes were bloodshot. He started to speak, but not to her. His mouth was open, but he didn't move his lips. "We were together on Walpurgis night," he said now. "That was the first time I saw him with my master. He was a child, and my master played with him. Threw him in the air until he squealed. My master had pig's eyes. There was not a wind that broke the tree. He was not a black bear on the snow, not a cold white blanket on the narrow bed." On and on till she was sick of it, disappointed by failure. Still, she felt pity, but it was for herself. The boy seized hold of her arm. She had a hard time freeing herself. She had to pinch him. It wasn't his fault. None of it was his fault. She'd send Jean-Baptiste to tend to him, feed him, give him a bath. Then she tried to decide what to do with him, whether something could be salvaged out of this. But she needed her own bath first. She had an invitation to the palace that evening, and already she had wasted time. Now she got to her feet and dusted off her hands. She left Markasev lying in the middle of the cage, locked him in, blew out the light, opened the door to her bedroom, and then closed it behind her. For a moment she leaned against it, listening. Then she walked through to the bathroom. Jean-Baptiste had lit the water heater in the basement without being asked. He knew about the invitation, and the warm pipes were a sign that he expected her to go. She herself was not convinced she had the heart for it. Nevertheless, preparing for a visit to the palace was a complicated task, and she began it now. The first step was not to think about her husband's laboratory or what it contained. Instead, she concentrated on the pain in her stomach, the racing of her pulse.
She had a sudden memory of herself at 14, standing in the wings of some theater or opera house, waiting for her cue, her face heavy with paint. Then, as now, a successful performance needed some rehearsal. And as she stood in her bathrobe waiting for the copper tub to fill, she went over possible dialogue in her mind. Behind her, in her bedroom, she could hear Jean-Baptiste fussing around. He didn't stand on ceremony. He'd been with her a long time. She had a sudden memory of the instant when all this had started. The end of a performance of Klaus Israel's Cleopatra, in which she danced the title role at the Ambassador's Theater. She'd stood in the smoking floodlights as the flowers fell around her. Looking out, she'd recognized the Baron, recently a widower, one of the most powerful men in Bucharest. He was Deputy Prime Minister, which was the post the generals gave him for his testimony against Prince Frederick. Alone of all of them, he was not clapping or stamping his feet, but only staring with his pig's eyes at her as she stood, almost naked, on the stage. Now tonight she would see many of the same people who were in the audience at that performance. They still tolerated her for her husband's sake, or else, she hoped, they remembered the famous artist. Before that, she had been a child of the slums, a servant like Jean-Baptiste, which was why he felt he had a right to talk to her through the half-open door as he made the bed and laid the fire. "Bring back money," he said. "Your solicitor came by today." Later, she thought he had gone. She was in her bath, soaping the blood out of her bitten fingernails, when she heard his high, soft, insolent voice. "I've seen the guest list. You're still young." He was always hoping she would marry again. She lay shivering in her bath, although she'd run it hot. Sometimes, when she was young, she had been unable to step out on stage. She'd been so frightened. Now she remembered that fear, and as she scrubbed her arms, she decided she would not be able to tolerate walking up the steps of the Winter Keep, friendless and alone between the rows of guards. If Miranda Popescu had been a prisoner in her husband's laboratory, or if Raevski had caught her in the snowy woods, then it would have been easy to go. The knowledge would have been like money in her pocket. But Markasov had failed, Raevski had failed, and the Baroness had failed with them. At the same time, it was essential to be seen, to go out into the world so that she would not be forgotten. Maybe it was not fear that disabled her so much as anger. Princess Aegypta had done this, had summoned the death angel, and stopped Raevski and his men. The Baroness couldn't imagine making herself beautiful, making small talk with the women, flirting with the men, while that old woman laughed at her in Mogashwaya. She couldn't bear it. She stepped out of the bath and seized a towel. In her mind there was a way opening up to her, though it was dangerous. Never had she used it in a public place, but only in secret, only in private. Conjuring was a dangerous art because it was illegal, but sometimes a woman had nothing else. If there was no one in the hard world she could depend on. Sometimes a single woman had no recourse. There was a charm her mother had given her, passed down among prostitutes from the beginning of time. She herself had taken and improved it, and she spoke it now. She stood on the mat wrapped in a towel, looking at the stranger in the long mirror on the back of her bedroom door. She spoke the separation charm again, and was rewarded by a change in the surface of the mirror, which grew dark. She put on her robe. Then she was motionless for another moment, sitting on the rim of the tub, looking at her small feet, humming a song. She was waiting for a knock on the door to her dressing room. Sometimes it was brisk and forceful, sometimes a small, whispering sound. This time she simply felt a presence, and she couldn't wait. She turned, flung open the door. There was the image from the mirror, a simulacrum of herself made into flesh, its hand outstretched. "Here, you'll catch cold," she murmured. The simulacrum didn't move. Flushed from the bath, it stood with a quizzical expression on its face. Another robe hung from a hook inside the door, a Japanese kimono of blue silk. Mystified and appalled, the Baroness took it down and slid it over the woman's shoulders, while at the same time she was admiring her beauty, her dark lips and shining chestnut hair, the tinge of color on her flawless cheeks. The woman couldn't speak, not yet. She stood with her legs apart, her arms raised.
It'll catch cold, murmured the Baroness again. And then she was singing again in her hoarse, breathless voice, while she began the work of preparing the woman for her evening at the winter keep. As always, when the decision was made, it was important to act quickly and ignore your doubts. She sat the woman in the chair, and then turned to open the lacquered boxes of cosmetics and colored shadows. She chose a palette first, chose some pencils and brushes, smiling because again she was reminded of her mother, this time fussing over her when she was young, maybe singing part of this same song. She laughed for a moment, and then hushed herself, frowning into the mirror above her dressing-room table, afraid that she might, by some noise or word, bring Jean-Baptiste from wherever he was toiling in the quiet house. Now that she had swallowed down her misgivings, the work was fun. She took no pleasure in preparing her own body for these ceremonial events, but this woman was so calm, so accepting. She never flinched while the Baroness lined her eyes with kohl and purple dust, shaded the holes of her ears and nostrils with black pigment mixed with gold dust, painted a gold line around her lips. She sat quietly while the Baroness rubbed and dusted her body with a perfumed powder, slipped on her stockings and undergarments, and put aside the Japanese kimono. Then she stood while the Baroness arranged on her body the layers of silk brocade. She was famous for the simplicity of her attire. Almost alone among the ladies of the court, she wore no wig. Now she brushed her hair until it gleamed. When she was finished, the woman was indeed a stranger, beautiful beyond a doubt. The Baroness brought a hand mirror and held it up in front of the woman's face. When she saw herself in the reflection, the woman came alive in a different way. She took the mirror and held it up and smiled. The Baroness waited with her velvet shoes, and the woman appeared to notice her for the first time. "You will go in the rented carriage." "Rented carriage," said the simulacrum. "Hey!" Miranda shouted. "That's mine!" She hadn't noticed the cross in Spla's hand. She'd thought she would leave it for the old woman who had died for her. She thought she would leave it with the 11 coins, but this was different. She jumped onto the dam again. "What are you doing? Stop!" But then the bird was gone. Peter stood on the shore, staring down at the dead bodies. "It is a message for the princess," said Gregor Spla, "in Romania." "That's ridiculous. How could it fly so far?" Spla shrugged his shoulders, condescendingly, she thought. He shifted his big pack, took up his gun. "It's my bird," he said. "When I was 10, my falcon made the flight to Budapest in just 2 days. Your aunt gave me a box of Turkish candy and a leather glove." Which was all very well. "Wait a minute," Miranda said. "Peter, come. Let's talk about this. I guess we're not coming back here." The cottage was smoking under its wet thatch. Miranda wondered if it would even burn. Probably it was difficult to set fire to a house you'd built yourself. Last night the wind had howled and shaken the roof. After midnight it had died away, and Spla had gone out with his rifle, leaving them alone with blind Radika's body. Peter had woken up, though he wouldn't say much, wasn't much comfort, was still groggy. But when Spla came back, even before he'd kicked the snow off his boots, he was talking as if there was no danger anywhere, and it had all blown away with the wind. The old woman was dead on the floor, and he was saying everything was all right. They could make plans about what they were going to do. They could talk about Romania and home. Now, standing on the stone wall above the line of pale bodies, Miranda wanted to talk again. "This isn't right," she said. 4 men in a row on the bank of the pond. All were wrapped up like little packages with their arms hidden, their feet laid close together. Now that she looked closely, she could see how young they were. Just boys, really. "We go down to the river," said Gregor Spla. "There's a path downstream on the south bank, where Mother says we'll find the boats. There's a hunting camp. I know we can find friends." He'd said this the night before. In the light of day, it seemed a pretty feeble idea after 12 years of preparation. And Miranda could hear the uncertainty in his voice as he continued. "There is a village called Albany on the big river. We are one knot in a web, Radika and me. In Albany there is a man who will forge papers. Jan Dreyfus." We had thought we'd take you south to New York Island. Now I think it will be better to turn north into the French territory. Come now, please. Captain Raevsky will have—"
Behind them the wet thatch smoked, and through the door she could see the body of blind Rodica. Spla and Peter had both stepped down to the bank beside the stream, but she stayed on the wall looking down at the dead bodies. "What about him?" Miranda interrupted. "What about these guys? Aren't these their footprints? Didn't they come up here from the river?"
"We don't worry about him. Please, come."
Miranda could tell he wanted to get her away from the house, but she wouldn't step down. No matter how distressing, she didn't want to lose her view of the 4 boys, and blind Rodica through the open door. "Why not? Yesterday they were trying to kill us."
Spla shrugged. "We don't have to worry."
"Sure." She felt an anger that surprised her. Spla wiped his nose with his wool sleeve.
"Didn't you listen? You must have faith. It's true. And in the morning he is gone. They are gone. Sennacherib."
His words fumbled away. He held the barrel of the long gun in his mittened hand. Once again he seemed eager to move on, but she wouldn't budge. "I don't see Captain Raevsky here," she said, meaning where the corpses lay behind her. Spla turned away. He looked down the path beside the stream, flowing noisily under its shield of ice.
"Rodica made us safe," he murmured. "If you knew her, you would not doubt. Sennacherib."
But she interrupted. "Last night you didn't believe any of it. Gypsy nonsense." Where did her anger come from? She asked herself. Everything was mixed together in her head. Ever since she'd stepped outside that morning, she'd felt close to tears, and maybe anger was a way of covering that up, keeping that down. She'd felt tears in her nose in the bright sun. She could see 5 corpses from where she stood, an old woman and 5 boys her own age, all of them dead for her, fighting over her, and she couldn't help thinking that if she'd done things differently, if Spla had done things differently— How dare he say the danger was all gone? How bad could it have been? If it had all blown away in the night like a bad dream, surely she could have— Besides, she felt so alone. All morning since she'd woken up, she had been missing Rachel and Stanley. And Andromeda. The yellow dog ran back and forth along the surface of the ice near where they had fought with Raevsky the day before. On top of that, Peter still wasn't saying anything. He just stood there in the snow, his head a couple of feet below her. He'd scarcely said a word since they'd got up. When she'd asked him, he'd said he didn't remember much about the night before, but he remembered the poem. Now he spoke up.
"It's called The Destruction of Sennacherib," he announced. "He was an Assyrian king."
It had been cold in the early morning, but now they could no longer see their breath, and the snow fell in clumps from the trees. The ice had melted on the small slope below the dam. In front of them, the trail broke away and ran north along the stream through a stand of evergreens. They'd come that way the day before from Christmas Hill.
"The Assyrian came down like the wolf of the fold," said Peter, "and his cohorts were gleaming in purple and gold."
She felt a surge of gratitude and relief just to hear him talk, just to hear him quote his poetry, as he had when she'd first known him at the other ice house. "Thank you," she said, her eyes suddenly wet. "How are you feeling?" she asked. Peter smiled, and Spla smiled too.
"We go to the river now," he said,
as if everything had been decided. Peter and Miranda watched him as he started down the path. A thin man in buckskins, he was swaying under the weight of his enormous pack. He was holding his rifle by the barrel, using it as a kind of walking stick, which made Miranda think it wasn't even loaded. What was it that Rodica had said? "We don't depend on him?" Something like that. And now Miranda was beginning to suspect why. She took a last look inside the door of the house, a last look at the bodies under the dam. That morning they had been dusted with snow, but now their blankets were covered with little drops of water. She couldn't just stay here, and they had to keep together. If that captain wasn't on the bank, then he must be somewhere, And maybe even Kevin Markasev was somewhere too. On the wall, suddenly she felt exposed, and so she jumped down and put her hand out to touch Peter's sleeve. They followed Spla a few steps into the woods before Peter answered her question. I keep telling myself my name is Peter Gross, and I live at 351 White Oak Road, he said. But it's not doing much good. Andromeda had come running back across the ice. Now she pranced around them in a circle. She seemed eager to go down the path, and after a moment, she ran on after Gregor Spla. I know what you mean, Miranda said. My father told me he once took some drugs in high school. He woke up in the hospital, so I'm thinking about that. But you didn't take any drugs. He walked in front of her, and they made slow progress. Through the dark tree trunks, the yellow dog ran back and forth. It was a comfort to watch the dog and talk with Peter. That was pretty good, she said. The way you knocked out that soldier. She felt she could say this because the man with thick lips and yellow hair had not been among the bodies on the bank. The man who'd shot Andromeda, however, was. Peter shook his head. I just pushed him and he fell over. I was always pretty good at fighting, considering. And now you have 2 hands. I guess. They were hidden in a pair of Spla's gloves. The right glove looked swollen and stretched. Now Peter reached up to push a low bough out of the way. Sennacherib is a mediocre poem, he continued. My mother told me. She wasn't crazy about Byron, but she wanted me to learn the second-rate stuff. She said you couldn't spend your whole life in the tops of the trees. And yet the treetops were so bright in the morning sun. The woods were so fresh. Andromeda ran around them in a circle, her nose low to the ground. What do you think? Miranda asked. Are we crazy? She gestured down the path toward Gregor Spla. It was warm for gloves, and Peter took his off. He flexed his big new fingers. There was the red mark on the joint of his thumb, the birthmark in the shape of a bull's head, and Peter rubbed at it. I wasn't adopted, he said. I live with my dad on White Oak Road. I don't know anything about Roumania. Which wasn't an answer to her question. I mean, she said, but he interrupted. I'm not sure we have a choice. And that was probably true. So, expedite the inevitable, as Stanley might have said. Their small path had left the stream. It met a larger trail now, which had been used recently by many people. It wound through some granite boulders strung out in a line, and Miranda realized she recognized them. But they had always stood in a clump outside the astronomy laboratory at the college, and she had often played on them. Now they were scattered down the slope. One was pressed into the trunk of a big tree. Turtle Rock, she'd called it. There was the place she used to sit with Stanley, a protuberance like a turtle's head. She stopped, put her hand on it, and Peter turned around to face her. Are you coming with me? She said. He smiled again, timidly, she thought. Sure. My father had a job in Albany. He looked around. This will take us to the bottom of Cole Avenue. That's where we'll meet the river. It was like something he might have said a couple of days before. She felt another rush of gratitude. I'm sorry to get you into this, she said. You and Andromeda. My aunt told me there were 2 people I could trust, and I know you're one of them. Oh, life is a marvelous cycle of song, muttered Peter, and she smiled. Anyway, he said, Andromeda looks like she's having a good time. Wouldn't she know? And it was true. The dog was running back and forth along the path. What about you? Miranda asked. He shrugged. I'm worried about my dad. Gregor Spla was coming back for them. Miss Popescu, come, he said. This way. There are the pirogues. She was right. Sennacherib. Every time he heard this name, Peter thought about the poem. For the angel of death spread his wings on the blast, he thought, and breathed in the face of the foe as he passed. And the eyes of the sleepers waxed deadly and chill, and their hearts but once heaved, and forever grew still. These lines came automatically, which did not make them welcome. They reminded him of what he'd seen that morning. 4 men in a row, some wrapped in blankets, with only their white faces showing. Snow had blown over them during the night. He closed his eyes to get away from them, and then immediately he found himself with another mental image just as unwelcome. His mother sitting up with him after supper when he was supposed to be doing homework, and his father watched TV in another room. She taught him the Byron poem, the Dorothy Parker poem. Now, as he looked at her soft face in the middle of his head, he felt a kind of panic. To distract himself, he opened his eyes again and studied Gregor Spla's hooked, narrow nose, his chapped lips, his beard tucked into the collar of his shirt. The stream had turned away from them, and Peter could no longer hear it. It would reach the river upstream of where they were. They'd cut off a big circle coming down this way. Gregor Spla already must have found the riverbank.
"Sennacherib has given us their boats," he said.
"What do you mean?" asked Miranda.
"This trail leads to Raevski's camp. We will take his boats. Rodica said so. I know all about his camp. He was here some weeks."
"To his camp? What are you talking about? Why?"
"I tell you, he is gone. Gone, disappeared. There is no reason to be afraid. Rodica died for that. You must have trust."
He pointed down the path. The dog came back, and she was excited too. She barked and hesitated, as if eager to show them the way. But Miranda was furious and unsure, Peter thought. A flush came to her cheeks. "You said you had some letters from my mother. Can I see them now?"
Spla shook his head. "They are in my pack. No time. I will show you tonight when we are in the tent."
"I thought you said there was no danger."
"No, but still we have lost time."
Now Peter was studying Miranda's face. Her expression first, doubtful, suspicious, and then the rest of it because she'd changed. He'd been wondering about it off and on. The summer before, when they'd first been friends, he'd spent a lot of time watching her face, and her body too, when he thought she wasn't looking. Now he knew she was different from that girl, but because the difference wasn't obvious, wasn't like, say, a new arm or a new taxonomy, now he found the older image steadily supplanted. Black hair, square jaw, pale skin, dark eyebrows, dark blue eyes, which he'd loved to look at and still loved to look at. All that was the same. Maybe, like everything here, she was just more solid, denser, and more real. "I'm not going to his camp," she said. Maybe the difference was in her voice, or in her gestures. Before, Peter had always been conscious he was older than she. Now she was the one who seemed older, like a grown-up. She turned to him. "What do you think?"
"I don't know," he said.
He'd barely paid attention to the argument. Andromeda seemed eager, though. She stood with one paw raised, whining.
"It should be all right,"
said Peter after a pause. Suddenly Miranda felt like a coward, and it wasn't as if she had another plan. It was true. She must have trust. Faith in Andromeda, in Peter, and in everyone who was trying to help her. Everyone who had looked after her all these years. 12 years Gregor Spla had had to plan for this, only it was hard to ignore a whining voice of doubt. "Well, okay," she said. But even so, she let the others go on ahead. The path ran through some oak trees along the length of where Cole Avenue had been, and then the river was there, flowing broad and flat through the trees. Miranda could see below her this steep bank and a wide gravel strand set about with boulders. Spla was climbing down, and Peter followed him. Miranda hung back to pee. Andromeda was at the water, but now she turned back suddenly, spooked and frantic. Miranda had stepped off the path, had slipped off her backpack, and was squatting in an awkward and vulnerable position when she felt between her shoulder blades the pressure of a small steel circle. She would have known what it was, even if she hadn't heard Raevski's voice telling her what to do. 7. Princess Aegypta. In Bucharest, in the house on Saltpeter Street, Nicola Ceausescu was alone. She had stood at the bedroom window and watched her coach drive out of sight. She had watched Jean-Baptiste climb the icy steps of the house, a smile on his thin face. She had fooled him, she was sure. Now, by a pressure of the mind, she could put herself into the cold, jolting carriage, could feel the paint on her face, the bench under her hand. At intervals that night, she planned to enter part of the simulacrum's small mind, so she could observe at intervals the palace decorations, the dresses of the ladies at the Empress's supper. Observe also how people treated her, how they responded to her words and gestures. That would be painful, she knew. But there is power in the world if you can seize it. Now she looked to herself. She flung open the door of her long cabinet and ran her hand along the clothes and costumes. She'd heard Princess Aegypta was now living at a chapel in the woods, a hermit's cottage at the shrine of Venus, not far from where her house had been. Monkey people lived in those woods. Peasants brought food in return for the water of the fountain, which took away their sins. Standing at her cabinet, Nicola Ceausescu began to understand what she would do. Always her understanding lagged behind her instinct. It was not to punish her that she would seek out Aegypta Schenk. It was not anger that would drive her, but self-interest, as was prudent, as was right. After Prince Frederick's death, his widow, Princess Clara, had escaped to Germany. The German government imagined they could use her, use the outrage at the prince's murder. Invasion plans were complete. Romanians of German blood were to be liberated. Schenk von Schenk would be avenged. But his widow told what she knew to his sister Aegypta, who had come Ratisbon to help her with the pregnancy. Aegypta Schenk had smuggled the baby out. She brought it with her on the train when she crossed into Romania. She warned Jan Antonescu, an ordinary battalion commander at the time. The German cavalry was cut to pieces in the woods near Kapushvar as they reached the Romanian frontier. That was why the Elector of Ratisbon had put Princess Clara into prison. And that was why the Germans were interested in her daughter, who had slipped once through their fingers. Maybe they imagined if they held the white tiger, then Romania would fall. Whoever gave them the white tiger, the Baroness now guessed, they would make rich. How wonderful it would be to leave the city, live luxuriously abroad, in Venice maybe, or Alexandria. Now the Baroness imagined the beginning of a plan. If Raevski had failed, then Miranda Popescu was in the hands of Gregor Spla, who was Aegypta's man. Would it be possible for her to convince the princess, even after what had happened, that they were on the same side? Or at least that they wanted the same thing, a country freed from Antonescu's tyranny? Now she regretted her impetuousness on the night the princess's house had burned. But even so, all might not be lost. Maybe she could convince her that she might be useful, even if she couldn't be forgiven. And if that was impossible, maybe she could find out how Aegypta Schenk could communicate with Gregor Spla, what her plans were, what she might do next. The important thing was to stay close to these events as they transpired. The Baroness Ceausescu hesitated for a moment, then chose from among her clothes the grey woolen robe of a pilgrim, a traveling friar, complete with a hood and long open sleeves. It would attract attention in the city, and so she rolled it up and packed it in her bag, along with a rope, a stiletto, and a flask of brandy. Then she dressed in her ordinary clothes, riding boots and pants, a silk camisole and a wool shirt. She pulled on leather gloves and then her leather coat and black cap. Jean-Baptiste was in the kitchen, so she slipped down the back stairs. From the cellar there was a passage under the street. It led into the house opposite, which she rented out. From there it was a simple matter to slip unobserved into the garden, then into the street beyond. It was 5 in the afternoon when she left her house. A light snow was falling. She took the train from the Gare du Nord and sat in the smoking car. Sometimes she read from a newspaper, but sometimes also she slipped into the palace for 10 or 20 minutes at a time. She was there when Herr Gräuben approached her in an upper gallery. She dropped her glove and he bent to pick it up. "The Elector of Ratisbon is interested in what you told me," he whispered over her hand. "Meet me tomorrow at the Cathedral Walk. 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock. Aegypta Schenk had ruined everything. The Elector of Ratisbon was a powerful man. He would want to bargain for Miranda Popescu when it was no longer in the Baroness's power to deliver her. The simulacrum felt no anger, but the Baroness felt it. In the railway car, she watched them light the lamps in the suburban stations. She felt the ties go by under her feet. The conductor asked if she wanted tea. Irritated, she shook her head, and in an instant she was standing by the balustrade again, looking down at the dancers from the mezzanine gallery. Servants had lit the gaslight chandeliers, and under them the men and women spun and twirled. The band was loud. She found herself in conversation with Monsieur Spitz, who owned a number of jewelry stores here and abroad. He was speaking French, as was the custom. Romanian was what you used to talk to servants, which Monsieur Spitz was not. He was an elegant man of 55, with a good stomach and good legs. He leaned over the stone balustrade, making rude remarks. "There's the general's wife," he said, pointing out a small, pretty woman on the floor below them. "Tell me, how do you think it's possible? A dachshund married to a Great Dane?" As if to emphasize his words, General Antonescu now appeared in a corner of the room, towering above his aides. The Empress was with him. The top of her elaborate headdress reached the middle of his chest. Or Monsieur Spitz was talking about precious stones. Words that might have been vulgar and stupid in someone else's mouth did not seem so in his, because of his passion. His eyes glittered when he spoke of rubies and diamonds, as if instead of pieces of crystallized carbon, he was describing religious relics or pure ideas. "Look," he said, "that one was stolen from an African temple. Or else, I sold her that for 100,000 francs. Standing in the gallery, he and the simulacrum were well situated for this kind of conversation, because the fashion of the moment was for women to wear their stones in their hair, either as part of a headdress or else in a simple net. "There's Mademoiselle Corelli. Does she have it?" "Yes. I'd give all the rest for that one," said Monsieur Spitz with true emotion. A horse-faced girl waltzed underneath them. "Kepler's eye," said Monsieur Spitz. "Oh, it is astonishing. Do you know the history?" The simulacrum nodded, shook her head. "Johannes Kepler was the richest man in Germany. After his death, the doctors had his body broken apart. The story is, that stone was found inside his skull, a tourmaline. Who knows? People say that it will show you secrets of the universe, although that doesn't seem to have affected its present owner." "Present owner," the Baroness heard herself say. "Oh, it is priceless because of its pedigree, but it can't be sold. I would say 2,000,000 francs. See how it burns?" It was a clear green stone. "Can't be sold. It is too famous. I'll tell the truth, I am amazed she wears it openly like that. Of course here not everyone will understand what it is, but her father keeps it at the bank, because there have been 5 attempts to break into his house." Later, Monsieur Spitz talked of other things, of German politics. "Do you think there'll be a war?" he asked. "A war? We are too weak. We are just waiting for a provocation." He didn't seem concerned. He shrugged. Her hand was on the balustrade, and he put his hand over it. He almost touched it. "Please," he said. "I'd feel a fool if I didn't at least ask you for a dance. You'll humor me?" North of the city, the Baroness heard the squeal of the pneumatic brake. Her train stopped on the curve, then limped into the station at Mogoșoaia, where she left Monsieur Spitz to lead the simulacrum down the stair. The Baroness was the best dancer in Bucharest, but she felt the simulacrum would not disgrace her. She imagined the other dancers might pull back to leave room. She put her bag over her shoulder and got out on the dark platform. No one was there. She walked through the turnstile and down the road toward the village. On the other side of the lake was the centuries-old palace of Constantin Brâncoveanu, and from where she stood she could see the lights of the park. Around her the houses were wooden and poor. She strode to the end of the dirt street and set out across the snowy fields. But after a few miles she came into the canopy of the oak forest, so she turned aside through the trees and followed a dirt road past the ruins of the princess's house. It was a cold night, and the stars shone like diamonds, sapphires, rhinestones, tourmalines. There in the dark beside the collapsed timbers, she changed clothes. She hung her leather coat on a protruding nail and unrolled from her bag the pilgrim's robe. Venus was the goddess of beauty. Her shrine in the woods was a holy place to many soldiers especially. As she put on her robe, the Baroness put on the part of one of them, as if preparing for the stage. She arranged the hood over her face. She said a few things out loud, roughening her voice until it sounded true. She took a mouthful of brandy, gargled it, and spat it out. Now her bag was almost empty, just her cap in it, the flask, the stiletto, and a length of silken rope. She put it over her shoulder and strode whistling down the path, kicking at the stiff, frozen mud. After a few steps she had found a walk, flat-footed, pigeon-toed, that suited her, that matched the soft whistling. This was her special skill. During her years on the stage, she had become famous for the way she could transform herself, not with masks and makeup, but with these small details. Pieces had been written which required her to play half a dozen parts. A sailor, for example, a pig farmer, a clockmaker, a prostitute, a waitress, a king. During her performance, not once did she change her costume, contort her face, or adopt an artificial voice. Yet people were astonished when they saw her name at 6 places in the program. Even when they were looking for the trick, they were astonished. Watching her now, it would have been hard to imagine she was a small, weak woman with small feet. The pilgrim's cloak was a disguise. It was meant to appear so. Yet it seemed to cloak something different from what she was. Almost you could see under it the features and qualities she had assumed. The heavy face, the 4-day beard, the menacing, strong arms. After 10 minutes or so, she found a smaller path into the woods. She followed it for about an hour through the pines until she found herself in a small clearing. There ahead was the shrine of the goddess, the cottage, the low cliff, and the cave that led into the rock. A light burned in the stone house. The Baroness stood for a moment on the mossy path and smoked a cigarette. Though she had brooded about it in the train, still she would not have been able to explain how she would accomplish what she intended. Always she tried to act first, then decipher what she planned by what she did. What was the rope for? She didn't know. Yet her hands had selected it and tested its strength, a soft white length of cord. It would not chafe or bite. But why was it necessary? Would it help her to convince the princess of her good intentions? Would it help her find out how she'd conjured up the demon who destroyed Raevski and his men? Why even was she wearing a disguise? She'd have to see. It must be because if Aegypta saw her, she wouldn't even let her in, wouldn't listen to her. She ground out the cigarette under her boot heel. Then, frightened suddenly, she let herself slip back into the simulacrum. She wanted to postpone the moment when she knocked upon the door, to see also what was happening at the Winter Keep, and if she might be lucky enough to taste at second hand some of the Empress's collation. Maybe it would give her strength. She had eaten nothing all evening. But still it must have been too early. She found herself in line for the second seating. Leaning her shoulder against the wallpaper, she watched the general and his wife, the Empress, and the first rank of aristocracy eat at a central table in the dining room. In fact, she had chosen the worst time to return, because she could see and smell the food without tasting it. The general was a big eater, and his manners were disgusting. He took a spoonful of cold soup and wiped his lips with the back of his hand. The Empress picked at a small plate of unappetizing herbs. She was self-conscious about her weight and made a show of eating nothing, though doubtless she would gorge herself in private. The Baroness was glad she wasn't sitting at that table. So she admired the cut flowers in the vases and listened for a moment to the person who was talking to her. She turned her head and saw with surprise that it was Mademoiselle Corelli. The steward must have called their names in alphabetical order. She found herself staring at Kepler's eye, which appeared now green, now purple as the light touched it. But just a piece of rock after all, and she might not even have glanced at it had it not been for her earlier conversation. It was set into a band of wide, flat, carved silver links, which Mademoiselle Corelli had strapped around her forehead below her widow's peak. Now the Baroness remembered what Monsieur Spitz had said. There was a fire in the stone. And indeed, Mademoiselle Corelli's eyes also burned with an unusual ferocity, though she was not a beautiful girl. But it seemed she was eager to talk to the Baroness. It seemed, yes, that she'd been at some of the last performances at the Ambassador's Theatre. If so, she must have been very young. "I waited backstage with my program. Do you remember? You were so kind to me. Papa was furious. The next day I told him that I wanted to be an actress. No, I wanted to be you. Then I wrote you some letters, but you must have been too busy. That was the same time you were married. You see, I kept the photographs from your performances and pinned them up over my walls. Papa was in a rage. He'd rip them down, and in the morning there'd be new ones. I was heartbroken when you left." "Heartbroken," murmured the simulacrum, while she watched the dish now being served. Ciorba de burta, and some kind of Turkish pilaf, but Mademoiselle Corelli went on. "I just had to tell you the effect you had on a young girl. And not just me. My friends at school, we all vowed we'd never marry. And you see, I've kept my word." For a moment, the Baroness wondered how she could shut her up. She imagined what the effect would be if she could reach out with the simulacrum's hand and put it over the girl's mouth. But then she remembered she could slip away, and in a moment she was standing in the cold night outside the shrine of Venus, a goddess who had often come to men and women like a thief in the night. The Baroness watched the plume of her breath. Above her the stars burned. She looked up at the constellation of the crown and orb. There is a power that must be grasped, the Baroness thought. She pulled her hood over her face and knocked on the cottage door. "Come in," said a voice as if she were expected. The door was wooden, studded with nails. She pushed it open and stepped inside. She felt no change in the temperature of the air, and she remembered the day when the princess had served her tea in her cold house. Now, as then, the woman was not dressed for the weather. There was no fire on the hearth. "Come in," she said again. She stood in the middle of the house, a raw-boned woman with coarse features and coarse skin. Her gray hair fell to her shoulders. She wore black trousers and a white shirt, and she was cleaning a revolver. It lay in pieces on a low table, and she was rubbing part of the interior mechanism with a dirty rag. The Baroness Ceausescu saw the room at a glance, the elegant furniture and comfortable chairs. Light came from kerosene lanterns. At the back, a curtain was pulled aside to show the doorway to the bedroom. There was a Turkish carpet on the rough stone flags. The Baroness let her bag dangle from her hand. "I was told I could receive your blessing, but—" "Please," said Aegypta Schenk. She gestured toward a bench along the wall near her right hand. "You will excuse me," she said. "I was making some tea. Would you like some?" She spoke in the Romanian language. It sounded beautiful in her coarse mouth, the melting vowels and liquid consonants. She put down the piece of metal she'd been polishing. "Domnul, sir, will you not show your face? No? But there's a chill in here. Allow me." A stone fireplace occupied the whole of one wall. Wood was stacked under the raised hearth. The princess selected several pieces, and soon a fire was burning while she fussed over a Primus stove. The kettle whistled. "What is your name?" The Baroness had prepared one, but she didn't use it. She sat on the bench, her head abjectly bowed. "I was told you were the keeper of my lady's fountain." "If you are thirsty," said the princess, "this house is open to you, for we are all guilty of mistakes." The Baroness Ceausescu stared at her boots. She remembered how the woman had grabbed her by the lapels of her coat the last time she had seen her. She remembered how easily the woman had thrown her to the floor. Suddenly she felt threatened and afraid. "People who come here bring an offering," Aegypta said. But she shook her head when the Baroness dug her hand into her pocket. She hadn't yet removed her gloves. "I mean of themselves. Why are you here? You must understand that there are many kinds of thirst." She put the cups on the table beside the pieces of the gun. Then from hampers and wooden boxes she was producing food. The Baroness watched her rough, big-knuckled hands as she sliced bread and meat and laid them out on a trencher along with pots of horseradish, mustard, and mayonnaise. To the Baroness, fresh from the scent of the Empress's supper, it smelled oddly delicious, though, of course, she was a vegetarian. She let the bag slip between her heels and took a slice of bread with meat on it, a glass of tea. The tea, especially, was unlike anything she'd ever tasted. She wondered if it was drugged.
"Let me see your face,"
Aegypta said. "But there is power in the world if you can seize it. There it is, there, where your hand is." The Baroness had a story prepared, but she didn't use it. Instead, she opened her mouth and told a version of the truth, how she had run away from a muddy mountain village and come barefoot to the streets of Cluj when she was 10 years old, how she had found work with many different men.
"There is no shame in that,"
murmured Aegypta. Her kindness gave permission to invent. Suddenly the Baroness remembered her false name. She remembered her false confession, how she had been a soldier in the war against the Turks, how she had served with Frederick Schenk von Schenk during the siege of Adrianople, how she had deserted with 2 other men, and when the police came they had run away into the woods. They had robbed a man on the road, beaten his head in, left him to die, etc., etc. When the Baroness told the truth, she felt the weakness of the starving girl that she had been. When she lied, she felt the strength of the false soldier. She went on and on, year after year of violence since that time.
"When I remember my life when Prince Frederick was alive, it is a forgotten paradise," she said. "I know all Romania thinks that, though he was a German."
This was the biggest lie of all. When von Schenk was alive, she was still homeless, sleeping in boxcars and stables. Since then, she had made a name for herself, a place in a difficult world. But the princess had tears in her eyes.
"He was my brother," she said. "Perhaps God led you to my door."
It was the soldier who went down on his knees before the princess, who was sitting on the arm of her chair, but it was Nicola Ceausescu who had secreted, while he was talking, the stiletto in her hollow sleeve. What for? The Baroness felt a woman's hand fumbling at the edge of her hood. Holding her breath, she released the catch on the stiletto. For one last lingering moment, she took the soldier's face into her face, as she felt her hood peeled back. Then she looked up and smiled, though there were tears in her eyes.
"You,"
murmured Aegypta Schenk.
"Please forgive me," cried the Baroness. "Please forgive all this and hear me out. I was afraid you wouldn't talk to me, but I must—"
This was the moment. It all depended on this. The tears were wet on her cheeks.
"I need forgiveness for my sins, and in return—"
She tried to grab hold of the princess's hand again, while at the same time she was studying her face, looking for a sign of weakness or of strength. But then Aegypta pushed her hand away, and the Baroness felt a shudder of hatred pass through both of their bodies. It was enough. She seized the old woman by the waist and flung her down on the stone floor. She knelt above her with the stiletto in her hand. Its long blue blade was pressed into her throat. Now what? Well, of course, this was what the rope was for. The Empress was the first of her family to rule in Bucharest. Valeria wasn't her real name. She had adopted it 2 decades before, after the generals put her on the throne. 8 other queens had used it, and she imagined her subjects might find it comforting. She was a soft, large woman of 45, and she loved money. The government paid her a monthly fee in return for the legitimacy she seemed to offer. The Prime Minister was required to meet with her every 6 months, but she had no influence with him. Since she had no husband or children and was not loved by her people, she found herself much blessed with time. This she spent on various projects. She was a patron of music and musicians, but her greatest enthusiasm was for gathering money. Or rather, not money itself, since her allergies made her unable to touch coins or banknotes. But she had a powerful mind, and she was aware of all the fluctuating balances in her various accounts. Her bookkeepers reported to her twice a day. She was no miser and enjoyed spending large sums. That night, by the time Aegypta Schenk von Schenk had found herself fully bound, gagged, curled up on the floor, the Empress had already wasted 500,000 francs on food, flowers, fireworks, frivolity during her Patriots' Day celebration at the Winter Keep in Bucharest. Outside the palace, the fountains were illuminated by gaslight flares, which shone in a spectrum of colors in the mist-like spray among delicate towers of ice. The rose-colored neoclassical facade of the building was lit by 13 bonfires placed around the perimeter of the Piazza Revolutier. The crowd was kept back by a regiment of Her Majesty's own dragoons, who also stood in a double row on the wide steps of the palace. Each soldier had his right fist clenched against his chest. Each stood as motionless as a statue, and the guests walked up between them. All the candles were lit in the Hall of Mirrors, in the banquet hall, and indeed in every room where people might find themselves, at a cost of 14,000 francs in beeswax alone. Then there were new gold curtains and quilted wallpaper in the reception chambers, 57,000, 100 cases of French champagne at 1,220 francs a case, food for 350 guests at 407 francs a place, including vegetable aspic and foie gras, stuffed partridges, and sherbet. Then there were the absurdly extravagant displays of irises, tulips, and columbine, brought up from Turkey on a special boxcar at a cost of 98,000 francs. The Empress kept all these numbers in her head, and she made mental calculations, small subtractions with every popped cork and exploding rocket. Against this mounting debit, she had chosen to set one single credit. At 7 o'clock, she had sent her chamberlain to inform the Baroness Ceausescu that the pension she'd received since her husband's death would not be renewed. 8 years was a long time, too long. At 7:45, she waited for the chamberlain in the peacock room, which, since it was rumored to contain real peacocks, was always empty of guests.
"How did she take it?" she asked.
"Ma'am, I found her in the billiard hall, where a crowd of men was watching her play. I believe she was under the influence of liquor, or else some narcotic, because she said nothing to me, even after I took her aside and gave her your Majesty's letter. She was with the Corelli girl. She looked at me with glassy eyes as if she didn't understand. She said not one word as I described to her the respect your Majesty retains for her husband's memory. Then I heard some laughter as I left."
This was unsatisfactory. The Empress would have preferred violence or tears. She knew the Baroness was close to bankruptcy. She was a conjurer and a whore's daughter. What would it take to drive her from the city?
"Ma'am, you remember she was on the stage for many years. Perhaps she was able to hide her feelings."
Perhaps, but perhaps not. It was the simulacrum whose eyes were glassy and bloodshot, whose breath smelled, whose heart was equable and dull. But in the shrine of Venus, the Baroness felt her fingers thrill with rage, barely suppressed, barely understood. She felt it as she pulled the soft rope around the wrists of Aegypta Schenk, as she cut the rope and pulled it tight again. Then she tied her ankles together. Then she made a slipknot of the last of the rope and put it around the woman's neck. She stripped off her gloves, slid the flask of brandy out of her bag, and took a drink.
"I don't mean to hurt you," she said. "I want you to listen to what I say. Are you comfortable?"
She had gagged the woman with a silk handkerchief, which she now removed to offer her the flask, but the old woman said nothing. She just lay there on her side, watching the Baroness's face. Her eyes were dark with an odd tint of yellow, the same as in her gray hair, though it might have been a trick of the firelight. The Baroness Ceausescu sat on the ledge of the fireplace. Sweating, she pulled off her robe. Then she unbuttoned her wool shirt.
"Tell me how you did it,"
she said. The woman stared at her. She lay curled on her side. She didn't complain. Her breath went in and out.
"What?"
she said after a moment, as softly and comfortably as if she'd been sitting in her chair.
"You killed the men I sent."
When Aegypta said nothing, she went on.
"Yes, and weren't you surprised to see them there? It was nothing you wrote about. It was my idea to send them. Guard the back door, I thought. Do you think I'm a fool?
Nothing.
No, you were the foolish one. You told me it was possible to bring her straight to Bucharest. I read it in your papers, but you were wrong.
Again, nothing. The Baroness sat with her knees apart.
My men. You murdered them. You don't have to deny it. I saw it in the glass. It was Sennacherib. Do you have an altar here?
Still there was something peculiar about the woman's eyes. Now the Baroness understood. She had no eyebrows. No, but their color made them invisible.
Don't lie to me, said the Baroness. There's no reason to lie. I'm not angry. I want to know how it is done.
She got up and stood over the woman. After a moment she stretched out her booted foot and pressed her in the side.
Why won't you talk to me? It doesn't have to be like this. We could be friends.
The words came out of her almost against her will. Immediately she was ashamed of them, especially when the woman closed her eyes.
Not friends, the Baroness amended. We've hurt each other too deeply for that. For my part, I'm sorry for what I've done. Are you sorry?
She was referring to the death of her husband 8 years before. The princess had been accused of killing him with witchcraft, poisoning him with sickness and remorse until he took his own life. There'd been no proof. The court case had collapsed, though the scandal had ruined Aegypta's Schenk von Schenk. She'd been stripped of her title and the last of her inheritance. Already 4 years previously, the Baron had chased her from her brother's house near Constanta on the beach. The Baroness herself had not believed the charge, but now she could imagine convincing herself that it was true.
Look at me, she said. Listen to me. If I've hurt you, I am sorry. But you've hurt me also.
Still no response. In the corner of her mind that she shared with the simulacrum, she could picture the black stationery, the first words of the Empress's letter.
Madame, after much internal consideration, we have decided that the sum of...
But how dare they? Not one of these aristocratic snobs was fit to lick the soles of her shoes. Not one of them had suffered what she'd suffered, overcome what she'd overcome.
You will talk to me, she said.
She knelt over the princess with the stiletto in her hand. She pressed the point into her spotted neck under the knot of the white cord, but didn't prick her. Then, suddenly disgusted with herself, she got to her feet and put the dagger down on the ledge of the hearth. She had a headache from the brandy and whatever was in the tea, and she was breathing hard.
I won't let you, she said.
Then, to calm herself, she threw some more wood on the fire and started to explore the house. This was the larger room with the fireplace and the armchairs, the table and benches. The princess cooked on a Primus stove. There was a food cupboard set into the wall. Opened, it revealed a plethora of delicacies: marmalade, cornichons, olives, pickled cherries, sardines, smoked oysters, teas. Many of the bottles and cans had foreign labels.
You know it's true, what I told you, the Baroness said. I came from a village near Pietrosel. 7 of us in a room. Not like this. We had nothing. Just a wooden shack in the mountains. Water from the stream. Cold in the winter, I remember. Oh, I remember.
She stood on the threshold of the inner room and pushed the curtain back. Maybe she had imagined something different, some saint or hermit's alcove of bare rock, maybe a pallet or a narrow bed, or else something to suggest the simple peasant cottage that had burned. But she was not prepared for the richness of this room, the soft gray carpet with a pattern of snow lines, a carpet that was not even from Turkey, but from some more exotic country farther east. She was not prepared for the carved four-poster bed, the embroidered coverlets, the brass lampstands and gilt-framed watercolors. One thing only was rough and plain, a wooden cross over the bed. In the corner was a mahogany armoire, which she pulled open. It contained some gowns and dresses, and inside an inner drawer there was money, a great deal of money, a bag of currency in small denominations.
The Baroness bit her lips, drew blood.
"You understand?" she called out. "A dirt floor shack, chickens with us in the room. When I ran away, I had to eat from the garbage heaps, sleep in the train cars. Do you know anything about that?"
There was a nightstand with a basin, a pitcher of water. Beside it on a shelf several pots of unguents, skin cream, and perfume, which obviously had no effect. The old woman's skin was like leather, but there was no altar, no statue of the goddess, only the cross of King Jesus on the wall over the bed. The Baroness returned to the front room. She sat down again on the ledge of the hearth. Now suddenly she was filled with sadness.
"I understand what you must feel," she said. "I understand how you must want to protect your niece, but there's no reason to be afraid. I myself would never hurt a child. I am a mother, after all. Did you know that? My son lives in an institution in the city. It is very expensive, and I don't understand how in the book you wrote, the shelter you made for Miranda Popescu, you still made it possible for doctors to blame a woman for her son's illness and keep her from him, chase her away. How is it possible that anyone could love him more than I?"
The princess had said nothing, but now she spoke.
"The book is longer than we wrote. Talk to me. Yes, thank you for talking to me. And you must explain to me this uncertainty, because, yes, I admit it, you are wiser than I am, and you must explain to me why, though I follow your instructions, I do not get your results. My husband also made a mess of his alchemical experiments. You alone make no mistake. Is it because you pray to God? Sennacherib? Where is the altar? Where is Venus's fountain? I feel I must drink from it, just a little drink. You wouldn't deny some water to a woman like me?" "This place is free to all." "No, but it's not free. What's the money for?"
And when she didn't answer, the Baroness explained.
"The money in your room. What's it for?"
The woman lay on the floor, staring at her with her intolerable eyes. When she didn't answer, the Baroness went on.
"It was a condition that was his since birth. He didn't learn to speak. Normal and affectionate, I mean in his bones and body. He was my boy, only they took him away. What can they do for him that I can't do? They said it was my fault."
She felt the pressure of the rage inside of her.
"What's left for me to do but pay and pay?" "Oh, you,"
she said as she sat down on the hearth. She put her face into her hands. Then she looked down into the princess's narrow, unblinking eyes and remembered why she'd come.
"Like you, I hate what has happened to my country. I hate what General Antonescu has done to us. The rich live in palaces, while the poor cannot afford a crust of bread. Do you understand how someone like myself could yearn for the white tiger, could imagine how Miranda Popescu might be the one to help us? Is it such a crime to have brought her back? Now will you promise not to struggle or cry out, so that I can untie you, and we can sit together and discuss this, and discuss what must be done?"
The princess stared at her.
"I did not kill your husband," she said.
A pause, then,
"though I did not mourn his death. The laws he wrote, they have destroyed us. I think he was driven mad by guilt. As for these men of yours, not all of them are dead, I think. You're wrong. I make my full share of mistakes. All of us are fumbling in the dark. I pray my niece is safe, that's all."
Again the Baroness felt her heart swell with rage. Was it possible the old woman told the truth? No, she was a liar like all of them. The Baroness stood up, stood over her, and brought back her boot to kick her in the side. Then, overcome with self-disgust, with hatred for those yellow, dark, unblinking eyes, she pulled herself away, pulled open the door to let in the night air. She staggered out the door and stood with the back of her head pressed against the stone wall of the house. She stood there a long time, waiting for her nausea to subside. And as she stood, a new suspicion occurred to her. It had been from the princess's papers that she'd learned about the girl and how to bring her home. But the text had been mistaken in one single detail. The Baroness had thought she could bring back the white tiger straight to Bucharest, to her husband's laboratory. No, she had been led to think that. And if she'd sent Raevsky and his men to North America, that had been her decision, her insight, her stab of brilliance. But that Jew, Gregor Splah, had lived there long enough to build a house. So Aegypta Shank had known the girl would come that way. And if she'd suggested something else in her papers, she'd been lying. And if she was lying, then she'd meant them to be read by someone else, used by someone else. And if that were so, maybe those descriptions of the absurd dictator had been meant to goad her. What is it the old woman had said? That the name Ceausescu had not even been mentioned in the early drafts? So was it she who had been meant to find the papers and follow the instructions that now seemed so carefully laid out? A suspicion took hold of her, that she had been manipulated and duped. When she heard a noise, she peered around the edge of the doorframe. She saw the Princess Schenk von Schenk sitting upright by the hearth. She had managed to seize hold of the stiletto. She was holding it between her wrists while she was cutting at the ropes around her feet. Now her feet were free, but the knot was still hanging from her neck. The Baroness leapt on her and pulled it tight, and then watched herself keep pulling and pulling with all the force and strength of a soldier or a criminal or a murderer. How was it possible? How could she be capable of such violence? Surely this was not part of her plan. Until the woman's eyes bulged and the cord cut into her throat, and she was still.
"Traitor!" said the Baroness. "You traitor! Hypocrite!"
Suddenly horrified, she stepped backward, stepped through the curtain into the inner room. Without thinking, she found herself ransacking the armoire, searching among the dresses for some clue, while at the same time she looked for refuge in the winter keep, away from this place, far away. She found herself sitting in one of the smoking rooms, sprawled in a leather armchair, while Mademoiselle Corelli sat on the footstool, peering up at her and talking. Kepler's eyes shone on her forehead, a stone that seemed now like an eye indeed, a third unblinking eye that burned with many colors, though the core of it was dark.
"That year I ran away from boarding school," said Mademoiselle Corelli. "I slept out in the woods for 2 nights until the policeman brought me back. I don't know what I was thinking. Now it seems strange. But I think you can't just accept the life that people give you, that people just assume."
No help there. When the Baroness came back, she was knocking her head against the door of the armoire. Clutched in her hand was the old woman's store of money, a canvas bag filled with banknotes and coins. The Baroness forced herself to get up, forced herself into the main room again, where she found her own leather bag and pushed the smaller bag into it. She looked for anything she might have dropped. She decided to leave the stiletto. She didn't want to touch it. She didn't want to look at the princess's body. She didn't want to look at the mouth of the corpse where now a shape was gathering. The mouth was open, and the image of an animal was there on the gray tongue. And it wasn't some worm or duplicitous snake, some violent monster. But instead there was a bundle of translucent feathers made of air and breath and spit. And then a tiny bird flew straight and sure out the open door and up into the night. A brandywine bird, pretty and innocent. She followed the bird out. Then she was leaning in the same place she had stood a few minutes earlier, except all had changed. And now she could see the entrance to the grotto, a hole in the cliff. The night was cold and still.
"I've thought about marriage," said Mademoiselle Corelli in the smoking room. "My father has some officers in his regiment. But you give up so much freedom, and for what?" "No, to tell the truth, I've been so miserable. I hate my father. He would beat me if he knew I had taken his precious jewel. He'll know tomorrow. I swear he cares more for it than he does for me. If I had money of my own, I'd run away to Paris." In some ways, I couldn't forgive you for marrying that old man, especially since it meant you gave up working. And for what? You must understand I have an artist's heart."
No respite there. Coming back to herself almost at once, the Baroness found she was standing inside the cave. There was a short tunnel in the rock, a flicker of light, and the sound of rushing water. There was steam in the air, a smell of sulphur, and when she turned the corner into the shrine itself, she saw the source. A brimming basin in the rock floor of the chamber. Kerosene lanterns stood in niches. The air was hot because the water was hot, a pool of water heated by some volcanic vent. Wreathed in coils of steam, the shrine rose from the center of the pool, a gold statue of the goddess. She had left her clothes on a heap on the rocks, had let her hair down, and strode naked across the pool, which was as still as a mirror of glass. This was an image from the life of Venus. Once she had appeared in this place to an ancient king of Dacia who had wept for shame. Now the Baroness found herself stripping off her clothes. Now she stood up to her knees in the scalding water, scrubbing her shoulders and her back until they burned. Sobs choked her, tears ran down her face, because she was mourning Aegypta Schenk von Schenk, a princess of the old blood who had not deserved to die like this, strangled by a worthless murderer. In the days when she was rich, she had used her money to help those in need. The Baroness herself, one night when she was 11 years old, had come into the children's hospital in Bucharest with blood poisoning and a broken abscessed foot, and the woman had taken her in for more than a week. They had fed her and washed her and let her sleep in a real bed. Why had she held back the memory until now? But she remembered the cross above her bed. She'd had no money. "Thank the princess," they had said, and this was how she thanked her. "Oh," she murmured, imagining the white silk cord pressing into the soft neck. When her brother was murdered and her friends left her and she was dispossessed of all she owned, the princess had not stooped to robbery and conniving. The proof was in her spirit image, the brandywine bird, who sang so sweetly in the hedgerows in the early morning. And when her brother was struck down, his men had been amazed to see a butterfly trembling on his lips. Some said it was golden, some said it was blue, but all had been astonished that such a man, the greatest general of the age, had been able to summon from his last breath so pure an image. The Baroness could already recognize her own spirit beast. She had seen it when she glanced sidelong at mirrors. Doubtless it was here in the surface of the pool, but broken up and made unrecognizable by her flailing. Maybe a pig, like her husband, or else a flea-bitten, baggy-kneed, mangy old cat. Though now, as she stood here in the pool, she knew she was as beautiful as the goddess herself. This was the fountain that took away sins. She had imagined the water would be sweet to drink, but she bent down and with her cupped hands she skimmed up a draught of the sulphurous, nauseating liquid. She stood with the hot water dripping from her fingers, and then she raised her head. She heard a dog barking. Always she had hated dogs. She leapt from the pool onto the greasy floor. For a moment she stood listening, and then she scrambled for her clothes. It was good to be quick, but not careless. She pulled on her pants and boots, her undershirt, and all the rest. She pulled on her pilgrim's robe and hid the bag of money under it. Then she was out in the cold night, striding along the path the way she'd come. The barking was in the woods behind her. She thought she'd avoid it until she saw the flicker of torches through the trees. Should she step away from the path and try to hide among the bushes or the pine trees? Probably, but she did not. To hide would be to proclaim her guilt, and besides, the dog might find her. It was her custom to confront trouble, and so she drew her hood over her wet face and pressed on, pigeon-toed, flat-footed, whistling, until she met a dozen or so men and women. They were carrying torches, wreaths, and dried bouquets. She stood aside to let them pass, but they'd have none of that. They were in a joyful mood. One reached up to seize her by the sleeve.
"Sir," he said, "have you come from Mother Egypt's house? Is she awake? My friends are coming from their wedding feast, and they need her blessing."
He spoke in a whistling high voice. He was drunk. There was the bride, hideous in her embroidered country clothes, her face painted like a doll's, although no paint could change her round, flat face. There was the groom, cheeks wan as yellow apples. The Baroness put her hand out.
"I congratulate you,"
she said in her hoarse soldier's voice.
"As for the keeper of the shrine, she's gone to bed."
Two small young boys were walking hand in hand.
"You can see the light,"
chimed one, pointing down the path toward the little stone house.
"And the dog is barking."
They took off at a run. The Baroness cursed under her breath.
"Please," she said, "I have to make my train."
It didn't matter. None of them were paying attention. Instead, they were singing songs and making jokes. She slipped away. But since she'd mentioned the train, she couldn't take it, and it was a long night's walk into the town from Mogoshwaya. Again she cursed herself, hurrying along the path, waiting at each moment for the sound of shouting. How could she be so stupid? When she reached the burned ruins of the house, she paused, fumbling among the timbers for the coat that she had left hanging there, but it was gone. 8. The Wild Men.
"Mind the dog,"
said Captain Raevsky.
"I will shoot."
Miranda stood up, yanked up her pants. Then, without thinking, she turned and took hold of the long barrel of Raevsky's pistol as it moved past her toward Andromeda. The dog had bared her teeth, was bounding toward them with a look of great ferocity, which changed. Another man came out of the bushes. He wore a green woolen jacket with the insignia of the Red Pig. He carried a rifle, and as he raised it, the dog hurtled past Miranda, hurtled past Raevsky into the undergrowth, and disappeared. Miranda saw this. She heard the crashing in the bushes while she wrestled for the gun. Raevsky wanted to capture her, not shoot her, which gave her an advantage. His finger wasn't even on the trigger as she twisted the gun down. But he had hold of her now. Miranda stomped on his foot, and though he grimaced, licked his lips, he didn't budge. Her face was near his face, his grizzled beard. She could see the scab on his ear where she had bitten him. Then Peter came scrambling up the riverbank.
"Get away," he said. "Get back."
A man was chasing him and tried to grab him by the waist and pull him down, but Peter slipped through his arms somehow, and the man went sprawling in the weeds. She kneed Raevsky in what she hoped were his testicles, but he didn't move. He yanked the gun away from her and pointed it toward Peter as another soldier clubbed at him with his rifle. Peter clutched the stock as it came around, but the man behind him had gotten to his feet. He hit Peter with a paddle on the back of his head and knocked him to his knees. "Stop!" she cried. She'd gotten hold of Raevsky's gun again, but where was Gregor Splah? There he was, standing on the gravel bank. His pack was gone, but he did nothing. Had he led them into a trap? Had all that crying over blind Rodica been just bullshit? His face was white with fear, and there was a man behind him with a gun, and he was just a stupid idiot after all. Miranda turned to Peter, and she had the strange impression he was happy. Unarmed, he was fighting the two soldiers, but he took the time to glance at her and give her a fierce smile. Raevsky was yelling something in Romanian, while the man with the rifle swung it round again. He was the man blind Rodica had dragged into the house, which meant this was his second try at Peter. But he wasn't having much more luck, because Peter caught his rifle stock again and was twisting it away when the man with the paddle swatted him across the back of the head. Raevsky pulled the gun away from her. Try as she might, she could not budge his arm. He was too strong. He was behind her now, with his arm crushing her chest and his beard scratching her ear. "Please stop," she said. The man with the paddle raised it up again above Peter's head. Then it came down, and for a moment no one moved. The air was warm. The snow was soft in the undergrowth. In places it had melted to reveal the starved yellow stems.
"What will you do?"
Raevsky muttered in her ear.
"This is your fault."
Was that true? She was a fool to have trusted Gregor Splah and not herself. That much was true. Peter lay on his back in the wet weeds. His eyes were open, and there was a red welt on his forehead. And the soldier with the paddle raised it again. "Stop it!" she cried. "I give up!"
And Raevsky grunted something more, and the soldier paused. He was a young man in gold-rimmed spectacles, and he stopped with the paddle above his head. "Enough," Raevsky said in English. He let go his grasp, then pulled her forward by one arm, his pistol pointed toward the sky. "Enough of this!" He pulled her down the slope, and they weren't taking any chances with Peter. The man with the spectacles stood with his paddle raised, while the other man pointed his rifle. She tried to catch Peter's eye. She wished he could say something, but he was stunned. He was looking at the sky. Andromeda had run away, though. She had escaped, so that was something. Now she could see the river between the trees, and the beach that undercut the bank. Gregor Splaw was there with his hands tied in front of him, and the fourth soldier, with his pistol drawn, was coming up the bank with a length of rope in his other hand. She didn't like the look of that, so in a trampled patch of undergrowth, she tried a second time to pull away, but Raevsky grasped her from behind again while the other man came toward. He was not dressed like the others. He was wearing a leather shirt and had an Asiatic face. She didn't want him to touch her, but the soldier with the spectacles had his paddle raised, and she couldn't let him bring it down again. She felt Raevsky's arms across her breasts as the Asian man tied her wrists in front of her with many loops of coarse twine. They led her down to the riverbank where Splaw stood. He wouldn't look at her as Raevsky pulled her down to the gravel beach where 4 boats were drawn up in a line. There was the fire pit and bundles of supplies. A shelter of tarpaulins was slung on ropes between the trees. Splaw's pack lay where he'd dropped it. Blind Radika was dead, and he had led them straight into this camp. Was it possible he'd betrayed them deliberately, engineered all this? But if so, why did he look so unhappy and defeated now? Now it was stupidity, pure and simple, hers as much as his. She hoped he was just as wrong about the firing squad. They stood in the middle of the camp beside the flat, flowing river. The Asian man climbed onto a boulder and sat down, the barrel of his gun pointing up between his knees. Raevsky started to pack up camp. He stowed the rolled-up ground cloths and tarpaulins. He was staving in the flat bottoms of the boats. Pirogues, Splaw had called them, drawn up in a line. He had an axe, but it looked as if he could have used his hand. The thin wood broke so easily. 2 he left undamaged. He rolled them over and slid them to the water. Then the man with gold spectacles brought down some canvas bags, which meant the other one had stayed with Peter. No one spoke. The soldiers were in a hurry. Splaw wouldn't catch Miranda's eyes. He muttered, "I worked in the stables. They might have sent a proper soldier. Leave Prochenko." Blind Radika's death had robbed him of all strength. He spoke in a frightened squeak. "If you're going to do it, please, don't make me wait." This to Raevsky, who turned, came toward him with his revolver in his hand. "If you were a soldier," Raevsky said, "you would not think so I would waste such lives." There was a gap in his teeth on the right side of his jaw. "Last night I lost 4 men, dead as kittens. Boys from my village. You are the murderers, I think." Then to Miranda, "Miss Popescu, I remind you, nothing of this was necessary. You will remember how I warned you yesterday. Look what has happened. I tell you again, you have naught to fear from us. I do not understand." Now the bright day had disappeared. The soldiers were stowing their canvas bags in the 2 boats, including, she was surprised to see, her leather backpack, which she had dropped beside the path. In a moment it was done. Raevsky came toward her with his hand held out. "Get away," she said. "Miss Popescu," he said, "there is no choice for you." "I won't go," she said. He shrugged, and then he pulled her down the gravel strand alone to the boats. Her hands were tied together at the wrists. He was relentless, but again she struggled, tried to break away, because she could not allow herself to be tied and led like this. Andromeda was gone, and Peter. Now she saw Peter on the bank above her. The yellow-haired soldier from the hut was backing down the slope. He kept his rifle pointed toward the middle of Peter's chest.
So what could she do but let herself be tied and led? Peter didn't look at her, but at the mouth of the long rifle. Miranda could see the red stripe on his forehead where they'd hit him. "Wait for me," she said, so he wouldn't do anything stupid. "I'll find you," she said. But he didn't look at her. He was staring at the rifle's mouth, and when he turned, it was to look at Raevski's long revolver, also pointed at his chest. At the same time, the Asian man floated the boat in the water. The water was around his legs. The soldier with the rifle walked backward down the beach, and the one with gold spectacles held the other boat. He laid his paddle along the gunwale and prepared to hoist himself aboard. In a moment, Miranda understood there'd be a race. The Asian man was in the front of her boat, and now Raevski had to put down his gun to force her aboard, scramble aboard. They splashed through the icy water, and Miranda was over the thin side. Raevski forced her over, and then their boat was away, and it found the current of the river and headed off downstream. But she got her head up in time to see the yellow-haired soldier throw his rifle in his boat and spring aboard. The one with the gold spectacles guided the boat out, and at the same time Peter came charging down the slope and jumped into the water. Raevski fired his pistol as their pirogue swung round, and for a moment his body was between Miranda and the other boat. She couldn't see, but she heard a cry like a wounded animal and felt a spasm of nausea. No, it was all right. The man with gold spectacles had pushed the boat away and scrambled aboard. Peter stood roaring and shouting with the water around his waist. "Wait for me," Miranda whispered as the boat pulled away. She found she couldn't make a louder sound. She thought that with Raevski busy, she might sink the boat, unbalance it, and so she struggled to her knees. But Raevski dug his fingers through her hair, and as the Asian man paddled their boat, he forced her down against the thin boards. Raevski had his gun in his right hand, and with his left he dragged her by her hair, and with his fingers tangled in her hair, he pushed her ear to the varnished wood. She heard the pebbles grind along the bottom of the boat, and then the flapping of the water. Then Raevski let go. He needed both hands for his paddle now. She couldn't see his gun. She sat in the bottom of the boat, and she watched Peter roar and struggle in the water, while Spla stood on the shore, surrounded by abandoned bags and baggage, and the wrecked boats of the soldiers' camp. Peter was still bellowing in the water. The boats had scraped across a sandbar, and now Peter waded out to it and climbed onto it, so that suddenly he seemed enormous, as if walking on the surface of the stream. She didn't think he'd been hurt. He raised his arms above his head, his boy's arm and his big man's arm, and he looked at her now, and she saw in his face an expression she had never seen before on him or anyone. His face was distorted almost beyond recognition, and he called out like a wounded beast and raised his arms as if he meant to fight the world. The boat swung round a bend in the stream, and she lost sight of him, because she couldn't bear to see his terrifying face, his splayed teeth, and his shouting mouth. At that last moment she looked away at the trees rushing past, the undercut bank, the stones at the bottom of the stream. She didn't want to think he'd changed from the boy she'd known. She felt conscious of every little thing. The soldiers pulled the boat into the center of the stream. Miranda sat between Raevski and the Asian man in front. The other boat pulled past them and went on ahead. After 10 minutes of work, Raevski took his paddle out of the water.
"So he is not the man his father was, not yet. Because his arm is hurt, maybe."
What did he mean by that? She was too dazed to ask. She sat huddled in the bottom of the boat, and she said nothing. Then, after a few more minutes,
"You see, it makes no difference. Where are you going through the woods? Home? Is it not so? We will take these boats to Albany in some days, and then New York on the paddle steamer. Then the Carpathia will wait for us. You have never seen such a boat. So," he said, gesturing toward shore, "don't cry. It doesn't matter. We all go to the same place, to Romania." She had no intention of crying. She pressed her lips together while Raevski looked into the tall trees and mumbled something. When he turned back, he tried to avoid her eyes. "Prayer to dead,"
he muttered finally.
"They are on the river of the dead."
Miranda sat in the bottom of the pirogue between some canvas bags. There were some long guns, and she wondered if they were loaded. She was looking at Raevsky, trying to read his face, trying to control her own.
So you will tell me, was it the demon of this forest? That old gypsy, where is she? My boys were cold as snow, white faces. God help me, I ran away.
Now he seemed eager to speak.
And you will tell me about Peter de Graz? He asked. It is his son, is not so? He's maybe 16 years, I think. The right age, and that is de Graz's face. He was in Constanta with Aegypta's shank. But we heard Antonescu murdered him with all the prince's men. This boy, I could not recognize him in the gypsy's house. Never could I shoot a boy. De Graz's son. But I was with the army when the Chevalier de Graz went down to Adrianople to fight the Turkish champion. 3 falls with the Sultan watching. We all drank his health that day.
She had heard this name before in many contexts. Was it Peter's name in this new world? Raevsky looked behind them to the riverbank and then continued.
You think I am a monster. So, listen. Ground too hard to bury them, I tell myself. Shall I go back now? Spirit death. I take you to the steamship, then return. I will not go home with you. Alexandru will take you home. For me is too much shame. Stay here in this damned country. I will not see my Lady Ceausescu after this. Maybe I join the Graz's son. It is my fortune.
The river was broad but not deep. Miranda could see the gravel bottom. Occasionally large stones broke the surface. Peter and Spla were long out of sight. The river cut through a forest of tall pines. Numb and sad, trussed up in the bottom of the boat, Miranda imagined a yellow dog upon the southern bank, running through the trees. She imagined Peter trudging through the underbrush. When the land changed and outcroppings of rock appeared along the shore, she imagined Peter keeping pace with them. But when he jumped onto a boulder by the shore, in her thoughts, she had to turn away from his roaring face. What would he do, she thought. Where would he go to find her? What had Spla said? A hunting camp? No, but she would find the trail on the south bank and follow it back, and Peter and Andromeda would wait for her. The first thing was to escape. She could not let herself be bound and tied. She raised her wrists toward Raevsky. When he shook his head, she pulled her forearms apart, searching for some slack in the cord, at the same time looking in the bottom of the boat for some sharp object. The strands were a rough hemp, tight and strong. Captain Raevsky sat in the stern. Miranda studied the man in front of her, the Asian man in the leather shirt, who was different from the other 3. His long black hair was braided behind him and tied with a leather thong, to which was attached 5 coral beads. A necklace of shells was around his neck, and when he turned back toward her from time to time, she could see his long black goatee, his flat, heavy face. Though he took enormous cuts at the water with his paddle, he was not, like Raevsky, out of breath. In time, Raevsky stretched his paddle across the gunwales of the boat.
The wind came without noise, he said. It broke trees, but I hear nothing. I could not breathe. I feel a crushing on my heart, but I said the prayer to Mars. Then I run away.
Up ahead, the land was rising on either side of the stream, which was narrower here, deeper and faster. Miranda pictured Peter on the shore, shaking his arms, but then she turned away. She understood the captain was confessing cowardice to her. It was no consolation. "Where are you taking me?" she asked.
Don't you hear? The stream comes to the Henry Hudson River, and then down. Parents and Alexandru will take you on the ship from New York to Bremerhaven, then to Bucharest. Did you read the letter I gave? My Lady Ceausescu. You will see her.
Miranda said nothing. After a moment, Raevsky went on.
You must trust my lady. She will protect. The Empress does not fight against a woman because her father sold us to the Germans. That was 20 years ago.
My father, Miranda said. How could she feel protective of the reputation of Prince Schenk von Schenk, whose name she'd heard for the first time the day before? That wasn't it. but she didn't want to hear that Captain Raevsky was her father's enemy. There was no comfort in hearing that, because she was alone and in his power and close to tears. She had an idea. There were tears on her cheeks and her nose was running. She brought her hands up to touch her face. She turned aside and took one of the strands of twine between her teeth. Raevsky stared at her a moment, then put his paddle down. He reached into his pocket and produced a handkerchief, which he dipped over the side. Then he was dabbing at her cheeks and nose with the cold, wet cloth. The handkerchief was clean, the linen soft and fine. A red pig was embroidered in one corner. He sat upright again.
"Miss," he said, "I know it's hard. I don't know what they do, but my lady will not hurt you. Your place is your own country. You are loved there, you will see. Maybe the Baroness Ceausescu will take you to her house. If so, you will be lucky, because she is beautiful and kind. She knows what it is to be alone without friends."
This was not comforting.
"She lives in a rich, tall house," Raevsky said. "She goes everywhere to all the parties in the palace. I think you are luckier than me, because I won't see her again."
This was not comforting to Miranda. Baron Ceausescu had betrayed her father. Spla had told her that much. How could what Raevsky said be true? She bowed her head into her aching hands and worried at the twine with her teeth. The Asian man in the front was talking now. He said some words in a strange language, then pointed.
"Look!"
On either side of the stream, the rocks had risen into granite cliffs 50 feet high. Miranda was familiar with the Hoosic River, which ran west out of Williamstown toward New York State. It followed Route 346 and joined the Hudson somewhere north of Albany. But this river was 3 times as broad, and she had never seen this place, this forest of pines, these walls of rock. Now, above them, where the man was pointing, she saw a movement in the trees. A woman came and stood on the rocks over their heads. She had long yellow hair. She went down on her hands and knees and peered over the boulders at them. Miranda could see her face was smudged with color, charcoal or black paint. There were stripes on her cheeks and neck. She opened her mouth. From 50 feet away, Miranda could see her teeth, her tongue sticking out. Now the man in the front of her boat was shouting in a mixture of languages. "Back!" he shouted. "Back!" which Miranda understood, and Raevsky too. He put the blade of his paddle in the water to turn the boat around, while at the same time he was calling to the other boat ahead of them. But it was too late. For now from both sides of the gorge, men appeared under the trees. They were dressed in skins, like old pictures of American Indians, except for the yellow hair. Some had big stones in their hands, which they raised up. The stream was narrow in the gorge. As their boat turned, Miranda could see the other boat trying to steer into the middle, the men paddling hard. Then it flipped over in a trough between 2 rocks as their own boat came around in a circle. Raevsky had turned it, but when he saw the others go down, he brought it around again. 2 men were floundering in water above their waists. One lost his footing and was swept downstream, while the other struggled into shallower water on the right-hand side. But he was pelted with rocks from above. Miranda could see a gash over his eye. The lead man in her own boat, who had first pointed to the wild woman and told them to go back, now flung himself over the side. The water was not deep where they were. He held his gun and his bag above his head as he stumbled toward shore. He never looked around, but climbed up through the rocks and disappeared, while Raevsky steered the boat into the gorge. The light pirogue was overbalanced by the sudden shift in weight, so Miranda crawled into the lead seat while Raevsky grunted and cursed. Still, he managed to guide the boat to where his man stood bleeding and confused, the water about his waist. It was the soldier with gold spectacles, and Raevsky dragged him into the boat. Then they were off downstream through the shower of stones, which struck the water all around them, struck Raevsky too upon his shoulders and his head. Miranda was not touched.
"English! Savages!"
Raevsky shouted.
"No!"
Past the gorge, the land opened up again, a wide strand of gravel on the right-hand side where the river made a turn. Wild men stood there. Miranda could see they had dragged the yellow-haired soldier from the river and were beating him. One had stripped off the green jacket. He held it on the end of a stick, shouting as the pirogue swept around the turn, and Raevsky brought it ashore. He leapt onto the strand, carrying 3 of his long guns. He shot one of the wild men who had rushed toward him brandishing a club. The men had yellow hair knotted with feathers or pieces of bone. Now they scattered into a thicket of saplings. They dragged the soldier into the shelter of the thicket, together with some bags they had salvaged from the water. Others came from the woods on the other side of the river. Miranda sat in the boat with the wounded man. One of the lenses in his spectacles was broken. His clothes were sopping wet. He lay without moving. The sharp brass gunwale of the boat had a break in it, and she was rubbing her hands along the break. There was a weak place in the rope where she had bitten it. One by one, the coarse, loose strands of hemp gave way, and then her hands were free. Raevsky was walking slowly toward the thicket, carrying his bundle of guns. But on the other side of the stream, a man had jumped down into the water and had started to wade across the shallow water toward the boat. Though the air was cold and there was ice in the crevices of the rocks, he was bare-chested, a big man with painted skin, carrying a club that ended in a lump of quartz. Miranda stepped over the side of the boat onto the wet strand. Raevsky had pulled it into a trough of fist-sized rocks. She drew it out into the water until the keel came off the stones. All she had to do was jump aboard. Raevsky had found the soldier in the thicket and was standing over him, but when he looked up and saw what she was doing, his face took on such a naked, wide-eyed, horrified expression that she paused. He threw down his guns, then stumbled back toward her over the rough stones. The man with the quartz-headed club was shouting from the stream, which rose around his thighs. Others were behind him. The current was tugging at the boat, and Miranda couldn't see how she could hold it steady and climb aboard. The men had almost crossed the stream now, and one was reaching for the boat, not the man with the club, but another one with feathers in his hair. But then there was a shot, and he staggered backward, and Raevsky was running with his long pistol in his hand. Then he was beside her, holding the boat into the current, forcing her over the side. The men in the stream had splashed backward a few paces. The men on the shore were squatting over the guns. Raevsky scrambled into the boat and took his seat. For a few minutes he and Miranda paddled like mad, but then he paused to put his fingers on the neck of the wounded man, still lying in the bottom of the boat. The river was quiet here, broad and shallow. They went on a little farther. Then, sooner than Miranda thought was safe, Raevsky brought the boat to shore.
"We camped here on the other way,"
Raevsky said. Enormous pines grew near the shore, and they pulled the boat up the bank onto a carpet of black needles. Miranda was shivering because her pants and feet were wet, and the wounded man was unresponsive, cold, and stiff under his blankets. The gash on his head was dry. Raevsky stripped off his clothes and wrapped him, naked, in a feather sleeping bag. Then Miranda sat with him while Raevsky gathered firewood. There was plenty of dead wood among the trees. He tore it down, then built a fire in a hearth set among the boulders. He lit the kindling with matches from a silver canister and piled on more wood than was prudent, Miranda thought. Later, gathering branches as the sun went down, she saw the fire burning from far away. She imagined throwing the branches down and striking out to find the hunters' camp, the path along the south side of the stream. She imagined Peter and Andromeda waiting for her, and for a moment she saw in her mind's eye Peter's face as she'd last seen it from the boat. So, she would find him the next day. Night was falling, and Raevsky's fire burned bright between the trees. She had no blankets or gear. Besides, there were the wild men, the Indians. What had Raevsky called them? English? It seemed ridiculous. Tomorrow I will go, she thought. Probably he will let me go after all this. Despite herself, she was impressed by what Raevsky had done, how he'd fought for his men and cared for them. And in the meantime he had made a comfortable camp. In the gathering dark he'd boiled water and made potato soup out of a powder. He gave her crackers and sliced sausage and German chocolate, all without speaking. He pitched a tent for her, a military pup tent made of thick, bleached canvas. Then he fussed with the wounded man, Alexandru, he called him, his sister's son. He whispered to him, chafed his arms, checked his heartbeat and his pulse. She saw him bending over Alexandru as she returned with her load of wood. He scarcely looked at her. So then she crawled into her tent and watched the shadows of the fire on the canvas walls. She listened to Raevsky muttering and chanting in Romanian before she fell asleep. In the morning when she woke, it took a moment for her to realize she was not in her own bed in her own room. Gray light came in through the canvas wall. Miranda lay in the blankets that Raevsky had given her, imagining Rachel and Stanley and the old house. What day was it? Thursday? She wondered if school was open again, and if not, where her classes were being held. She supposed they could find room in their old elementary school in town. Then she imagined the police searching the woods on Christmas Hill, and Stanley and Peter's father, too, while Rachel sat with Andromeda's mother in the kitchen. What must they be thinking now? In her warm tent, Miranda lay still until she started to cry. Then she got up, unbuttoned her tent, and went down to the stream to wash. But it was too cold. Her breasts ached, and the rocks were slimy with ice. She cupped some water in her hands to drink, patted her cheeks with her cold hands, then sat brushing her hair with blind Rodica's brush. Since she was a child, Miranda had told herself she wasn't comfortable in her own parents' house, that her real home was elsewhere, in another country. Now, this morning, and the one before, she had thought of Berkshire County when she woke. As she brushed out her hair, Miranda found herself remembering another dream from earlier in the night, torn and covered by these thoughts of Stanley and Rachel and the house on the green. Now again the dream came back to her in rags. It was her aunt once more. The gray-haired lady with the fierce, hard face was bending over her as she lay in her blankets.
You must find them. Follow the path. In the dream life I will send a messenger.
The rest drifted away. The harder she thought about the words, the slipperier they seemed. Why couldn't the woman say what she meant? Give her something real. Tell her what was going on. Was that too much for the white tiger to ask? Dream life messenger? What crap was that? Frustrated, she got to her feet and walked up to the camp. Alexandru had died during the night. Captain Raevsky had laid him out on a flat boulder. The fire still burned in the circle of rocks. Miranda stood holding her hairbrush, watching Raevsky fussing with the body. How many corpses had she seen in just 2 days, making up for lost time? She'd been to Stanley's father's funeral when she was 8, but the casket had been closed. Was it possible she was hardened to this already? Or was she just numb from the cold? Certainly she felt no special horror at the sight of the dead man. He looked asleep. She sat down by the fire to warm her hands. Water was boiling in a handleless tin pot, and even though she pulled the cuff of blind Rodica's shirt over her fingers, still she burned herself when she drew it out. But Raevsky had showed her the enamel cups the night before, the tea in its silver foil. She sprinkled tea into the bottom and poured water over it, doing a better job with the pot this time. Perched on a rock, wrapped in a blanket, she held her cup in both hands and stared into the fire. Where was Peter now? She would get away from here and go back up the trail on the south bank. That's all she could do. When she came to where the wild men were, she'd go in a circle through the woods. Or should she cross the river? What would Peter do? She didn't want to miss him in the woods. But Andromeda would find her, if she'd figured out how to use her nose. The night before, she'd thought she'd wait for daylight, but now she wondered if the darkness was better. Or else, if he'd been up all night, maybe Raevsky would fall asleep. To her annoyance, she could not keep her thoughts to these important questions. Always they were escaping backward. When Kevin Markasev had held her book above the fire on Christmas Hill, before he let it drop, for a moment she had guessed at what was happening. When he had asked her if she wanted to go to Bucharest, he was asking her permission. She could see that now. Perhaps the change could not have taken place without her welcoming it. So why now did she feel she'd give up everything just to be home? She had no right to feel that way. All these men were fighting because of her. Not far from where she sat, Raevsky was digging a hole in the bank near a collapsed tree. With gloved hands and a piece of wood, he was pulling out stones, shoveling out black masses of pine needles, until he had dug a sort of cave. He was muttering to himself, and Miranda watched as he walked past her without a word, then returned, carrying Alexandru's body. He curled it into the small space as best he could, then covered it with needles and stones and dirt, more and more until he'd made a pile and the body was hidden from sight. He made a tower of stones, and against it he laid a rifle. In a crevice he placed Alexandru's spectacles and a book. Then he stood chanting, a bottle of colorless liquid in his hand, which he was alternately drinking and pouring on the rocks. When finally he came and sat next to the fire, he smelled of alcohol.
Raki?
Miranda asked.
Turkish ouzo.
Raevsky shrugged, pulled his gloves off.
So, we have a legend that a river leads into the Tara Mortilor, the country of the dead. No one can cross unless their body. See? Now there are many ghosts haunting me. These young men, I could not do what I must do. Killed by a demon, skin so white, I was afraid to touch. All these witches must be hunted. Germans have the good ideas in this. German laws. That boy Ferenc, he will haunt me.
Who were those men? Asked Miranda. The liquor in Raevsky's bottle was a quarter gone. He shrugged.
Many tribes here. Cannibals. Ishu told me before he ran like an yepur, a rabbit.
Ishu must have been the man with the coral in his hair. Indians, Miranda said.
They are English, so I tell you. After the earth moves, they are coming across the sea. Big wave, a big wave. Floods in the Black Sea. This was more than 100 years ago. Some go to France and Spain, Romania even. Some here.
He stared into the fire. Miranda was full of questions. Finally, what are you going to do now?
Raevsky spat into the fire. I promised to bring you to Bremerhaven, so maybe now I have to go with you. Maybe I send telegraph, but I will not return to my own place. How can I see my people there? This was my sister's son.
His stubbornness was terrible, Miranda thought. But if he was awake all night, he could not stay awake forever. She would wait until he was drunk and then escape. So she sat with him that day as he was talking. He told Miranda how he had fought with her father and the Baron Ceausescu against the Turks. He was the Baron's man from the Baron's town of Cluj, and after the war he had returned there. He had a farm, no wife, no children. Then in the autumn he had hired the men for this journey, boys from the countryside or students.
I was tired of looking at the Kuru Margarului, the back of my mule, he said. Madame Ceausescu remembered me. She saw me just sometimes, but she knew my name. Oh, you will see that she is beautiful and wise.
He brought a locket out from underneath his shirt. He split it open to reveal a portrait of a woman. Miranda had her backpack between her knees. It still contained her Romanian things as well as some supplies that Spla had given her from his house, a toothbrush, a towel, socks and gloves, a bar of soap. These Miranda felt with her hand as she fished for her own locket, opened it. Who is that?
Raevsky studied it, surprised. You never saw your mother's face? No. So, that is Clara Brankovinu. Her husband was von Schenk, the trader, but she paid for it. She told us the date and time of the invasion when the Germans came to Kaposhvar, so we are grateful. She paid with her freedom. That was 20 years before. When Aegypta Schenk must close her Constanta house, what did you do? You were, tell me, 8 years or so. I never saw. The story is that you were dead, or else in Germany. Tell me the truth. Where did you come from? That Jew and that gypsy did not raise you in that house. My lady did not tell me that. Every night we were waiting on that hill, she said. For what? But some trick. You and de Grotze's son.
It was too complicated to explain. Miranda said nothing, and soon Raevsky started to talk again. He sipped his bottle and told her stories of Romania. He spoke good English, learned in the Baron's service. He told her about a cabin in the mountains where he had hunted bears and wild boar. He told her about a lake where he'd gone fishing.
"Your father was a great man," he said. "That is why he is so shamed, or so. 20 years before he died is long enough,"
he said. But how could it be 20 years ago? Miranda herself was only just 15. She'd had her 15th birthday in the summer. Her hands were cold. She put her hand into her pocket and felt the bottle of Blind Rodica's pills. Miranda thought she'd give him one more chance. Enough time had gone by. Maybe now he might be able to think of her as more than just a duty or a task. So she thought about her predicament until she had a lump in her throat. "Please let me go," she interrupted him. Raevsky stared at her. After a pause, he went back to talking about things he'd done. "Please let me go back to my friends," she said. He looked at her as if he didn't understand. "Now you're alone," she said. "You can't do this by yourself. I could have left you last night. I could have left you on the riverbank. Please, will you take me to my friends? Peter and I promise we'll go with you. We won't fight you anymore."
He looked at her, then spat into the fire. "It will not be bad," he said. "All Romania will love you. The Baroness Ceausescu."
Miranda did not want to hear that name again. "What do you think?" she said. "You think she sent you here to bring me back, just so she could take me to parties and send me to school? You had to shoot an old woman and take me from my friends? You had to give me a forged letter and see your men killed by maniacs, just so all Romania could love me? I was going there anyway. You know that. Those people were going to take me to my family." After a moment, he cleared his throat.
"The letter is a forgery, is true."
Then, in a little while,
"But it will not be like that, so you see. Bucharest with its blue domes like turnips. The Baroness Ceausescu will protect you from the Germans, that is true, and from Valeria Dragonesti, so I think. She does not tell me everything."
He was obsessed. After a little while, she asked him, "May I have a drink?" He reached for a tin cup, but she shook her head. He was drunk enough to hand her the entire bottle. She had hidden some of her black sleeping pills in her palm, and when she wiped her mouth after a sweet, burning sip, she dropped them one by one into the bottle's neck. Raevsky wasn't looking. He stared into the fire. But for a long time the pills had no effect. Captain Raevsky told her stories through the afternoon until the light fled away. Miranda ate potato soup and sausage, but he didn't do anything but drink. Inch by inch, he slouched deeper in his blanket roll. And it took a long time, but finally he was asleep, and the full moon rose. Miranda watched it through the trees, then walked along the riverbank in the cold, clear air so she could see it in the open sky. She came back to the fire, and Raevsky hadn't budged. She covered him with blankets. He lay snoring on his back. Under the moon, as she picked through the camp, more than ever in her life she felt she was Rachel and Stanley's daughter, alone and far from home. This fire, this snoring soldier, the dead man in his cave covered up with rocks. Maybe she could believe in what she saw and heard and touched. The moon and the cold night. All the rest was just a story. A family in Romania named Brancovenu, a woman named Miranda Brancovenu, who freed her country long ago. She took down her tent and packed it into its roll. She took warm clothes, dried food, and slung them into a canvas pack. She wouldn't take too much because she had to travel fast. She'd follow the river upstream again, and she wouldn't think about the wild men. And she'd meet Peter and Andromeda along the path on the south bank. Maybe they had come for her, and they were close. Again she felt a stab of terrible regret. What had she done for Peter, that he would chase after her now? It was her fault he was in this mess with her. When she'd surrendered to Kevin Markasev on the hill, she'd dragged him out of his whole life. And even before that, she'd not deserved to be his friend. When Andromeda came back from Europe, she had ditched him. Around her neck, she hung the locket that contained the sepia face of Clara Brancovenu. On the cold riverbank, Miranda found it hard to think about her. Instead, she imagined there were times in the past year when she'd been cruel to her own mother, had hurt Rachel deliberately in little ways. And even though, now standing by the fire, she couldn't think of any specific incidents, still, if she ever... When she was small, Stanley had often put her to bed, had read books and sung songs to her. Her favorite one he made different every night, though there were verses that came around again and again. "Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Papa's going to buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird don't fly, Papa's going to buy you a pizza pie. And if that pizza pie's too cold, Papa's going to buy you a crown of gold. And if that crown of gold gets lost, Papa's going to buy you the Holy Ghost. And if that Holy Ghost flies away, Papa's going to buy you a sunny day. And if that sunny day clouds over, Papa's going to buy you a dog named Rover," etc., etc., and she was always sleeping by the end. Now she picked up a stick, poked at the fire. Raevsky was snoring, and there were shadows among the trees. Miranda straightened up, then felt suddenly lightheaded and crouched down again. She had a pain in the pit of her stomach and an odd burning sensation lower down. She unzipped her jeans and found that her underwear was streaked with blood. At first, she imagined she'd been hurt. A secret source of shame for her was this. Long past the age when her friends, Andromeda for instance, first started menstruating, she had not yet crossed this bridge, as she imagined, into womanhood. "This is just great," she said now. Then she walked down to the water to wash herself, thinking at the same time about the pirogue. She had to hide or destroy it. If Raevsky woke, he must think she had taken it downstream. Once outside the fire's circle of warmth and light, she had a momentary image of the wild men coming quietly along the path, raising their quartz-headed clubs. Furious at herself, she stepped over the wet stones, peered across to the far bank. There was a flat rock sticking out into the stream. Miranda stripped off her boots, her pants. Naked from the waist, she squatted down next to the freezing water. She examined herself as well as she could, then looked away. She looked up at the river of the sky as it flowed through the treetops, following the curve of the river at her feet. Stanley, at various times, had taught her all of the constellations, and now she looked for some hint of the familiar winter patterns. Orion fighting Taurus, his dog at his heels. But the stars were dim, unrecognizable, washed out by the moon. She had thought and worried about her period over the years, but it hadn't occurred to her she'd feel so lightheaded, so intoxicated. Either that or one sip of ouzo had affected her. Looking up at the sky, she felt nauseated, dizzy, and her heart was beating hard. When she looked down again, Andromeda was there. She had lost her dog's shape. She was her own self again, on her hands and knees on the flat rock across the stream, drinking from the water. The moonlight shone on her bare skin, her big shoulders, her long arms and legs. Why was she naked on this bitter night? Miranda closed her eyes, then opened them. Andromeda stepped into the shallow stream, and though the water was fast, she scarcely made a ripple as she waded across. She climbed onto the bank, and Miranda could see that the glow on her skin was not moonlight at all. But her skin was covered with yellow hair. The hair was thicker on her head, and it ran in two thick ridges down her neck. Miranda stepped back. Her friend came toward her with her arms out, but Miranda shied away. What she was seeing was not real, she thought. It was a ghost, something out of Tara Mortilor. If she tried to touch her friend, then she would fail. But she could hear Andromeda's voice. "I thought you were gone for good, I swear to Christ. Who were those guys up on the rocks? Those cavemen with the spears? That was completely nuts." Miranda put her hands up, palms out. She said nothing, but Andromeda answered her. "What do you mean?" "Oh, yeah, Miss Canine of Berkshire County. I'll tell you later. Let's get you away from here. Are they asleep?" Miranda shrugged. Her body was full of a sensation that was like drunkenness or the effects of marijuana. More specifically, she had once taken ecstasy during a concert in Saratoga Springs. Just a quarter of a dose, enough to be a good sport and to keep Andromeda company. And maybe it was just a sympathetic reaction, but that night she had felt some of the same distance from herself, the same lack of faith in her perceptions. Now she was conscious of a sweet, peculiar smell like perfume or cologne. Something is happening, she thought stupidly. So put your pants on. Get your stuff. Miranda had brought some rags as a towel, and as her friend watched, she tore off a strip of cloth to lay into her underpants. Then she got dressed. She pulled the pirogue 50 yards upstream, and Andromeda didn't help her. The farther away she walked, the better and more normal she felt. The splash of cold water as she pulled the boat ashore, the smell of the balsam branches she used to cover it, all that seemed to revive her, clear her head. As she came back toward the firelight, she thought she wouldn't see her friend again, that what she'd seen was an illusion, conjured up from longing and cold fear. But then Andromeda stepped out from the well of shadow beside one of the enormous pines. "We're just a few hours through the woods," she said, and when she spoke, Miranda felt a tingling in her body. Her stupidity and lightheadedness came back. Raevsky had rolled over onto his side. His snoring had changed into a weak, snuffling noise. His dirty hand clutched his bottle as if it were a doll. Miranda gathered up her backpack. "I've got your clothes," she said. Andromeda scratched her side, and under the yellow hair Miranda could see a scab. His face painted with firelight, his cheeks glowing red and orange, Raevsky suddenly looked vulnerable, old. His forehead and the corners of his eyes were creased with dirty lines. His nose seemed brittle, sharp. His neck was covered with a red rash where his grizzled beard had pricked his skin. Suddenly it seemed cruel to leave him alone with the ghosts of his dead men. She wondered if she had given him too many of Rodica's pills. She looked into Andromeda's face, trying to see if she could catch some kind of human expression. "Come on," Andromeda told her. She was like a dead ghost of herself, a yellow shadow fading through the trees. Miranda's aunt would send someone. Was this the messenger? Was this the dream time? Miranda had a sudden fear of being left behind, and so she stumbled after the yellow shadow, up the bank and through the trees. They left the river and struck south. The way was easy under the pine trees, but then they were in another different wood, and the land was rising. Miranda stumbled through the thickening undergrowth. The trees were smaller here and the light better, but there was more snow, too. Sometimes she sank over the tops of blind Rodica's boots. Sometimes she lost sight of Andromeda, and then she stumbled on, looking vainly for footprints. When Andromeda wasn't with her and had disappeared behind the trees, then Miranda would notice a small wind in the cold air. For a moment her dry wits would return to her. She would struggle to a stop. Startled, she would look around. Then Andromeda would come to sit beside her on a rock or a fallen tree. The air was motionless again, and Miranda would smell that hint of perfume or cologne, and imagine how the drug that caused these feelings, these illusions, was in the air she breathed. What was it her aunt had said? "Once I went out in a place where there were open fields," Andromeda murmured. "A town in the distance in the valley. I could see the lights. I was cold, and I went down to see if I could find a warm place and some food. I had an idea that I wanted a slice of pizza, but there was nothing like that. The streets were full of snow. The houses were locked, and everywhere I went, the dogs were barking. I looked through the windows at the people sitting by the fire, kids doing homework, reading books. The only place that was open was this white wooden building, and there were people inside singing songs. A man came to the door with a gun, so I ran away. Or I saw a way lit with fire along the hills. It was midnight, and as I was climbing, I saw others in the trees, dogs and creatures, giants and dwarfs. One man with 2 heads and a hammer in his hands. And I'm thinking, he looks really friendly. This looks really good. I found an open place. There was a crowd of people and animals. But the next fire burned by itself in the clearing. Then there was the entrance to a cave, and the animals were coming in and out where the shadows were dark. I was afraid to go into that cave. Or I was in the tall grass and the sun was going down. It was so hot. I just lay on the ground. All around me were the mice and other kinds of rodents weaving in and out through the grass. They were talking to each other, whispering, but I could hear it. I could understand their voices. Look for the white tiger. Oh, the white tiger will come. The sun was setting in a purple glow, and I was lying with my tongue stretched out, too hot to move. But I could see the tops of the grasses pushed aside, as if there was some heavy body coming through. The little mice were dodging past my feet, saying, "Here she is! Here is the white tiger!" These strange monologues could only feed Miranda's sense of unreality, sitting on a broken tree, moonlight shining on the snow of a strange world. She had a groaning in her stomach and her crotch. For a long time she sat without listening, as the light around her grew and spread. The dawn was coming, and the sky was paler toward the east. But she was comforted by the mention of pizza. "Is Peter with you?" she asked, the first time she had spoken. Andromeda sat picking her long nails. "What do you think is happening at home?" Miranda asked. "Home? You know. Do you think your mother had to have her car towed?" Miranda watched a spasm of anger pass over her friend's face. Then something else that was like fear. "Look," she whispered. Bending down, she thrust her hand down through the snow. She brought it up full of loam and dead leaves and held it for Miranda to smell. And the dirt itself seemed to have a perfume like chocolate and cinnamon, and it was shot through with gleaming ice crystals. Or that's what she thought, until they started to move, and she saw that they were bugs, golden and silver beetles, the moonlight reflecting on their backs. "It's your choice if you live with ghosts," she said. "I cannot help you." Miranda had been staring at the handful of dirt. Now she was alerted by a sudden strangeness in Andromeda's voice, the hint of a foreign accent. She looked up, open-mouthed, light-headed, and saw a new face in front of her. A young man who was like Andromeda in every detail, who smelled of tobacco and cologne. And abruptly, it was as if whatever spirit had sustained her during that long night was gone, and whatever narcotic had dulled her, its effects were gone, and left her terrified. She put her hands to her face and yelled again, and kept on yelling till they must have heard her in the hunters' camp over the hill. Later, Splah came running with the yellow dog and found her on her knees in the wet snow, alone. In Bucharest, the Baroness Ceausescu came to her own high house on Saltpeter Street in the early morning. She had walked most of the night from Mogoșoaia, except for the last few kilometers, when a milk cart had stopped for her and brought her to the city. They had come in through the Gate of Mars, headed toward the Piazza Romana, where the driver expected a crowd. 5 women, thieves and fortune-tellers, were to be publicly denounced, which was something the Baroness had no wish to see. Once inside the walls, she left the old man with her thanks and a coin, walked the last way through the cobbled streets. Without her coat and having buried her pilgrim's cloak in the woods, she was grateful for the warmth of the sun when it finally rose. Still, she felt vulnerable and exposed, afraid of being recognized, and she slouched along with her cold hands in her pockets, keeping to the shadows, until she reached her own neighborhood. There she forced herself to walk more openly. Here in the streets around her house, it was not unnatural for her to be out on an early stroll. But she entered her house through the tunnel from the cellar across the road. She had no desire to meet Jean-Baptiste at the door. She was both anxious and tired. Earlier she had tried one last time to slip into her simulacrum, but had failed, and she thought this was because of either of 2 reasons. The simulacrum was asleep, or else she herself was too exhausted and discouraged to find her way across that mental bridge. She imagined she'd recovered from her remorse over the princess's death. There was no use crying over spilt water. The future was always more important than the past. Still, it was worrisome, her lack of self-control. She slipped first into her bathroom and turned on the water in the tub. It ran cold for a moment and then hot. Jean-Baptiste had stoked the heater for her morning bath. Relieved, she dropped her bag off her shoulder. It was full of money, mostly now, which she had taken from the princess's cabinet. While she was waiting for the tub to fill, she went down on her hands and knees to open up a secret compartment behind the baseboard. Her husband had been fond of such architectural details. She found the catch, the baseboard opened up, and she was stuffing the bag down into it behind the singing copper pipes. She opened the door to her bedroom and peered inside. The curtains were closed, but she could see the bulge under the coverlet where the simulacrum lay. Relieved, she turned again into the bathroom and began to take off her clothes. She unbuttoned the wool shirt, then walked over to the wash basin to rinse her face. There was a mirror above the basin, and she didn't look into it. She caught a glimpse of matted, chestnut-colored hair as she peered down at her hands, her close-chewed fingernails. She was surprised the basin was so dirty. There was a brown ring halfway up the bowl, brown smudges on the countertop. She rubbed at them with her thumb, while at the same time she was muttering the prayer of dissolution. When she went to bed, she wanted to be alone. She wanted the simulacrum to be gone. But halfway through the prayer, she paused. She looked into the mirror now, looked at her wet face, her puzzled expression. Then suddenly she turned, stepped through into her bedroom. As she approached the bed, the bulge in the coverlet subsided and flattened with a tiny sigh. She stripped away the sheets where the simulacrum had lain, and was shocked to see brown smudges there. She saw the print of a hand on the pillowcase. Her own fingers often bled where she had bitten them, but not like this. The gown on the floor stunk of sweat and cigar smoke. The gloves were stiff with blood. She wrapped the clothes and the bedclothes together into a ball and locked them in her closet. She washed out the basin, washed away all of the brown marks, then stripped off the rest of her clothes and got into the bath. She had run it hot, yet it failed to relax her. She had a greasy feeling in her stomach. Still, she felt better when she was warm and clean and sitting in her bathrobe in her dressing room, clipping her toenails and toweling her hair. Jean-Baptiste knocked on the door, a signal that he'd left her breakfast on the threshold. Sometimes he stayed to share a word with her when she opened the door, but this morning he was gone. The landing was empty. She picked up the tray and brought it inside. She poured herself a cup of tea, inspected the pumpernickel toast. Then she unfolded the morning paper, glanced at the headline, which was about the burning of several shops among the German minority in Transylvania. Under that story, at the bottom of the front page, was another in the form of an editorial: 2 violent and felonious murders. Readers who have allowed themselves to feel complacent because of a reduction of the number of violent crimes here in the capital will find themselves shocked to learn about the brutal murders of 2 prominent citizens during the same night in 2 separate locations in the city and its environs. Though the Metropolitan Police have been successful in breaking up many of the most dangerous gypsy gangs, still it is obvious that stronger measures are needed. Domnul Claude Spitz, the jeweler, was apparently beset by thieves while driving home from an imperial celebration late last night. The other victim was Miss, formerly Princess, Aegypta Schenk, who had been living in seclusion near the Shrine of Venus in the Mogoshwaya woods. A sum of money, donated from local villages, is also missing, and we can assume that robbery was the motive for this outrage. After a while came Jean-Baptiste's knock again, too loud to be entirely respectful. He spoke at the half-opened door. "Ma'am, I've made up the bed. The sheets were missing, as you saw. Thank you. Did you have a pleasant time at the reception?" She didn't answer. She was reading the newspaper article. Later, she went into her bedroom and saw where he had laid out on the table beside the bed some personal items, which she imagined Jean-Baptiste had picked up from the carpet. There were her house keys, her change purse, her pocket knife. Beside them, in a clean ashtray, was a large green stone. Mademoiselle Corelli's tourmaline, Kepler's eye. She lit the bedside lamp. At that moment, the stone looked like an eye to her, staring mournfully. No matter how it was oriented, you could always see a place on its surface where the surrounding light would gather and refract. At the same time, by some optical trick, there appeared to be a source of light inside the tourmaline itself, a glow that varied in intensity and hue. What had happened the night before? Her last memories had been of leather armchairs, of talking with Mademoiselle Corelli in one of the upper smoking rooms. But what had happened after that? She'd been so discouraged by the princess's death, it never occurred to her that she would come home to find something worse. All night as she'd walked home, she had worried about her lost overcoat and tried to remember if there was anything in the pockets to connect it to her. But now there was blood on her clothes and a stolen jewel in her bedside ashtray. Could it be possible, she wondered, that Mademoiselle Corelli had given her the stone? At least the girl had not been murdered, so far as she knew. These thoughts occupied her as she dressed. She put on riding boots and pants, a man's shirt, and a sleeveless cashmere vest. She picked up the stone, wrapped it in a handkerchief, and slid it into her front pocket where it made a bulge. There was a knock at the door into the dressing room.
"A gentleman from the police to see you, ma'am," said Jean-Baptiste.
His tone was formal and correct, which was unusual. When she went on to the landing, he was there.
"Shall I tell him you are sick?"
She shook her head, said nothing as she preceded him down the stairs. Once again she was aware of the necessity of a performance. She tried to quiet her misgivings and dismiss all thoughts. Only she concentrated on the squeak of her palm against the polished banister. The policeman waited in the drawing room on the first floor. He was an elderly man in a tweed suit. He had a lot of gray hair that he combed straight back, and it contrasted oddly with his small black mustache. His eyes were blue. When the Baroness entered the room, he was standing with his hat in his hands, examining a portrait of her husband above the mantelpiece. Over his arm, she saw with horror, was a long leather coat. He was carefully, even elegantly dressed. He cocked his head to one side as he looked at her. His name was Lukács, he said, which was a Hungarian name. He spoke with an accent.
"I beg your pardon, ma'am. I served under your husband in the Foreign Ministry, then at the Central Bank. He was a great gentleman. If it hadn't been for him, we would be speaking German now."
The Baroness allowed herself to smile.
"Please, did Jean-Baptiste offer you something? Would you care for a cup of coffee? Perhaps something stronger?"
Lukács held up his hand.
"No, ma'am, I won't be lasting long. I ask my superiors for this opportunity to be of service. For the sake of your late husband. I had heard that he had married an actress, but I was not prepared."
His voice, dry and precise, trailed away. The Baroness suspected he had intended to flatter her, but had changed his mind at the last minute. Frowning slightly, she stared at him. His mustache must be dyed, she decided.
"I see you found my overcoat," she said. "Please, it has a sentimental value. But I can't think where—"
The policeman shrugged.
"There were ticket stubs to the Commedia for last Friday night. That's how we knew." "Yes, of course. I went to the 8 o'clock performance. Is that where you found it? At the theater?"
"No." A momentary crease too appeared between the policeman's brows.
"Not there." "Was it stolen?"
"Nothing so sinister.
I lost it. I'm not sure where. If you knew me, you would know how absent-minded. I refuse to believe that an artist such as yourself—"
Again it was obvious he was uncomfortable. More than ever, the Baroness was aware of the bulge in her pocket where Mademoiselle Corelli's tourmaline lay. She prepared herself for the inevitable question, which came after a slight pause.
"Are you acquainted, ma'am, with Aegypta Schenk von Schenk? I was reading about her in the paper." "Yes," said the policeman. "It was a crime. One doesn't sympathize with her, perhaps. The sister of a proven traitor. She herself spoke better German than Romanian. She was accused of complicity in your husband's death. I never believed it." "No? Then let me tell you it was true. Because she was not convicted, it does not mean there was no evidence. I am relieved to hear you felt no animosity. That is the correct attitude under the circumstances."
The Baroness rarely used her drawing room. It was small, uncomfortable. The walls were pink. The furniture was not designed for comfort.
"I'm trying to discover what you're asking me," said the Baroness. "You must have heard about an argument I had with the Princess several months ago." "Yes. You took with you a soldier from the Baron's former regiment in Cluj, but he did not speak French and was unable to inform us. You've been busy. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, these choices are not mine. I was an admirer of your husband's, and I'm not as generous as you, at least as it concerns Miss Schenk. But I must ask you to explain. The soldier mentioned a book.
The Baroness shrugged. That was it. I had a book that belonged to her. The rest, it was an accident. Lucat stared at her, his head cocked to one side. Doubtless he expected more from her. After a moment, he went on.
That's what the soldier told us. I'm sorry to ask, but your overcoat was found in the cottage that burned. After Miss Schenk's death, it was turned in to the police. I would have thought you left it there that night except for the tickets.
Now came the moment for the Baroness's performance to begin. First, she was stupid.
My overcoat was found.
She put her hand to her mouth and allowed a procession of emotions to pass over her face.
Yes, not far from the shrine of Venus where Miss Schenk was killed.
Oh, no! There was a wing-backed chair next to the piano, and she allowed herself to sit in it. Nothing exaggerated. She was not overcome with horror or fear. She sat primly on the edge of the seat. She was concerned, that's all. And her mind was racing forward, or so it appeared. Someone must have put it there.
Yes, ma'am. You understand you have some enemies. After all,
I was at the Empress's reception last night. Many can vouch for that.
That's what I meant. But the conductor claimed to have seen you on the train yesterday evening, wearing this overcoat.
Puzzled, she knotted her brows.
Someone dressed like me. That is our theory, ma'am. Someone who knows you and Miss Schenk had a discussion. Witnesses saw a man walking away from Miss Schenk's house shortly after she was killed, a soldier in a pilgrim's cape. There were different reports, but it is possible to think he could impersonate you on the train.
The Baroness pursed her lips. She was puzzling it out.
I don't understand. The coat was found not at the shrine. One of our witnesses took it from the burned house. She brought it to us after Miss Schenk was discovered.
I don't understand. If the idea was to involve me, why not leave it?
Perhaps he thought it was too obvious, ma'am. Perhaps he wanted to suggest that it was you who were disguised like the pilgrim. If so, you would not have left your overcoat at the scene.
But this is terrible.
Yes, ma'am. It is lucky you spent the evening in such a public place.
I can't believe it. I decided to go to the reception at the last minute. My idea was to stay home.
Perhaps you can think who might have been aware of that.
The Baroness's drawing room was decorated with pink wallpaper with a recurring pattern of gold birds. There was a clock on the mantelpiece, and she listened to the tick, tick. She decided she'd say nothing until the policeman spoke again.
You must understand, your husband's death was a great loss. We were grateful not only because of von Schenk's plot. When the Baron was in government, he brought a sense of honor and honesty that is lacking now. I resigned after his death, as did others. We thought there was a reason von Schenk's sister was not successfully charged. Corruption hates what is not corrupt, and there were many in his own department who were happy to see him dead. That is when I resigned, because of course our policy is not to tolerate the smallest violation of the conjuring laws. So this morning, 3 days a week there are hangings in the market, and that is always a miserable business. Scapegoats of all sorts. As far as I'm concerned, Miss Schenk got what she deserved.
It was not proved, the Baroness said again.
That is the correct attitude, ma'am, if someone comes to question you. But you are wrong. When her house in Bucharest was broken into, they found a secret room under the rafters. On a table in the middle was a clay statue of your husband, the breast split open to reveal the internal organs baked in clay. The skull was opened to reveal the brain. Tell me, how could a man like that, a soldier and a statesman, married and a father, have been driven to such despair?"
The Baroness sat on the edge of her seat. She looked up at the portrait of her husband, a small, ugly man with a head too big for his body, and pig's eyes. He looked ill at ease in his dress uniform with the gold braid. Even in his official portrait, the clothes didn't seem to fit. The portrait was painted in the last year of his life. It was the only one still in the house, and the Baroness hadn't looked at it for a long time. Now she saw among the medals on his chest the Star of Roumania, awarded by the Empress's own hand after his testimony against Prince Frederick. It must have been a heavy weight to him. Would Lucas have been as sure he had been murdered if he knew what she knew, that the documents convicting Schenk von Schenk were forged? Would he have been so convinced of the Baron's honor if he had heard him mumbling and praying in the middle of night, weeping on his knees after a nightmare? She had given him laudanum to make him sleep. No wonder he had been so scrupulous in his public life. Perhaps he thought by good works he could sponge away his crime. No ghost or spirit from Aegypta Schenk's laboratory, the Baroness now thought, could have added or subtracted anything from the burden he carried. His betrayal of his only friend, the coldness of his wife, the sickness of his infant son, which he was convinced was a punishment from the gods. No, Lucas's hatred of the Germans had blinded him. Perhaps he or his family had been refugees when the Germans invaded Hungary. The Baroness looked away from the portrait, wondering as she did so what had become of the silver candlestick on the mantelpiece, one of a matched set. The other was in its place beside the clock. Domnul Lucas stood as before, her leather coat over his arm. His expression was unfriendly, his blue eyes shrewd and piercing, and suddenly she wondered whether to believe him. Perhaps all of this, these protestations of respect for her husband, of hatred for the princess, was a trick. Fortune loves the brave, she thought, a lesson which her husband's cowardly death had taught her.
"The newspaper mentioned another murder last night," she said. "That is another strange thing," said the policeman. "That was a Domnul Ceausescu." "Yes, I know," interrupted the Baroness. "I saw him at the reception." "You spoke to him?" Lucas phrased these words midway between a question and a statement. "I spoke to him. He asked me to dance. The newspaper suggests he was attacked by gypsies." He shrugged. "It is possible." Which meant he didn't think so. Perhaps attacked by gypsies was the explanation that was always given out during an investigation. Either way, perhaps it was unwise to seem too curious. After a moment, "Please, you say you were a friend of my husband's, but I've never seen you here. Can I show this house to you? I've tried to keep it as it was." "Ma'am, there is no need." "No, but it would give me pleasure." She wanted to make him understand she had nothing to hide, and she imagined he would scarcely ask to see her bedroom and her private bath. So she took him up and down the stairs, pointing out her husband's study, his library, the daybed on which he died, etc., etc. Lucas followed with his hat in his hands, her coat over his arm. He showed no signs of surrendering it. He was polite and deferential, as if touring a museum. Fortune loves the bold, she thought. She would show him everything, and he would leave the coat and go away. "Let me show you my husband's bedroom," she said, as she led him up the stair to the 4th floor, through the bathroom into her beautiful yellow bedchamber with the heavy curtains and the big 4-poster bed. "This is where I sleep now," she said, and he had the politeness to blush. Of her husband's presence in that room no trace remained. She walked past the bed, whose heavy silk coverlet, she now noticed, showed a mark of dried blood. The Baroness touched her fingers to her mouth. The policeman stood blinking in the middle of the room. She went to her closet and turned toward him, leaning her back against the door, imagining the dark knot of bloody sheets and clothes inside. In the bathroom he had walked straight through, his foot passing a few centimeters from the baseboard hiding place. There she had felt a secret thrill. But now her heart beat wildly, and her throat was closed. On the yellow coverlet was one tiny bloodstain.
The room contained too many secrets, chief among which, she now realized, was not even the stone in her pocket or the bloody bundle of clothes. But in the corner of the room stood the hidden quilted door. Behind it, the boy Markasev lay in the dark. And at that moment from the landing she could hear the sound of the high trilling bell that Markasev rang when he was hungry. She closed her eyes, savoring the sound. Surely she was lost, she thought. Surely this was the end. But Lukats didn't seem to hear. He stood with his hat in his hand, peering at her with his pale blue eyes.
"The front door,"
she managed to choke out. An absurd lie. He had entered that way. Doubtless he had noticed the brass knocker and no bell. What would he think when they descended and there was no one? The bell on the landing rang for a long time, then stopped.
"Shall we go down?"
she asked. Sometimes Markasev would shout, and she could hear him from this room. Sometimes he would ring the bell and then cry out while she put her fingers to her ears.
"Shall we go down?"
she pleaded, but the policeman stared at her, his face drained of any cunning or shrewdness. He gave a weak, embarrassed smile, and she realized that his dyed mustache was suddenly ridiculous. She realized further what his smile meant. He found her beautiful just then, and her beauty was confusing him. She imagined that all he was able to think about in that room of secrets was her long neck and delicate jaw, the light on her cheek and hair, the way her nose looked now and in profile. No, she thought, relieved. He was not the one. He was not the one who could destroy her. Calmer now, she put her hand out for the coat, and he gave it to her. The closet had 3 doors, and the one behind her was locked. She turned toward one of the others, opened it, and slipped the coat onto a hanger, all the time waiting for Markasev's cry. It did not come. Instead, she heard a knocking at the door, and Jean-Baptiste's uncharacteristically polite cough. Sent by the gods.
"There's a Mademoiselle Corelli on the front steps,"
he said.
"Shall I turn her away?"